He probably won't make it. Chu Yao's urgent voice rang out. Long Chen hastily rushed over. He saw that Chu Yao's wooden stakes were tightly wrapped around Li Qi, and a vast life energy was pouring into him. Yizhikyu and the others were waiting around him. Song Minjuan had already begun to sob. The two of them had always been as close as real brothers, and seeing Li Qi like this made him feel like a blade was slicing his heart. At this point, Li Qi's body was like an open drain, unable to hold any of the spiritual qi Chu Yao poured into him. At this time, he still had the slightest bit of consciousness left because of Chu Yao's energy, but he already had no life energy left. Just relying on an outer energy, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Long Chen boss, I'm glad I got to see you. Li Qi's face was white as paper. Looking at Long Chen, he forced out the slightest smile. Long Chen, Chu Yao was unable to pull Li Qi back from the hands of death. They had been a step too late. Don't feel sad, I'm just happy I get to see boss again, and that you're all right. A content expression appeared on Li Qi's face. Li Qi, you can't abandon your brothers, cried Song Minjuan. It's fine, none of you have to feel bad, he won't die. Long Chen took a deep breath, and a drop of verdant liquid appeared in his hand. This was the divine life liquid that the spirit world expert had given to him before leaving. This liquid was extremely miraculous. No matter how serious the injuries were, it had always been able to heal them. It had never failed up to now. However, after all this time, this was his last drop. Even after he had been so heavily injured by the lightning tribulation, Long Chen had not been willing to use it. Li Qi was now already half a step into the gates of the netherworld. Only this drop of divine liquid could possibly save his life. Sending the drop into Li Qi's mouth, Li Qi immediately fainted, causing everyone to jump. His life energy is recovering, exclaimed Chu Yao. She was the first to sense that the spark of Li Qi's life had been reignited. The life energy she poured into him no longer just dissipated. Long Chen nodded. Looking at Guan Wenen's corpse, he couldn't help but sigh. They really had come too late. Guan Wenen was already dead. Brother Guan died to save me. I definitely have to avenge this enmity. Yue Zifeng, who very rarely spoke viciously now. The four of them were now healed thanks to Chu Yao. Their auras were no longer so low. However, it would take some time to recover their physical strength. First, I want to confirm something. Long Chen slapped one of the chosen. This slap temporarily blocked that person's pain nerves. Long Chen, spare me. I'm begging you, please. I can't bear it anymore. That chosen begged with a terrified expression. He had never experienced this kind of pain in his life before. This level of pain was practically enough to make a person die. It had already surpassed the limit of what a human could bear. According to reason, once the pain surpassed a certain threshold, in order to avoid that pain, a person's body would automatically shut down and fall unconscious. That was a method of self-preservation. But it was unknown just what method Long Chen had used to make them clearly feel such an immense pain without letting them faint. Fainting had become an extravagant hope that was impossible to achieve. They finally understood what it meant to be in so much pain as to not want to live. Speak, who incited you to do this? Questioned Long Chen. If I tell you, will you let me go? That person's eyes brightened with a bit of hope. Long Chen once more slapped him and icily said, You don't have the qualifications to argue. After that slap, his whole body began to twitch, and his eyes almost popped out. He was once more experiencing the pain again. With another slap across his face, Long Chen icily said, You only have one chance. I don't like listening to nonsense. That person was filled with terror. Looking at his two companions whose bodies were constantly twitching beside him, he began to narrate what had happened in full detail. These three people were the lackeys of the first monastery. The first monastery was an enormous power even within the entire super monastery. There were dozens of monasteries that followed them. Frankly speaking, those monasteries were all subsidiary members of the first monastery. Furthermore, those monasteries were all ranked within the top 50 monasteries. Those ranked below 50 were mostly just ignored by the first monastery. However, there were always those who liked to kiss ass. Previously, Long Chen had killed Han Tianfeng and severed Yin Wuxuang's arm. That had completely terrified Yin Wuxuang, and she had tried to go find Han Tianyu, but she didn't know where he had secluded himself. After escaping, Yin Wuxuang was still uneasy. She had fought twice with Long Chen now. The first time she was still able to fight against him, but the second time, despite having advanced to the bone-forging realm and pushing her power to its limit, the difference between them had only grown even greater. Now, whenever she closed her eyes, she would see Long Chen's ice-cold, merciless face as he slashed his blood-colored saber to cut her in half. He had already become her nightmare. She was afraid of him continuing to grow stronger, so she had used Han Tianyu's name to gather people to secretly target Long Chen. Those people were not stupid. If Long Chen was able to kill Han Tianfeng, then just how many people in the righteous path would dare do anything to him? Those who had the strength to fight him wouldn't listen to Yin Wuxuang. A favor from her was not worth much to those people. So Yin Wuxuang had placed her sights on those subsidiary monasteries as well as some smaller sects. She offered them enough to move them, and had them go disturb Long Chen. She didn't require them to try and kill him. Instead, they just had to keep a constant eye on him and make some minor trouble for him. Of course, if they could kill the people by Long Chen's side, it would be much better. She offered ample rewards for that. In fact, for those who managed to make a good display, she offered to bring them into her Yin family. Her Yin family possessed an ancient bloodline, and the only reason she had come to the first monastery to cultivate was because of Han Tianyu. With the Yin family's power, there had been no reason for her to need to come to such a small place. So when people heard that promise, they had all been won over. Those experts that already had a good relationship with the first monastery put in even more work. Ever since Long Chen had reached Compass Mountain, they had been guarding there. Yin Wuxuang had seen through Long Chen's intentions, and she had secretly encouraged people to spread out and kill the disciples from the 108th monastery. Her goal was to make Long Chen crazy and have him waste his time searching for the killers. Once Long Chen went crazy and began a massacre, it would attract everyone's attention. She trusted that there would be true experts who would sooner or later grow dissatisfied with that. If those experts then attacked Long Chen, her goal would be achieved. The Jialai secret realm was open to 7 prefectures. The Xuanhuan super monastery was not the sole ruler of this place. The top geniuses of the other prefectures had also entered. Once Long Chen drew the attention of those other geniuses, it was very easy for a conflict to occur. She wanted to push Long Chen into the fiercest struggles. Whereas Yin Wuxuang, hearing all this be explained by him, Long Chen's killing intent surged. This woman was too insidious, and she definitely couldn't be let off. I don't know. After she made her announcement, she hid herself somewhere. She said if we had any accomplishments, we should immediately go seclude ourselves and not fight with you, said the Chosen with terror. This Yin Wuxuang really is vicious, raged Chu Yao. We'll definitely have to kill her to get revenge for our brothers. Yue Zifeng gritted his teeth. What are there other sacrifices? Asked Long Chen. Song Minjuan, Luo Kang, and Yue Zifeng all sunk into silence. Flames raged in their eyes. Yijikyu's expression grew sad. Clenching his teeth, Song Minjuan spat out furiously. After hearing about your fight on Compass Mountain, we all gathered from every direction. We ran into quite a few attackers on the way. When we exchanged blows with them, we heard there were quite a few brothers who had been killed by them. They even beheaded them as proof for that slut Yin Wuxuang. We also killed quite a few people on our way. We saw many images of our brothers being killed in their spatial rings. Luo Kang's voice was also choked with emotion. They were all hot-blooded men. Seeing the images of their brothers being killed, no one would be able to accept such a result. Of our 108th monastery, the only ones still alive are us, Tang Waner and perhaps Gu Ran and Gu Yang. The rest are all. Long Chen felt as if his heart was being crushed by a boulder. Although he had long since been prepared for such a result, as he knew the secret realm was filled with countless dangers, hearing that was still impossible for him to accept. Each one of those people had been his brothers. For Song Minjuan to say this, it meant he really was sure those people had died. As for the exact details, Long Chen didn't care to ask. How could he possibly ask about how each one of those people had died? That was just torture. I'll leave these 3 to you. You can use your own way to kill them, said Long Chen. Good. Song Minjuan, Li Qi, and Yue Zifeng all got up at the same time, each of them carrying one of the Chosen to a secluded corner. Only 2 hours later did they stop. Their faces held both tears and a slight smile. Once the 3 of them returned, Chu Yao raised her hand and made a coffin out of her wooden stakes. They placed Xuanhuan's corpse gently inside. Once the coffin was sealed, their moods all became extremely heavy. Let's go, our next goal is revenge. After finishing up with this battlefield, Long Chen looked up at the distant sky. The killing intent in his eyes had already turned solid. Chapter 422, Sending Off with a Gift. By the time Long Chen and the others returned to Compass Mountain, the ground was already littered with corpses, and blood still slowly trickled. Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, and Su Yang were busy cleaning up the battlefield. They were gathering the spatial rings as well as picking out the needles that were stuck in the corpses. Those were all Xuanhuan's precious treasures that he had to gather back. He had been smart and had long since put his personal spiritual imprint on each of those needles. He could easily sense their locations within a range of 300 meters. Those things took a great deal of bitter work for him to create. Losing just one of them filled him with pain. Ever since the previous righteous and corrupt battle when he had run out of ammo, he always focused on keeping sufficient weapons around. So usually, he wasn't even willing to lose a single needle. Currently, the needles that had just been littering the ground had already been gathered. The only ones left were still stuck in people's bodies. Under normal circumstances, with the power of the needle mechanism he used, those needles would easily pierce through a person's flesh. These needles that were stuck in bodies had mostly already pierced through a body or even two bodies before getting stuck. Xuanhuan, let's just leave them. It's too hard to get these things out, complained Gu Yang. Extracting these needles from corpses was truly unpleasant. It wasn't that he found touching corpses to be so taboo, but they were all sticky and unpleasant to extract. You and Su Yang can rest. I'll just slowly handle it by myself. These things are all like my children and I can't just throw them away, said Xuanhuan. To shoot out this many of your kids in one time, you really are an interesting father. Gu Yang shook his head. The speaker said that unintentionally, but the listener heard that other meaning. Xuanhuan was trapped between laughter and tears as he said, Gu Yang, you really are getting vulgar. Gu Yang rubbed his head, not understanding. He was about to say something when a bird cry rang out and a huge figure descended from the sky. Boss has returned. Sister Yi, Brother Minju and Brother Luo Kang, Brother Zifeng, long time no see. Seeing that they had returned, Xuanhuan hastily called out a greeting. After seeing everyone together, the previous heavy atmosphere lightened a great deal. Hearing that Xuanhuan and the others had all died, Xuanhuan and Gu Yang were all filled with sadness. So many of them had entered, but now only these few people were still alive. Mentioning Yin Wuxuang, not one of them didn't grit their teeth in anger. That slut was too hateful, and they wished to tear her apart. All right, that's enough. The path of cultivation is just like that. No one knows just who will fall at one time. The important thing is that we cherish these feelings while we're alive. From today onwards, our goal is revenge. Us brothers can't be afraid of death, and a blood debt must be repaid with blood, said Long Chen. Boss will listen to you, but just who is our exact enemy? Asked Xuanhuan. He couldn't completely comprehend just what Long Chen meant by revenge. Just what hatred had caused Yin Wuxuang to target Long Chen like this. Long Chen's conduct had always been open and candid, and he had never offended her. So why would she constantly be forcing Long Chen to this point? The true people behind the scenes are the higher-ups of the first monastery. As for Yin Wuxuang, she is just the person executing their scheme. But according to my guess, the first monastery was probably only planning on targeting me. The original plan was probably to kill me as soon as I entered the secret realm. As for Yin Wuxuang, she was even more vicious, wanting me to become a stepping stone for Han Tianyu. She constantly smeared my name, turning me into a heinous villain. Then, Han Tianyu, under the banner of justice, would kill me, bringing him another glorious achievement. Later, the situation gradually exceeded her control, and she realized that I was a serious problem. Since she couldn't find me, she started to search for all of you. She wanted to kill you to force me out. I was in seclusion back then, and so I didn't know what was going on outside. As soon as I exited seclusion, there was that fight on Compass Mountain. Long Chen gave a simple explanation of what had happened. According to his analysis, if it was just the higher-ups of the first monastery, they definitely wouldn't have made it so fancy. Keeping it simple and direct was more in line with a cultivator's temperament. If it had been someone else handling this matter and they were only to target Long Chen wouldn't fear anything. But this matter had landed in Yin Wuxuang's hands, and to target Long Chen, she had targeted the people by his side. That was something Long Chen could not tolerate. No matter what, Yin Wuxuang must die, said Long Chen hatefully. Of course that slut has to die, or our brothers will not be able to rest in peace. Gu Yang's killing intent also surged. However, this slut is hiding somewhere right now and doesn't dare face us head-on. We won't be able to find her. If we really did just try to randomly look around for her, we would fall for her trap and probably even be ridiculed by her in secret. So right now, the most important thing for us is to increase our strength. Before Han Tianyu comes out of seclusion, we'll raise our strength to the highest level possible. Then when the time comes, we'll have a fierce battle, warned Long Chen. Don't worry, boss. During this battle, none of us brothers will get scared. We'll all kill as many as possible, said Xuanhuan confidently. Long Chen nodded. Looking at this battlefield, he said, are these your masterpieces? Correct, these were all done by Xuanhuan. Brother Su and I didn't even have a chance to attack, praised Gu Yang. Gu Yang was still slowly recovering from his shock from that previous battle. The armored Xuanhuan was just like a slaughter machine. With a raise of his hand, countless concealed weapons shot out from unexpected places, making it so people couldn't defend. Xuanhuan had hunted them down to the last. Even the final chosen had been smashed to death with a single one of his metal fists. Furthermore, that chosen had definitely been very powerful, but no matter what he tried, he was unable to damage Xuanhuan's armor. Not only was its defense incredibly high, but Xuanhuan had also made it very exquisitely, and he was able to move very nimbly with it on. So all Xuanhuan had to do was attack. He could basically ignore other people's attacks. That chosen's powerful attacks had been completely stifled by Xuanhuan. Su Yang sighed. To tell the truth, I've experienced countless battles in my life, but this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying fight. Hee, that's because you haven't seen our boss fight. I guarantee that would make your blood boil, laughed Xuanhuan. After being praised this much, he actually ended up knowing how to be modest and change the subject. That was definitely something rare for Xuanhuan. It seemed that little fellow was finally beginning to change. Long Chen said, what were you doing just now? Was killing them not satisfying enough? You're playing with their corpses. Cough, no, I'm just gathering back my treasures. I can't just so easily throw away the things I worked so hard to make. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Asked Xuanhuan. He noticed that Long Chen's gaze had become very disdainful. Are you a pig? Why don't you just gather all those corpses together and burn them? Do you think your needles would burn too? Long Chen was a bit speechless. Xuanhuan clapped his leg. Aya, what a simple method. How could I not even have thought of that? He had been depressed this whole time about having to take out these needles from flesh. When these needles were stuck deep in a person's body, the only option was to hack apart the flesh around it. Let alone Gu Yang and Su Yang, even he found it a bit unbearable. After all, that was human flesh, not pig flesh. Su Yang was an outsider, and so he didn't feel right with complaining. He just lowered his head and worked, but Gu Yang hadn't been able to hold back a few grumbles. Long Chen sighed. I find you really did use up all your smarts on forging. Just go gather the corpses, and little Violet can help you incinerate them. The little Violet Long Chen was referring to was Chu Yao's Violet Phoenix Sparrow. Currently, the Violet Phoenix Sparrows had all advanced to the 4th rank, and the flame they could spit out was something even chosen were unable to endure. Burning a few corpses was just playing around. Xuanhuan immediately began to gather the corpses that still had his needles in them. Everyone else began helping, but Su Yang was held back by Long Chen. Su Yang, what do you want to do next? Do you want to stay with us? Long Chen was truly grateful to Su Yang, as he was a person who understood that favors had to be repaid. Ignoring the risk to his own life, he had come here to report the news to him. That was enough to prove he was a loyal and virtuous person. He wanted to pull Su Yang over, but for Su Yang to stay by his side was also too dangerous. Although he had the ability to offer many cultivation resources, compared to that danger, those resources were not so precious. So Long Chen wanted to hear Su Yang's thoughts. As for Su Yang being invited over by Long Chen, his eyes reddened. Just who was Long Chen? He was the greatest dark horse within the secret realm, was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with peak experts, and was unrivaled within his realm. The fact that Long Chen was inviting him to become a member meant Long Chen treated him as one of them. Just what kind of glory was that? But after a brief excitement, he sighed. Thank you, Brother Long, for your respect. But I come from a humble origin and I still haven't paid back my debt to my sect. I can't leave them, so please forgive me for declining. Long Chen nodded, understanding Su Yang's meaning. He was someone that had come from a small sect, and considering how much kindness his sect had given him, he couldn't betray his sect by leaving to follow him. According to what he knew about Su Yang, it was very likely his sect had spent a huge amount of resources to get him a quota for the GLI secret realm. For his sect to send him in was a true gamble. So Long Chen truly could understand his difficulties. That's fine. No matter what, we're all brothers. I don't have anything good to give you, but here are 20 bone tempering pills and 10 wind spirit stones. As brothers, don't decline. Long Chen pushed a jade bottle as well as 10 wind spirit stones to Su Yang. Brother Long, I can't accept this. Su Yang couldn't accept it. He had only ever heard of bone tempering pills, but from what he had heard of, they were unimaginably expensive. Furthermore, these 10 wind spirit stones were at least 10 times better than the one he had obtained at the beginning. The wind energy inside it was incredibly pure. As brothers, don't say anything useless. Since I'm giving them to you, just take it. You risked your life to give me information which saved my friends from calamity. If you don't take it, it means you're looking down on me. Long Chen intentionally turned hostile. All right, then I'll accept it. I, Su Yang, will never forget Brother Long's great favor. Su Yang respectfully bowed to Long Chen before leaving. After Long Chen sent off Su Yang, Li Qi, who had been unconscious this entire time, finally awoke, delighting everyone. Once that brief celebration was over, Long Chen continued refining pills, while everyone else alternated between guarding and tempering their bones, all in preparation for the upcoming clash. Chapter 423, Harsh Denouncement. News of the battle on Compass Mountain, as well as the news of Long Chen killing monastery disciples in the canyon, resounded throughout the entire secret realm. Quite a few people ran over to confirm its veracity. Seeing the ghastly corpses, they were all horrified. At the same time, countless criticizers spoke out against Long Chen, believing Long Chen to have a vicious heart and ruthless methods. Having slaughtered members of the same path, he was guilty of terrible crimes. However, such words could only be said behind his back. That was because, after those two huge battles, no one dared run out and provoke Long Chen again. They could only express their own sense of righteousness behind his back. No matter how great the rewards offered were, no one was willing to go and find trouble for Long Chen again. As for that hand behind the curtain that had been constantly urging people on, it had become powerless. One reason was that the matter of someone deliberately targeting Long Chen had already become common knowledge. As cultivators, just how many people were so stupid? The majority of people had already seen through what had happened. The other reason was that, while some subordinates were busy trying to instigate people to target Long Chen, most people had already entered seclusion now. So just who would bother with them? Just how many of them truly cared about who was good and who was bad? Those subordinates were just wasting their time. In just a few months, the secret realm's exit would finally open. At that time, there would be a huge battle between the righteous and corrupt paths. Those with weak cultivation bases would all die within the secret realm. These people all considered the first monastery, as well as Long Chen, to be acting idiotically. Before that huge battle, they were actually busy with inner strife. If that wasn't idiotic, then what was? So most of the righteous path's experts were all just sneering at Yin Wuxuang's attempt to spread her propaganda. As for the corrupt path's experts, they had long since vanished into seclusion. They were focused on that final battle. They didn't like inner strife. If the righteous path wanted to fight amongst themselves, then that was fine. They would focus on increasing their strength, and when the time came, they would slaughter the righteous disciples. In the end, wouldn't those treasures that the righteous disciples had risked their lives for end up in their pockets anyway? Yin Wuxuang had a group of people spreading her propaganda, but everyone was already in seclusion. Just who were they spreading that propaganda to? It wasn't as if they could just shout as loudly as possible all day. If they ended up disturbing an expert's seclusion, they would probably be killed directly. After trying to instigate more people for 2 days without any results, Yin Wuxuang could only helplessly give up. Her people all went into seclusion. So this was the calmest time of the Geolai secret realm. Other than some brazen experts or some criminals fleeing deeper into the secret realm, essentially everyone had entered seclusion and begun tempering their bones. As for those disciples who had come from humble origins and didn't have bone tempering pills to use, the only thing they could do was focus on increasing their cultivation base, wanting to use their realm to make up for their lack of tempered bones. Although that wasn't very effective, it was better than doing nothing. That final battle would have to do with everyone's life and death. No matter how many treasures they had gained in the secret realm, if they couldn't leave, it would still be useless. During this time, Long Chen was still focusing day and night on refining pills. At this time, the only person guarding them was Gu Ran. Every time someone would furtively attempt to spy on them, Xuanhuan would get rid of them with a single arrow. Those who were still focused on them at this time had to be enemies. So Xuanhuan was now like a hunter patiently waiting for rabbits to take the bait. But after killing several people, a week passed without him making any more harvests. He began to feel bored. Although looking at Long Chen refined pills was something very pleasing to the eye, no matter how amazing it was to watch, after seeing it dozens or even hundreds of times a day, a person would still get tired of it. Boss, how much more until you finish refining? Not much. Right now we already have 6,000 bone tempering pills. After another 2 days, all the medicinal ingredients will be used up, answered Long Chen. After refining day and night, Long Chen had accumulated more and more medicinal pills. However, the medicinal ingredients only decreased. Some of those living medicinal ingredients had been kept within his life ring. He wasn't planning on using them to refine pills. After all, living medicinal ingredients were 100 times more valuable than dead ones. In the outside world, Long Chen could obtain a massive amount of wealth from them. Furthermore, these living herbs were ones that people would fight over to buy, which would make the price skyrocket. His life ring was packed with precious herbs, but Long Chen didn't care whether or not they were comfortable inside. In any case, it was fine as long as they didn't die. Even if their branches snapped or their leaves fell, even if they were on the verge of dying, it was still fine. In any case, those things were priceless treasures in the outside world. Even half-dead herbs would be treated importantly by sects. Those sects definitely had ways to make them flourish again. In the outside world, many precious medicinal ingredients had already gone extinct. But there were also some precious herbs that were all in the hands of certain sects and powers. They treated those precious herbs as things even more important than their wives, and sometimes they wouldn't even let others know they had them. Even if they were to sell them, they would only sell dried-up herbs. They would rarely ever let people know that they had the living versions which they could breed themselves. It was only when something was so rare that no one could obtain it that its price would skyrocket. So there were actually quite a few extinct herbs that the larger powers possessed and kept secret from the rest of the world. The price of those herbs was all controlled by those sects. As they steadily drove those prices higher, the smaller powers could only spend an exorbitant amount of money to purchase them. As a result, the larger sects only grew stronger, while the smaller sects always remained weak. For example, Su Yang's sect was so poor that they were unable to even prepare bone tempering pills for him. That wasn't because they didn't care for Su Yang enough. In fact, once Su Yang left the secret realm, they would go all out to groom him. Bone tempering pills were just too rare, and his sect only had the wealth to raise a single expert. If they ended up giving their bone tempering pills to Su Yang, and he died in the secret realm, then his sect would decline even further. Su Yang's shoulders were carrying the fate of his sect right now. He was their one chance to rise, and so he couldn't accept Long Chen's offer. This was also why the cultivation world, with its thousands and thousands of sects, still had most of its resources in the hands of just a few people. The smaller sects could only struggle while constantly on the verge of collapse. As for the larger sects' disciples, even ordinary disciples could easily fight above realms with the elders of smaller sects. That was the difference between them. Boss, if we completely absorb all these medicinal pills, how many bones can everyone temper? Asked Xuanhuan. Splitting it equally, each person would get almost 800 bone tempering pills, and according to the normal cultivation world's theory, you would all be able to temper 16 or more bones. The bone tempering pills that Long Chen had refined were not the same as the ones in the outside world. The medicinal formula was several times better, and it was capable of fully activating the medicinal energy. Most importantly, the medicinal ingredients Long Chen were using were either alive or had only just died, which further increased the medicinal energy. Furthermore, due to the fact that they were still alive, their medicinal energy was also easier to absorb. At the very least, Long Chen's bone tempering pills were 10 times more effective than the bone tempering pills on the outside world's market. He had seen many bone tempering pills in other people's storage rings. These were made with an inferior formula that was unable to fully bring out the medicinal energy. However, according to his deduction, the difference between the two shouldn't have been so large. After an investigation, Long Chen had discovered a certain secret. That secret made Long Chen sneer inside. He had found out that the outside world's bone tempering pills had had something deliberately done to them to make their medicinal effect lower. In the beginning, He had thought that whoever had done this must have some mental disorder. What was the point of turning good medicinal pills into trash? But after thinking about it, he realized that the person who had done this was most likely the seller of these pills. By not changing the price of the pill, but reducing its effect by 50%, those who wanted to temper more bones would have to purchase an exorbitant amount of bone-tempering pills. This was definitely conning people. It was no wonder that the bone-tempering pill had conned so many geniuses to death. This was definitely done by some immoral merchant behind the scenes. Furthermore, he had found out that this was true of both the righteous and corrupt path. All the bone-tempering pills had had their effect cut in half. However, it was impossible to notice this. You couldn't tell from either looking at it or even from consuming it. It was only possible for Long Chen with his pill god memories. He was able to tell something was wrong because, according to the medicinal pill's formula, tier, and quality, the medicinal effect did not match. All the bone-tempering pills sold outside were the same. That was because a certain existence had monopolized the bone-tempering pill market. All sects could only get them from the pill tower. And thus, Long Chen had come up with a certain conclusion. Under the outer semblance of being a holy land, the pill tower was actually a bunch of shady wolves. But at the very least they were fair about it. They conned both the righteous and corrupt path equally. Otherwise, if they only conned the righteous path but not the corrupt path, the righteous path would definitely be doomed. When he thought of that, Long Chen realized a certain something. With the righteous path and corrupt path constantly fighting, and the pill tower taking a neutral position, selling medicinal pills to everyone, then wouldn't the party benefiting the most be the pill tower? Neither the righteous nor corrupt path dared to offend them for fear of losing access to medicinal pills. That really was comical. 16 bones, wouldn't that be the level of the sect leader? Heavens, then wouldn't we be able to sweep through the entire secret realm? Xuanhuan was filled with disbelief. Each extra bone you tempered would greatly increase the amount of energy that could be stored within the bones. That would make a person incredibly strong. Tempering 16 bones was practically something he had only heard of in legend. Don't get excited too early. I said that under the normal bone tempering process, you would be able to temper 16 bones. But since we've all chosen complete tempering, these pills can at most let us temper 4 bones, said Long Chen. What? Xuanhuan stuttered. The difference between 4 bones and 16 bones was far too great. There's no way around it. To undergo complete tempering, each time you temper 1 bone, you also have to go through every single bone in your body. That's the only way to make sure every bone gets tempered. The previous bone connecting pills you consumed created energy channels within every single one of your bones. Pretend the bone you're attempting to temper is a beggar and you're trying to feed it some bread. But in order to feed that beggar, you first have to feed the 205 beggars that are in front of it. You need to make your rounds through each of them before getting to that last one. Do you understand? Smiled Long Chen. Chapter 424 For Temper. No way, it's this exaggerated. Xuanhuan was stunned. It's not the slightest bit exaggerated. Only in this way is it possible to temper each and every bone in the body. With each bone, you have to temper all the other bones as well, said Long Chen. Then wouldn't it require decades to undergo complete tempering? Xuanhuan felt slightly hopeless. He had already eaten the bone-connecting pill and thus connected all his bones. He had no choice but to undergo complete tempering at this stage. You're extrapolating according to normal standards. For other cultivators, for each bone you temper, it costs twice the amount of the previous time, and the time required to temper it also doubles accordingly. For them, to temper 8 bones requires over a year's time. First-rate bone tempering requires at least 3 years. But we're not the same. For us, each bone we temper requires the same amount of time. If it took 3 to 5 days to temper the first bone, it will take 3 to 5 days to temper each and every bone. In fact, once we reach the end, we'll temper them faster and faster. That's because we tempered each of our bones with each tempering, so by the end, each bone's requirements go down, and the bones you've already tempered don't need further energy, explained Long Chen. Oh, then I'm relieved. You really scared me just now. If we had to keep bone tempering for decades, then my springtime of youth would all have been lost, sighed Xuanhuan. But after you finish tempering each bone, you'll need to undergo one final total tempering. That total tempering will be a bit painful. Seeing Xuanhuan's expression suddenly change, Long Chen laughed. It's not like you think. Once each bone in your body is tempered, just what level do you think your strength will explode to? If I haven't misjudged, the amount of power your armor can release is directly proportional to your own physical strength. At that time, you understand. Hearing that, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Long Chen was absolutely correct. His armor was something that amplified his own power. Although his armor looked ordinary, there were countless steel wires tightly bound around his muscles. Each one of his movements pulled on those threads, and adding on a few mechanisms that were activated by his fingers, it would multiply his original power. Boss, you really are awesome. Then we're on track to become the strongest squad ever. But if the amount of bone-tempering pills we have is only enough for 4 bones, then just what astronomical number will we need for complete tempering? Thinking of that, Xuanhuan began to sweat. Good word, astronomical really is accurate, nodded Long Chen. Don't praise me at this kind of time. How are we supposed to get more bone-tempering pills? Xuanhuan was filled with worry. There will always be a way. Haven't you already noticed? As our cultivation bases gradually increase, the enemies we come into contact with also grow stronger. If we cultivate like ordinary people, our lives will definitely become incredibly miserable in the future. The path of cultivation is just that cruel. Once you've stepped onto it, don't even think of escaping. Trouble will constantly come to find us, so we have to think of any way we can to get stronger. Only then can we live with dignity, sighed Long Chen. I understand, boss. There is no path of retreat for us anymore, nodded Xuanhuan. Speaking of which, do you think I should make Wilda a set of armor? If I start now, then I should be able to finish it before the secret realm's exit opens. With Wilda's strength, If he made a set of armor for Wilda, then with Wilda's abnormal strength, he would definitely become a practically godlike killer. Do you think Wilda is like you and understands how to use those controls and maneuvers? When are you going to start using your head? Oh, I forgot. Xuanhuan clapped himself in the head with embarrassment. With Wilda's intelligence, getting him to learn how to control his kind of armor would be heaven-defying. Back then, for Long Chen to teach him the simplest way of circulating his qi, Long Chen had almost died of anger, and Long Chen considered himself someone with decent patience. Speaking of which, have you seen Wilda in the last 2 days? Asked Long Chen. Yesterday I went over there. Wilda was still sleeping then, and the ground was littered with feathers. That violet, that bird is only half eaten right now. It seems it'll take Wilda some more time to completely finish it. Xuanhuan suddenly remember how Long Chen didn't want him mentioning the violet phoenix sparrow's name. Those 4 little fellows were currently guarding the perimeter, and after being subdued by humans, their intelligence had increased. That topic was taboo. The violet phoenix sparrow was a peak 5th rank magical beast, and its flesh contained a great deal of energy. For an ordinary person, they would need half a day to digest just a mouthful of its flesh. Even with Wilda's abnormal body, he needed to sleep for a few days to digest that energy. It could be seen just how terrifying the amount of energy in that flesh was. Currently, Wilda really is too frightening. Just the power of his blood and qi is enough to terrify me. And I'm his brother. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare get close to him, exclaimed Xuanhuan. Some kind of special aura had now appeared from Wilda's body, and that aura was even more terrifying than that of a high-ranking magical beast. Long Chen smiled. Wilda was a warrior from the barbarian race that consumed all beasts as food. Now that he was consuming the flesh of 2 peak 5th rank magical beasts, that barbaric aura of his had become even clearer. He still clearly remembered the aura from the barbarian race expert in the Abyss of Fiends. When he compared that aura to Wilda's, he found they really were similar. However, Wilda's aura was far weaker than that expert's. But with the support of this powerful flesh, that barbaric aura of his continued to grow, meaning Wilda's body was beginning to awaken. According to that expert, their barbarian race didn't need to cultivate any secret techniques. Once their flesh reached a certain level of power, they would automatically awaken their abilities. He had also mentioned something about the barbarian god's blessing. Long Chen still didn't know what that meant, but Yue Zioqian had told him that this world truly did have gods. If there were gods present, then what were they doing? Why would they let the world become so chaotic? Boss, how about I make you a set of armor too? Your power would multiply and you could definitely slaughter everyone, said Xuanhuan. Long Chen shook his head. That's not my fighting style. If I wear armor, that's equivalent to not having enough confidence in my own physical body, and it will affect my Dao heart. I'm not the same as you. You are someone who wants to become a crafting god. Wearing your own armor will further stabilize your Dao heart. The 2 of us walk different paths. Once I finish refining the bone-tempering pills, I'll start refining bone forging pills for everyone to increase your cultivation bases. At the very least, everyone has to be able to reach the mid-bone forging realm. The amount of medicinal ingredients he had were limited. At most, he could only allow everyone to temper 4 bones. But the good thing was that after tempering 4 bones, they had all set down a foundation for the rest of their bones. Although they hadn't completed the tempering process, even their non-tempered bones had become much stronger, passively increasing their strength. For close-range fights, this increase was very precious, but the cost for it had also been shocking. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Chen had finished refining all the bone tempering pills and was now focused on refining the bone forging pills to increase everyone's cultivation bases. After continuously refining medicinal pills for a month, even Chen felt like he would puke. Just looking at his pill furnace was enough to make him dizzy. But the good thing was that he didn't need to refine that many bone forging pills. Even though they were refined by Chen, each person could only consume 10 of them. That was already the absolute limit. In fact, for ordinary bone forging pills, just consuming 3 of them was the limit. The bone forging pills were different from bone tempering pills. They were used to increase cultivation base and needed to be combined with spiritual qi. They needed to be slowly absorbed, or it was possible for your realm to become unstable and your foundation to become flawed. Over this fortnight, everyone had consumed the bone tempering pills like eating rice, and once all the bone tempering pills had been consumed, everyone had finally tempered 4 bones. As for which 4 bones those were, they were naturally the small bone of the 2 arms and legs. That improved both speed and power, and it was always the first 4 bones people tempered. Millennia of experience had told everyone that those 4 bones were the best. After finishing the bone tempering, Chen had everyone rest for a few days to stabilize the medicinal energy in their bones before increasing their cultivation bases. Hearing that they had a slight vacation, Xuanhuan immediately pulled over Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, Li Qi, and Yue Zifeng, finding a secluded place to compare notes. Gu Yang and the others were also full of mettle. After their seclusion this time, they felt as if their bodies had completely transformed, and so they also wanted to have a good fight to test their new strength. In any case, with a metal monster like Xuanhuan present, they could bring out their full strength. What could go wrong? The few of them left, leaving behind only Chen and the 5 women on Compass Mountain. They had only just left their seclusion, and each of them was full of energy. This chance to increase their strength had completely transformed them. Even the always taciturn and unsmiling Yi Zhikyu had a faint arc to her lips. Even she was unable to conceal her excitement. "Now what should we do, Chen? Do we go find that woman for revenge?" asked Tang Wanner. Speaking of revenge, their expressions all turned icy cold. Yin Wushwang was too sinister, and not one of them didn't hate her to the bone. Chen shook his head. "She can't run away. If we go looking for her like this, our chances of finding her are too low. It'll just waste everyone's time. For the next few days, we'll rest for a bit and adjust our mental states. Other than that, I also have gifts for you and Meng Qi." "Gifts? The first one is for you, Wanner." Chen smiled and took out a stone the size of a baby's fist. Chapter 425, Dividing Treasures. Wind Spirit Stone. Tang Wanner let out a startled exclamation. With her innate wind spirit body, she could instantly sense the vast amount of wind energy in this stone. That was something that Tang Wanner would long for even in her dreams. To her, such a thing was a gift from the heavens, and there was nothing else more suitable for her. "Thank you, Chen." Tang Wanner received the wind spirit stone excitedly, wanting to immediately go absorb the wind energy within it. Wind spirit stones contain the purest wind energy within heaven and earth. They contained profound wind mysteries, and if she could comprehend some of them, it would greatly increase her abilities. Although Tang Wanner's family wasn't poor, they weren't an ancient family. There were many things that had been lost over time, and she couldn't rely on her family for anything. Her future cultivation would all be up to herself. Otherwise, her family wouldn't have sent her to the Xuanhuan monastery to cultivate. That just proved her family was much inferior compared to the last place 108th monastery. "You're this happy about just one," laughed Chen. "Could it be you have more?" Tang Wanner was filled with shock. "If it was just one, it'd be far too lacking to be a gift for you. If I'm going to gift you something like this, I'd have to give you at least a mountain of them." Chen laughed and handed a ring to Tang Wanner. "All you like to do is brag. If you really had, At first, she thought he was joking, but the instant she looked at what was inside this spatial ring, her eyes popped wide open with disbelief. With her understanding of Long Chen's abilities, she supposed it might be possible for him to gather a few dozen wind spirit stones. But seeing the mountain of wind spirit stones in the ring, she was absolutely stunned. "What is it, Wanner?" The others looked at her with surprise. Just what had she seen to make her so speechless? "Take a look." Tang Wanner handed over the spatial ring to them. When they saw what was inside, they were just as shocked as Tang Wanner. "How did you get this, Long Chen?" asked Chu Yao. "Naturally, I got it through adventuring." Long Chen gave a simple recount of how he had ended up noticing wind spirit stones being blown around within the misty mountain valleys. "While Long Chen, you even thought of such a clever method," praised Chu Yao. The other women nodded. Long Chen was bold and daring, but he also paid attention to the smallest details. The reason he had his current accomplishments was not by coincidence. "But why does this mountain of wind spirit stones have a portion cut out from the top? Logically, you would have only cut it at the bottom," wondered Tang Wanner. "Long Chen, you're definitely hiding something. Hurry and own up." Meng Qi stared at Long Chen with a touch of suspicion. "Ah, you're overthinking it. These wind spirit stones are things I worked so bitterly for. Their origin is definitely completely pure." Being stared at by Meng Qi, Long Chen began to lose some confidence. "I don't believe you. Just now your spiritual fluctuations changed. You're definitely hiding something." Meng Qi smiled in an unforgiving manner. "Yes, hurry and own up." Chu Yao and the others also followed Meng Qi, taking an attitude of if he didn't talk, he would be harshly punished. "Tang Wanner, do you even have a conscience? I gave you such treasures and you stand with them as well. You really turn hostile faster than the flipping of a page." Even Tang Wanner had now betrayed him. "Don't think you can scare me. Right now, I'm a member of us sisters and we must work together." Tang Wanner waved her hand. "Long Chen, hurry and tell us. None of us can cultivate right now, so just tell us your story." Chu Yao gently pulled on Long Chen's arm, sitting down with him. They all sat in a circle, the women all staring at Long Chen. He almost felt as if he was floating lightly through the air from being stared at by such beauties. I can tell you, but you can't laugh, or I won't tell you." Long Chen hesitated for a moment before giving a warning. "Fine, we won't laugh. Hurry and tell us." Tang Wanner wrapped her arm around Long Chen's other arm, her face alight with anticipation. With the two of them on his arms, Long Chen really couldn't find a way to refuse them. He just thickened his face and told them about what had happened. With a soul specialist like Meng Qi around, Long Chen didn't even have a chance to lie. Hearing how Long Chen had repeatedly bamboozled Han Tianfeng, how Long Chen had repeatedly trampled him and led the barbaric wind beast to attack him, they all couldn't hold back their laughter. As for Tang Wanner, she was laughing especially hard, rocking back and forth. But a beauty was a beauty, and no matter how she laughed, it was still enchanting. Seeing them holding their sides from laughter, Long Chen became embarrassed and raged. "Didn't you say you wouldn't laugh?" "Long Chen, you can't blame us. It's just too funny." Tang Wanner was unable to even stay sitting straight up from her laughter. As for the ice goddess Yijikyu, she had turned around. But from the trembling of her shoulders, she was obviously laughing as well. Long Chen was speechless. Now he regretted telling them this. He had gravely damaged his glorious image. "Long Chen, you really are bad." Even Chu Yao was laughing so hard that she didn't even have time to breathe. Although he had only given a simple recounting of what had happened, when they pictured a grand, peak genius being toyed with almost to death, all the while not knowing just who it was that was messing with him, they really were unable to hold back their laughter. "Ah, Long Chen, really well done. Such a bastard should be killed just like that." Tang Wanner finally finished laughing and patted Long Chen on the shoulder. "There's nothing embarrassing about this, Long Chen. To handle an enemy, you naturally should use any and all methods, or the one to suffer will be you." Lu Fanger greatly approved of what he had done. "Speaking of which, I remember that fellow Jiang Yifen. Did you end up running into him?" asked Tang Wanner suddenly. She didn't know whether or not Long Chen had finished taking revenge. "Nope, I searched for him forever, but I didn't even see his shadow." Long Chen shook his head repeatedly. Even if he was beaten to death, he definitely couldn't admit what had happened. Even Long Chen shivered when he thought of Jiang Yifen and Crap Brother Qi's fates. That was really too nauseating. Meng Qi glanced at him oddly, but seeing Long Chen doing his best to give her a meaningful glance, his eyes seeming to be begging her, she just smiled and didn't say anything. "Long Chen, why are you looking at Sister Meng Qi like that?" asked Chu Yao. This is a kind of tender-hearted gaze. Could you not tell? Laughed Long Chen. This phrasing of his was too ambiguous and flirtatious, causing all of them to blush. Meng Qi didn't even dare look at the others now. Seeing that one sentence was enough to stop their attacks on him, Long Chen sighed inside, cursing himself for being stupid. If he had known that it would be this simple, what would he have had to beg for? Xuanhuan, keep the wind spirit stones yourself. I know you can't use them all, but just look after them. Right now, all you need to do is absorb the purest energy of the wind spirit stones to quickly increase your wind comprehension. That will bring huge benefits to your cultivation. Since no one else was saying anything, Long Chen brought the conversation back to proper matters. But that would waste a huge amount of their energy, said Tang Xuanhuan. Wind spirit stones contained an enormous amount of energy, but that energy wasn't all entirely pure. Only a portion could be absorbed. Most cultivators would absorb all the energy of the wind spirit stone into their bodies, and then they would force out the impurities. Only then could they keep the waste to the minimum, as wind spirit stones were just too precious. But Long Chen wanted her to just absorb the pure energy and just directly waste the impure portion. That meant she would reject over 90% of its energy. That was truly extravagant and practically a waste of a natural treasure. If it's a waste, then it's a waste. Right now, time is more important. When the exit opens, it will definitely bring a bloody battle. Each little bit of strength is a greater chance of survival, said Long Chen. All right, I understand. Tang Xuanhuan nodded. This was currently an extremely pressing period of time. Seeing her nod, Long Chen knew he didn't need to worry about that anymore. Tang Xuanhuan was a very sensible girl, and he didn't need to worry about things she had promised him. Meng Qi, this is your gift. Long Chen took out a golden page. Both Chu Yao and Yi Zhikyu let out startled exclamations. They had been present when Long Chen had rescued Yi Zhikyu and the others. He had used just this golden page to kill all those attackers. It was incredibly sharp, and all weapons and armor had been as weak as paper in front of it. That scene of its golden light bringing with it a rain of blood was still fresh in their memories. Long Chen, this is. Meng Qi was startled by Chu Yao and Yi Zhikyu's reaction. This is a soul item, said Long Chen. Soul item. Meng Qi let out a startled cry. As a soul cultivator, she naturally knew what that was. Even in the Wind Spirit Pavilion, they were extremely rare and precious. Long Chen. Meng Qi was just about to refuse when Long Chen solemnly said, now isn't the time to be courteous. Of everyone present, you're the one most suited to this soul item. Using a soul item requires you to use your spiritual strength, but Chu Yao, Yi Zhikyu, Xuanhuan, and myself are all fighters. We can't fight while splitting our attention to use it. Only you and Lu Fang'er can use it to its full potential, while you are the one who has the strongest soul energy here. With you controlling it, during a critical moment, you can instantly kill experts. This is our entire team's life-saving talisman. But in truth, this is not a true soul item, so its use is limited. You'll need to constantly use your soul to nourish it and form a connection to it. Even I don't know how exactly this thing should be used, so it'll be up to you to figure that out, smiled Long Chen. After distributing these two treasures, everyone once more began to talk and laugh. Although Yi Zhikyu didn't smile or talk, a trace of warmth had appeared in her eyes. This relaxed time flew by. 3 days later, just as everyone gathered together to enter seclusion again, an unfamiliar guest arrived. Chapter 426, Hua Biluo. What a rare guest! Who would have thought that Sister Hua Biluo would come to see me here? There were 2 people in a tent. In front of Long Chen was a slender woman in a purple dress. This woman was precisely the second monastery's #1 expert, Hua Biluo. Long Chen was surprised to see her now. Meng Qi and the others had intentionally vacated the tent, leaving just the 2 of them. Hua Biluo smiled. To rudely turn up unsolicited, please forgive me, Brother Long. Please sit. Long Chen waved his hand. There were a table and 2 seats in the tent that Xuanhuan had prepared. Sister Biluo, I'm quite the boorish man, so please don't blame me for not knowing the etiquette. Hua Biluo gently brushed forward her dress and sat down. Her movements were very graceful and relaxed. There was a certain kind of air around Hua Biluo that made her seem very poised and graceful, one that would instinctively make a person feel relaxed. But Long Chen disliked it. That was a kind of noble mannerism. It could be considered an accomplishment in the secular world. But in the cultivation world, this kind of artificial mannerism could be described with a single word: posturing. Long Chen knew that Hua Biluo wasn't doing this deliberately. This was something innate to her, and if his guess wasn't wrong, her origins were definitely not simple. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is courteous. Men should be open and candid, living free and unfettered. To tell the truth, I greatly admire you. Huabilio smiled gracefully, a smile that could deeply move a person. It could be said that Huabilio was exceptionally beautiful. There were few men who wouldn't like her. That pride in her bones would especially cause a man to feel a strong longing. It was just like a horse. The more prideful a horse was, the greater the desire you would feel to subdue it. Sister Biluo overpraises me. Since you like to be direct, then I also won't bother with etiquette. Why have you come to find me? Asked Long Chen. Huabilio was slightly surprised by how direct Long Chen was. He had skipped over all those polite manners, getting to the main point without even pouring a cup of tea for her. However, she quickly reacted and smiled. Yes, the reason I came here was to form an alliance with you. Huabilio was very intelligent, and after this short of an exchange, she could already tell Long Chen's character. Knowing he didn't like beating around the bush, she also got right to the point. What kind of alliance? You want to handle Han Tianyu together? Yes. I'm sure you're aware that the first monastery has been targeting you since you entered the secret realm. They set up layers of traps, constantly raising your infamy. That Yin Wushwang is especially repulsive, even placing her target on the ones beside you when she couldn't handle you. That kind of person is the scum of the righteous path. Unfortunately, this junior sister is not strong enough on her own to handle the first monastery and could only watch as Brother Long had to suffer injustice. Seeing her apologetic expression, Long Chen smiled slightly. Sister Biluo, neither of us are stupid. Since you want to collaborate, shouldn't you bring out some sincerity? Yes, the first monastery is targeting me. I trust that your second monastery definitely knows the whole story. But the reason you just watched instead of doing anything was to see just how many trump cards I have, and whether or not I would be worth pulling to your side. Only once I revealed enough power to move you did you begin to take sides and protest against my injustice. Having her thoughts seen through by Long Chen, Huabilio's expression changed slightly. His words were really too direct, and she found herself put on the spot. Sister Biluo, I don't have any other intentions by saying these things. I just want to tell you that if we want to form an alliance, we both need to be sincere. We can't conceal things from each other, or when we face our enemies together, we'll be suspicious of each other. If we're just scheming against each other, there's no point to it, said Long Chen. I really do have to blush with shame about that matter. Huabilio's face did redden slightly. Long Chen had been entirely correct. Even before the secret realm opened, it was impossible for the first monastery's covert actions to slip past the attention of the second monastery, which monastery didn't have a few spies. If the first monastery could bribe other sects, elders and disciples, then the second monastery could do the same. So they had learned everything that had happened. Furthermore, for something as big as Luo Bing bringing her 36th monastery's disciples to grandly punish the 108th monastery, only to be defeated miserably, it was impossible to slip past the second monastery's ears. So Huabilio was 100% clear on the matter between Long Chen and the first monastery. That was why she had purposely smiled at Long Chen at the beginning when all the monasteries had gathered. One reason was to leave behind an impression as a foundation for this alliance, but the other reason was to provoke Han Tianyu. She never paid any attention to Han Tianyu, acting as if she didn't even see him. So when she expressed such a smile to Long Chen, she succeeded in arousing Han Tianyu's discontent. Furthermore, at that time, Long Chen had also been accompanied by two peerless beauties like Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu. Others might not have been able to tell, but Huabilio had immediately sensed Han Tianyu's jealousy. After entering the secret realm, Huabilio hadn't directly gone to ally with Long Chen. Instead, she had chosen to be a bystander, wanting to see if Long Chen was really worth her pulling him in. If Long Chen had been unable to reach that level, she would have spent her time pulling in others. And so that line of hers, that she could only have watched as he had to suffer injustice, was just a lie to deceive others and to deceive herself. Once images of Long Chen's defeating Yin Wushwang had reached her, she had finally taken action, saying Long Chen was the innocent one, and that the woman in the photographic Jade had just been setting him up. However, back then, she had only just said that single line. That was also setting up a foundation. Saying such a thing had been of no help to Long Chen at all. At the same time, she hadn't directly drawn on the hostility of the first monastery. However, after he had managed to defeat Hua Wufeng, she had finally been moved, feeling like it was time to take action. As a result, she had directly supported Long Chen, pointing out that he was being entrapped by someone. Although she didn't directly say who the person entrapping him was, she implied it was the first monastery and that Yin Wuxuang was the director. Then, when Long Chen had killed Han Tianfeng and severed one of Yin Wuxuang's arms, Hua Biluo should have immediately come to find him. However, she had only come now after Long Chen and Yu Ran had slaughtered a mass of their enemies, only once everything had calmed down. That was a bit unexpected for Long Chen. "I've actually been waiting for you for a long time. You've come a bit late," smiled Long Chen. "Talking with you really saves effort. I was going to come earlier, but because of a few things I ended up being delayed." Hua Biluo smiled bitterly. Long Chen had already impressively seen through everything. She sighed. "Suddenly, I'm a bit afraid of cooperating with you." "Oh, why?" "Because I find you really are impressive. To have already managed to clearly see through everything, I really don't feel that safe," Hua Biluo sighed, brushing back a few strands of loose hair. Long Chen laughed. "Then are you curious why I just foolishly jumped in despite knowing about this trap? Why I didn't think of a way to counterattack? Or perhaps do you think I have some hidden scheme?" Hua Biluo didn't say anything, but she nodded slightly. She felt that with Long Chen's intelligence, he should have long since smelled the scent of a trap. According to reason, he should have long since come up with preventative measures and not have acted so passively. However, all things had their own thoughts and plans. If Long Chen really had a plan, then he had truly hidden it deeply, so deeply that it was frightening. "In truth, you're overthinking it. I knew there was a scheme against me, but I didn't spend that much energy on thinking about how to use brains to resolve it. In my eyes, she is absolutely nothing. If I ended up slowing down my advancement because of her, then my ending would definitely be very miserable. So despite knowing, I didn't have time to play those games with her. I have many things to do that are more important. In this world, there are many problems that can be solved with intelligence. But I trust that Sister Biluo is aware that when there is a problem that intelligence cannot solve, only martial strength can solve it," said Long Chen. "When intelligence cannot solve a problem, only martial strength can." Hua Biluo muttered Long Chen's last phrase, a faint light shining in her eyes. As expected, senior apprentice brother Long Chen really is an intelligent person. This phrase of yours has let me see a new level of things. Sister Biluo is too courteous. All things have pros and cons. If you can use intelligence to solve a problem, it would definitely save effort and be safer, right? Hua Biluo laughed, as Long Chen really was too interesting, and his words were always very sincere. From his gaze, she could tell that he was a very prideful person, and yet he didn't display it. In comparison, those people who always acted very haughty were the people that felt self-inferior, and they had to use that haughtiness to hide it, all to find their own meaning for existence. As for truly prideful people, they never purposefully acted arrogant. Long Chen was such a person, and such a person would usually disdain lying, whether it was to friends or to enemies. "It really is enjoyable talking to you. I almost have an urge to have long discussions into the night with you," laughed Hua Biluo. "Let's not. I'd rather talk about that matter of cooperation. After all, I still want to live for a few more years, and you should know that these days, even the walls have ears. With a slight carelessness, someone might end up being punished with the 5-horse dismemberment punishment." Long Chen acted very afraid. Within the other tent, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Lu Fanger, and Yi Zhikyu all had their eyes closed, cultivating. Although they seemed to have entered a meditative state, their ears were all perked up and listening. Hearing Long Chen's words, they all reddened. Was that 5-horse dismemberment punishment referring to them? "All right, then let's talk about cooperating. I have one question for you. Can you let off Yin Wuxuang?" "Absolutely not." Long Chen's expression changed. Chapter 427, She Must Die. "Absolutely not. I don't know whether the matter of her targeting me was decided by herself or because she was ordered to, but she has already crossed my bottom line. The enmity between us can only be washed away with blood. Either I die or she dies. There's no third option." Long Chen's words were decisive without any room for leeway. There was no way to doubt his determination. Long Chen was now completely infuriated with Yin Wuxuang. Hua Biluo was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Long Chen, do you know how powerful the ancient families are?" Long Chen shook his head. "I don't know. I also don't need to know. Even if she is the descendant of a god, she still must die. Otherwise, I won't be able to face my dead brothers." Whenever Yin Wuxuang's name was mentioned, Long Chen's killing intent would soar. Guan Wenen's lifeless eyes were forever fixed within his mind. Although the various disciples of the 108th monastery had once had some enmities with each other during the initial competitions, those enmities had all been completely forgot since the righteous and corrupt battle. They had all become life-and-death brothers who trusted each other unequivocally. Thinking of how those people hadn't died due to the struggle with the corrupt path, but instead due to the insidious schemes of that woman, Long Chen really had an urge to cut Yin Wuxuang into a million pieces. If you kill her, her family will not let you off. Perhaps even the super monastery will not be able to protect you. The super monastery's higher-ups will not offend an ancient family just for a disciple. At that time, you will be handed over as a murderer to appease the Yin family's fury, said Hegemon. Ha, the ancient families really are mighty, so only they can kill others but others can't retaliate, sneered Long Chen. You are correct. The ancient families are that barbaric, but there's also no way around that, as they have the power to do so. She was only sent to the monastery as a tempering experience. Once that experience is over, the Yin family will call her back. With the ancient family's haughtiness, they will definitely not permit one of their descendants to be murdered. So, Brother Long, you have to think this over. For her, you are willing to throw away your own life. Is it worth it? Hegemon looked at Long Chen complicatedly, trying to persuade him. I don't care if it's worth or not. This is an issue of principles. If I can't get revenge for my brothers, then what is the point of me cultivating? What is the point of living? No matter how high a person's cultivation base reaches, it is a constant struggle while death is just a step away. I would rather live happily, repaying gratitude and enmity, living each day as it comes. As for my enemies, then while I'm alive, they will all be sent to hell, said Long Chen. But have you ever thought that you might implicate the people by your side? Once an ancient family is infuriated, your friends will also die. What will you do then? Seeing how obstinate Long Chen was being, Hegemon was slightly angered. I would run. Contrary to Hegemon's expectations, Long Chen actually said these 3 words. I would run and cultivate on my own. When I'm strong enough, I will exterminate their entire family, using their blood as a sacrifice to my dead friends. Then I would bury my bones with my companions. Long Chen's voice was extremely calm. But within that calmness was an absolute confidence, one that would cause a person's soul to shiver. It was an absolute joke to say you would exterminate an ancient family. But when this joke was said by Long Chen, it seemed so natural, so domineering, and contained an unquestionable resolve. In the other tent, Meng Qi and the others' hearts were pounding. When they heard Long Chen's last sentence, they seemed to be able to see the scene of Long Chen all alone, standing in front of a field of graves, filled with sadness as he killed himself. Tears streamed down 5 faces. Even Hegemon felt a burst of sorrow. According to Long Chen's character, perhaps that really would be the final result. Is there really no room for any leeway? Asked Hegemon. Thank you for your advice, but the enmity between me and Yin Wuxuang is unresolvable. The people by my side are not my chess pieces, but my life and death brothers. Long Chen's words caused Hegemon to be a bit angry, but that anger had only just surfaced when it was replaced by a dim sadness. To be your friend really is fortunate, she sighed. In the sinister cultivation world, people like Long Chen were truly few and far between. As the proverb went, when the dead were dead, the living had a duty to continue living. She had really never heard of someone who would throw away their own life to get revenge for dead people. In the cultivation world, the focus was on benefits and profit. No matter how great the value of a person was while they were alive, once they were dead, there was no longer any value to speak of. Long Chen's thinking profoundly shook Hegemon's inner heart. This was the first time she encountered someone in this world who cared so purely about his friends. I, on the other hand, don't think they're so fortunate. Those that want to be my friends have to have quite the hardy lives, or staying by my side will be too dangerous. A sad light shone in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen was actually someone very guarded with his emotions. He wasn't afraid of danger, but he was afraid of the people by his side facing danger. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of seeing each of his friends falling one by one. That was something harder to endure than his own death. That was also why he had strived to be a great scoundrel when he first joined the monastery. He wanted to be frivolous. He wanted to be on his own with no cares in the world. He wanted to do whatever he wanted to do. That was a nice thought. But then brother after brother appeared by his side. He was already firmly tied to everyone. He was no longer facing life on his own. He was no longer alone on his cultivation path. This new path was one with laughter and joy. But when that joy was lost, it would become pain and suffering. Long Chen cherished each person by his side, so he needed to get stronger, and he needed everyone else to get stronger as well. Why don't you wait then? Since you are confident in growing to that point, why must you face her at this time? Asked Xuanhuan. This isn't a matter of waiting. I know what kind of person she is. If I don't kill Yin Wuxuang, she still won't let me off. Furthermore, even if I did let Yin Wuxuang off, a second Yin Wuxuang will immediately pop up, then a third and a fourth. Right now, I want to cut down this Yin Wuxuang so that the future ones learn to be afraid. I'll smother those future problems before they get a chance to grow. So, I absolutely must kill Yin Wuxuang, said Long Chen. Xuanhuan rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache. It looks like I have no way to persuade you to give up on killing Yin Wuxuang. That's correct, so you don't need to waste any more time on that. If I haven't guessed wrong, then you must also be a person from an ancient family. Yes, I'm the same as Yin Wuxuang and come from another ancient family. Furthermore, the relationship between our two families is rather average. Long Chen was speechless for a moment. Rather average, truly worthy of someone from a noble family. Her words were so implicit. Why not just directly say that their family's relationship was bad? The reason I was sent to the monastery was also for a tempering experience. However, it can also be said to be a competition between me and Yin Wuxuang. The Yin family approves of Han Tianyu's talent, and so they intentionally sent her over to the first monastery. Their plan is to set him up as the monastery's top expert and have him take the first place in the monastery competition. Once he has that glory, the Yin family will invite him to marry into their family, as currently, he still lacks that qualification. He must obtain the first place of the monasteries. With the relationship between our two families, I naturally won't let them do as they please, so I want to suppress Han Tianyu in the secret realm. Long Chen asked, what exactly do you mean by suppress? Suppress in all ways, not just in terms of direct martial might, but also in terms of group power. I've already promised the second monastery's sect leader that I will help him fight for the rank of the first monastery. Currently, I've roped in quite a few smaller powers, forming an alliance with them. At the very least, I'm not losing out in numbers. In terms of actual combat ability, I might not be able to defeat Han Tianyu, but I can at least guarantee that I won't lose. But with Brother Long's assistance, we should have over an 80% chance of victory. But you say you have to kill Yin Wuxuang, so my plans are ruined. Even if my Hua family's relationship with the Yin family isn't good, there technically isn't any hatred on the surface. But if you kill Yin Wuxuang, then it will no longer be a matter of hidden competition. This matter would blow out of my control, sighed Xuanhuan. Even though she came from an ancient family, she wouldn't be able to escape her punishment if she helped Long Chen kill Yin Wuxuang. Although the Yin family wouldn't be able to do anything to her Hua family, killing Yin Wuxuang would go beyond her family's plans. Her actions would lead to dissatisfaction amongst her family, and she would end up losing out greatly. Her goal in being sent to the monastery was to try and suppress the Yin family, but the Hua family definitely did not want the matter blowing up too big. If Yin Wuxuang died, the nature of this matter would have completely changed. So Xuanhuan was stuck in a difficult position. What should she do in this situation? Should she still war against Yin Wuxuang, or should she just quietly retreat? But if she retreated at this point, all her previous efforts would have been wasted. Her tempering experience this time would count as a failure, and that would also cause dissatisfaction amongst her family. Long Chen was also lost in thought. He understood Xuanhuan's difficulties, but it was absolutely impossible for him to let off Yin Wuxuang. After pondering for a long moment, Xuanhuan sighed, I've decided to quit my old plan. Chapter 428 Successful Alliance. Long Chen wasn't surprised by Xuanhuan's decision. Her decision was a smart one. If she really did cooperate with Long Chen at this time, even if she didn't personally do anything to Yin Wuxuang, she still would be labeled an accomplice. However, I've only decided to change my plan of suppressing Yin Wuxuang. My plan to deal a blow to the first monastery hasn't changed. This is something I promised to my sect leader, said Xuanhuan. Oh, then what do you want to do? Although I can't help you target Yin Wuxuang, I can bring my group to stand by your side. Don't look down on my group. I've pulled in quite a few smaller powers. With that many people standing by your side, you'll definitely be very intimidating. If the first monastery wants to splash more dirty water on, they'll just be insulting themselves. To tell the truth, Yin Wuxiang has already exhausted all her abilities, and so she has no choice but to use her despicable methods. Just by standing by your side, it'll be like a slap in Yin Wuxiang's face. It'll be equivalent to telling everyone just how contemptible the first monastery's schemes are. This way, when you target Yin Wuxiang, the first monastery's alliance will hesitate. Seeing how strong your side is, they might not even attack. At the very least, it will have a deterrent effect, said Huabiluo. I don't need you to directly participate in the battle, but if my friends fall into danger during the battle, I hope you can lend a hand to help. If you do, I, Long Chen, will owe you a favor. Huabiluo's eyes brightened. Long Chen was someone who kept his promises, and to have a favor from him, with his potential, if he didn't die, he would definitely grow to a terrifying realm. A favor from him was truly important. All right, I promise. Huabiluo extended a hand. Long Chen also extended a hand, lightly patting Huabiluo's hand. This was a custom that was one of the most solemn promises in the cultivation world. Thank you, Long Chen finally relaxed slightly. Brother Long is too courteous. I'm not really helping you much by doing this, but your care for your people's safety really is rare, praised Huabiluo. Of everyone she had talked with, Long Chen was the only one for whom she hadn't had to constantly guess their inner heart's intentions. She didn't have to worry about him scheming against her, which was something that made her feel secure. Then, since you've already decided to change your original plan, do you have anything else that you need my help with? Asked Long Chen. No, although my plan has changed, just giving a blow to the first monastery is a win for me. This time, the first monastery's greatest mistake was allowing that narrow-minded woman to execute their plan. Now I'll expose the first monastery's despicable side to everyone, causing their prestige to drop to the ground. Also, I'm planning on challenging Han Tianyu before the secret realm closes, said Huabiluo. You want to break the myth of Han Tianyu being undefeatable. Long Chen was surprised by Huabiluo's heroism. Do you think defeating him is so easy? Huabiluo bitterly smiled. You still don't know how terrifying Han Tianyu is. Other than you, he is the most talented genius I've seen so far. When it comes to talent, you might be better than Han Tianyu, but your cultivation base is too low. If you have reached bone forging, you could have swept through the secret realm. I also finally realize why you would be ranked second on the Corrupt Path's must-kill list. Even in the face of top experts, you are able to fight across realms. That kind of talent is too worrying, so I'm sure that whether it is Yin Wuxiang, Han Tianyu, or the Corrupt Path, none of them want to let you leave alive. So Brother Long, don't blame me for having been long-winded. You must think this over carefully. As long as you are able to leave the secret realm, you'll have unlimited prospects. Even if you were to join my Hua family would bring out their full power to groom you. Huabiluo truly didn't want to see Long Chen, a generation's greatest genius, die here. As long as he didn't kill Yin Wuxiang, there would be some leeway. Even she, Huabiluo, would be able to ask her Hua family to help protect him. But if he killed Yin Wuxiang, the Hua family would not possibly protect him, just a talented genius that had yet to mature, against the Yin family's wrath. The relationship between ancient families was complicated, and even Huabiluo was unable to see through the higher-ups' thoughts. Thank you for the reminder. It's not that I don't appreciate your kindness, but that my martial Tao is to live freely, repaying both gratitude and enmity. If I let Yin Wuxiang get away with her crimes, I wouldn't be able to endure that kind of impact. That would plant a heart devil, and it'd be impossible for me to advance anymore. Most importantly, as cultivators, we risk our lives cultivating every day. Just why is it that we have to constantly get stronger? Isn't it because we want to forcibly change our own fates, to use your own power to protect the ones you want to protect? If you just endure everything, and you get into the habit of tolerating whatever happens to you, then would you even be a cultivator? If you just want to use schemes to solve your problems, what is the point of you getting stronger? Hearing Long Chen's words, Huabiluo shook slightly. His words contained the essence of cultivation, causing her to see a clear path in front of her. There were many cultivators, but if you were to ask why they cultivated, then of 10,000 people, you would get 10,000 different answers. However, Long Chen's words were like a loud alarm bell. If you only relied on scheming, then were you even a true cultivator? She finally understood why Long Chen, who was clearly smart enough, never used schemes to handle others. He had to go all out to get stronger because he firmly believed that in front of absolute strength, all schemes were worthless. A person's energy was limited, and if you used schemes to settle everything, then that would take up a great deal of your cultivation time, delaying your cultivation. Long Chen's decision was the smart one. But just who had such confidence in their own strength? Could it be that Long Chen's confidence had never wavered? His words had allowed Hua Biluo to see an unprecedented path for herself. Although she wouldn't necessarily choose to walk down that path, just seeing it was enough to bring her great benefits. Thank you for your pointers, Brother Long. Hua Biluo cupped her hands gratefully. At the same time, she wondered to herself, if instead of spending time and effort on schemes, if she had spent that time on cultivating, then just how powerful would she be right now? Would she still need to worry so much about her current situation? It was still that same phrase. In front of absolute strength, all schemes were worthless. If she was strong enough, would she even need to play these schemes? She could just directly defeat Han Tianyu and Yin Wuxuan. Sister Biluo is too courteous. Since we've chosen to cooperate, we are comrades, so being too courteous will make us seem like outsiders, laughed Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen said this in order to stop Hua Biluo from trying to persuade him. In that aspect, women were not as straightforward as men. Talking with Brother Long Chen has been quite beneficial. Since we've already set up our cooperation, I won't bother you any longer. Hua Biluo stood up and Long Chen sent her out, watching her figure disappear into the distance. Meng Qi and the others now came out of their tent. Long Chen, is Hua Biluo trustworthy? It doesn't matter whether or not she's reliable. This kind of cooperation is purely dependent on self-interests. While we can both benefit, this cooperation will be stable. But in any case, it won't bring us any harm. For Hua Biluo to borrow our power to give a blow to the first monastery can also count as helping us take revenge, so it's mutually beneficial, said Long Chen. Have you ever thought about what you're going to do once you kill Yin Wuxuan? Asked Chu Yao worriedly. To tell the truth, no. Long Chen sighed. I know that killing Yin Wuxuan will cause a great deal of trouble, but I really can't endure letting her live. But the problem also isn't that serious. Meng Qi and Chu Yao, you aren't members of the monasteries, so this won't implicate you. After all, this is an internal matter of the super monastery. I've recorded everything that has happened in the secret realm in photographic jades. Luckily, I have already considered this possibility, and ever since entering the secret realm, I kept a photographic jade activated, so I have all the proof I could want. Although I disdain using such schemes, that doesn't mean that I'm an idiot. This time, we have to blow this matter up as much as possible. It would be best if we could even disturb the monastery head. I refuse to believe the first monastery is really capable of controlling everything. Since this matter has already reached this point, we just have to make it even bigger. The bigger of a ruckus we make, the more beneficial it will be to us. You've all reached the four-temper realm, and considering our talent and combat strength, as long as the monastery head isn't blind, they will definitely not allow geniuses like us to all be killed. That's why I said this world has no such thing as fairness. If you want fairness, you have to fight for it yourself. We have to make the super monastery see our value, and only then will they protect us. Right now, the secret realm is in the tranquil period before the storm. Although Hua Biluo has promised to work with us, and Mo Nian has said that he will stand by our side, those are outer strengths that can't be depended on. Only our own strength can be truly relied on. So during this time, we'll make the most of every moment to increase our strength. After saying that, Long Chen had everyone gather again. Other than Wilda, all of them entered seclusion to increase their cultivation bases. As for Long Chen, he also began to devour 3 connecting flower tendon pills, focusing on increasing his realm. At the same time, he pushed his divine ring to its max. He could smell the scent of blood coming. Chapter 429, Powerful Enemies Appear One After Another. As the day of the Geoli Secret Realm's exit opening approached, the secret realm entered a state of silence. Everyone was in seclusion. They used their remaining time to increase their cultivation base to the highest possible level, all to give themselves a greater chance of surviving in the upcoming battle. There was no longer any time to go searching for opportunities. Their lives were much more important. No matter how good the opportunity was, if you didn't have your life to enjoy it, it was still no use. Time passed. Within the cultivation world, time was like a constantly flowing river. 3 months went by extremely quickly. Within the depths of the secret realm, a huge mountain collapsed. A black-haired man stood on top of the rubble, his terrifying aura constantly soaring into the sky, causing space to constantly quiver. This black-haired man was holding a worn-down spear, but that spear emitted a killing intent like a bloodthirsty fiend. Long Chen, this time I'll definitely kill you. This man was precisely the one Long Chen had almost killed, Yin Luo. After being in seclusion for so long, he had finally come out. A scarlet flame lit up the sky. That kind of temperature could dry seas and incinerate the heavens. A man covered with flames was standing at the peak of a mountain. Long Chen, you stole my Phoenix Sparrow Violet Flame, HMPH, but I still managed to obtain the flame ranked 4th on the Beast Flame rankings. This time, I'll burn you to ashes. Standing on the mountain peak, Hua Wufeng was surrounded by flames, looking like a flame god. Hahaha, Izu Wuya have finally come out again. Little fellows from the righteous path, come crawl beneath my feet. A fiendish laugh resounded through heaven and earth. A man wearing a blood-red robe had an evil smile on. Behind him was an illusory image. That image was an endless blood sea. Although it looked like a picture, an incredibly concentrated blood odor came from it, one that caused all of heaven and earth to change color. Long Chen, you killed my little brother. I'll flay your skin, tear out your muscles, and turn your bones to dust. These words were normally ones that were spat out through clenched teeth, but they were said with such a calm expression that it was even more frightening. A tall man was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes radiated a bright light that was like the point of a sharp blade, making it so others didn't dare look directly at him. Although he was just standing there indifferently, he seemed to contain the imposingness of a devil god looking down on all. His handsome face contained an endless iciness. This was someone who looked similar to Han Tianfeng. However, he was even more handsome than him. He was Han Tianfeng's big brother, the super monastery's #1 expert Han Tianyu. At this time, there were over a dozen people surrounding him. One of those people was the one Long Chen hated with all his being, Yin Wuxuang. Yin Wuxuang wrapped around Han Tianyu's arm and said, "Brother Tianyu, let's go kill Long Chen right now to get revenge for Tianfeng." Yin Wuxuang had truly been terrified by Long Chen. Long Chen had become a serious heart devil for her, and she couldn't even close her eyes anymore without seeing his face. That face was one filled with killing intent. She had become incredibly cowardly now, not even able to travel alone. She had to have a large group of people by her side so that she could use them to run in case Long Chen found her. These past 3 months had felt as long as 30 years for her. She wasn't even able to sleep, let alone cultivate. Once Han Tianyu had left seclusion, he had activated his specific communication device, and Yin Wuxuang had immediately rushed over. She felt that the safest place in this world was by Han Tianyu's side. Let him live a few more days. To directly kill him is letting him off too lightly. Send out the news that I've exited seclusion and that depending on my mood, I'll take his life whenever I want. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for me, said Han Tianyu lightly. Then that's good. Let's make it so he has to spend every day restlessly waiting to die. Yin Wuxuang clenched her teeth. There was just over a month until the secret realm's exit opened. Countless experts were coming out of their seclusion. The secret realm immediately became lively again. But this liveliness was accompanied by endless slaughter and blood. As experts came out, huge battles were fought everywhere. The people exiting seclusion at this time were all top experts extremely confident in themselves. As for those people who were weaker, they were still in seclusion. Just increasing their cultivation base by the slightest bit was worth it to them. Top Compass Mountain, Long Chen and the others also exited their seclusion. What gratified Long Chen was that everyone's cultivation bases had reached the mid-bone forging realm. As for Tang Wanner, who possessed a gold spirit root, she had reached the 7th heaven stage of bone forging, which was the highest out of all of them. Furthermore, as she constantly refined the purest energy from the wind spirit stones, her wind energy once more transformed, and her wind blades had become much more solid and sharp. Tang Wanner was the one with the highest cultivation base, but second place was not Meng Qi or the others. What was surprising was that it was actually Gu Ran. He had reached the peak of the 6th heaven stage, and he could advance to the 7th heaven stage at any moment. That had shocked all of them. Only Long Chen was still calm. He knew that Gu Ran walked an alternative path, and he wouldn't run into any bottlenecks. as long as he continued to firmly believe he could rely on forging items to become a crafting god. Then, by continuously consuming medicinal pills, his cultivation base would grow quickly and constantly. But as soon as he received an impact on his forging Tao, as soon as his confidence was shaken, then his cultivation base would forever stall. Long Chen had already warned him about that, but Xuanhuan had still decided to choose that path. He was blazing an unwalked path to godhood. Walking that path was extremely dangerous, but at the same time, high risk signified high reward. Up until now, Xuanhuan's decision had been extremely correct. Other than Luo Kang, who was still at the 4th heaven stage, the others had reached the 5th or 6th heaven stage. That level of cultivation base was enough to shock the entire secret realm. This was all because Long Chen had decided to refine ringed high-grade pills. Because of that, his pill furnaces had all been ruined, and he didn't have a single one anymore. However, those trash furnaces had at least served their mission in the end before breaking. At this time, Wilda also had come over. He had already finished the Violet Phoenix Sparrow and was now working on the barbaric Wind Beast. Wilda's body hadn't necessarily changed much this entire time, but his skin had turned a bronze color. With his current strength, he could crush steel into smithereens. His physical body was even more powerful than a magical beast's. Furthermore, after his skin had turned bronze, he became impervious to sword or spear. Even when Song Minjuan launched a full power attack, he was only able to leave a small white mark on Wilda's skin. At that time, Gu Yang and the others' jaws had dropped to the ground. This was no longer even human. Was there really someone who was impervious to sword or spear? If Wilda was using a battle skill, then that was one thing, but Wilda didn't know any, and even up to now, he only knew the simplest method to circulate qi. Long Chen noticed a faint mark had appeared on his forehead. Although it was very faint, it was definitely there. That mark wasn't the same as ordinary ancestral marks. This mark wasn't something Wilda had called out, but something that had automatically appeared. That mark seemed to be hiding a volcano that might explode at any moment. Was this what the barbarian race expert had meant when he had said that as long as their physical bodies grew strong enough, they would automatically awaken their abilities? But in any case, Wilda's strength caused their collective team's power to rise a great deal. Now their squad could truly be called elites amongst elites. According to combat ability, each of them had at least reached the level of a chosen. It was just that those with softer temperaments like Meng Qi and Chu Yao wouldn't release that kind of undefeatable will. However, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, and the others had all experienced fierce battles and a rain of blood. Their hearts had long since become tempered, and when they fought, they will far surpass the other so-called chosen. Gu Yang and the others had grown to this point on their own, and their will was not man-made by their sex. They were completely different. Other than their strength advancing, they also had 4 powerful helpers. Those 4 Violet Phoenix Sparrows had all reached the late 4th rank. To help those 4 grow, Meng Qi and the others had expended a great deal of effort, and Long Chen had also refined quite a few medicinal pills specialized for them. Of the 4 women, they would rotate, one of them bringing the 4 birds to go hunting. The reason they had all managed to grow so fast was because they had alternated hunting and cultivating. Long Chen noticed that after being raised by Meng Qi and the others, these birds had become much more human. They weren't as berserk as their mother, and they were extremely loyal. There was basically no need to worry about them suddenly betraying the ladies. This was definitely because of the great care the 4 women had given them as they grew up. Although magical beasts were known for being berserk, they also had emotions. Once they fully accepted a master, they would never betray that person in their lifetime. Compared to fickle humans, magical beasts were actually much more trustworthy. The thing that excited Long Chen the most was that little Snow, who had been in a slumber after consuming the barbaric wind beast's Needon, had finally awoken. After he called out Little Snow from his spiritual space, all of them were shocked. Little Snow had shrunk a great deal and was now only 10 meters long. But his aura was something that caused people to feel a profound reverence. As soon as he appeared, those 4 Violet Phoenix Sparrows all began to shiver. Not only had Little Snow shrunk a great deal, but that fiery red tuft of fur on his forehead had become the shape of a rhombus. When Meng Qi saw that, she was filled with disbelief. She told Long Chen that Little Snow was actually transforming his crystal core. Seeing that Long Chen didn't understand, she explained that Little Snow had dissolved his original crystal core and had condensed a new one. In other words, Little Snow had truly completely mutated, and his rank would no longer be held back by his bloodline. As for how far he could actually grow, no one knew. This kind of crystal core transformation was something Meng Qi had only seen in ancient texts, but even that ancient text had only said that this was only a theoretical possibility. As for whether it was actually possible, it hadn't said. Long Chen was delighted and surprised. He hugged Little Snow's head and laughed. This way, Little Snow could always accompany him. Just a week after they all left seclusion, taking a brief period of relaxation before the great battle, there was someone who came by to send them a certain item. Chapter 430, Huabilio versus Han Tianyu. The person who had come was someone from the second monastery. After handing over a photographic jade, he bowed to Long Chen and left. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. From the start, that person had not said a single word, but his expression had been grave. Long Chen pondered for a moment. He then had Little Snow guard outside while they all entered a tent to watch the photographic jade. A scene appeared in front of them. This scene was one of a man and woman fighting intensely. "It's Huabilio and Han Tianyu," exclaimed Tang Wanner. Huabilio and Han Tianyu were both holding swords, their auras surging imposingly. Countless flower petals had appeared behind Huabilio, and adding on her innate beauty, she truly seemed like a fairy of flowers. But they all knew that these flower petals were not decoration. They could sense that they had all been condensed from Huabilio's spiritual qi. Runes covered each petal, and a vast amount of spiritual qi was flowing from them to Huabilio. Long Chen was shocked to realize that these flower petals were not just some energy storage containers, but able to absorb energy from heaven and earth to supply to Huabilio. That was a similar effect to his own divine ring. However, the difference between the two was far too great. There was no way the flower petals could compare to his divine ring. However, the flower petals still pushed Huabilio's power to her peak, and with each slash of her sword, heaven and earth quivered and the void was split open. This Huabilio really is powerful. Gu Yang and the others couldn't help clicking their tongues. This sword's power was practically capable of ripping open the blue dome of the heavens, but her movements didn't seem to contain any fury and instead seemed like random blows. Their swords clashed repeatedly, and dust filled the air. Sword chi filled the sky and split open the ground, appearing dreadful and grand. Suddenly, Huabilio let out a cry, and her sword pointed towards the sky. All the flower petals behind her condensed together, forming a huge 300-meter sword. When that sword appeared, heaven and earth changed color, and space contorted violently. It contained endless power as it slashed down on Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu's expression was solemn. Holding his sword in his hands, they briefly saw a golden rune light up on the back of his hands. But those runes faded in an instant, and instead, 2 runes had now appeared on his sword. They twisted around it, making it seem as if his sword had come to life as it emitted a faint cry, slashing at Huabilio's giant sword. Boom! Waves of chi exploded, and both Han Tianyu and Huabilio flew back. The place where they had clashed was a bottomless pit. After that, the image faded, as that was all that was recorded on this photographic jade. They're both so powerful. Everyone was speechless for a long moment. Those two were truly too powerful. Each of their attacks pushed their power to the pinnacle, but it seemed so effortless for them. The two of them had fought calmly, but considering the power behind their blows, the slightest carelessness could have caused one of them to die. Han Tianyu is said to be the super monastery's #1 expert, so I can accept him being this powerful. But who would have thought the always low-key Huabilio would also be able to force a draw even with him? Is that just how powerful ancient families are? Just a random one of them is able to match up to a sect's top expert? Asked an overwhelmed Gu Ran. When Huabilio had said that she was also a disciple from an ancient family who had come out for some tempering experience, she had made it seem as if she was just an ordinary disciple. But such an ordinary disciple was able to fight with a marvel genius like Han Tianyu. That was truly too shocking. Long Chen, which one of them do you think is stronger? Asked Meng Qi. It's definitely Han Tianyu. In that last exchange, although it seemed like a tie on the surface, Huabilio had already lost. Didn't you notice? After that exchange, the sword she condensed from her flower petals shattered, but the runic power on Han Tianyu's sword didn't immediately scatter. Only when the two of them were being blown back did the light from his sword fade. He was purposely hiding his power to make it seem like it was a draw. Long Chen's expression was solemn. Han Tianyu was much stronger than he had imagined. Although Han Tianfeng had been his brother, The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Now when he recalled how Han Tianfeng had been deluded enough to think he could contest the first-place spot with his brother, he realized just how laughable that was. Why would he do this? Is it in order to win favor with Hua Biluo? Chu Yao couldn't help asking. Perhaps. To me, it seems like Han Tianyu would like to join the Hua family, but he also isn't willing to abandon Yin Wuxuang's family. So currently, he is being indecisive. However, Hua Biluo's method was superior. Constantly ignoring him had definitely been the right choice for her. For a genius like Han Tianyu, he's definitely unable to handle being disregarded by others, so Hua Biluo is clearly superior in that aspect. Long Chen smiled. Boss really is boss. These girl pickup techniques are really unrivaled beneath the heavens. Aya. In the middle of Xuanhuan's praise and bootlicking, he was kicked away by Long Chen. Only then did Xuanhuan remember that it wasn't just the two of them. To talk about Long Chen's pickup techniques in front of these many beautiful women was no different than causing trouble for Long Chen. Boss, I was wrong, apologized Xuanhuan. Meng Qi and the others just laughed and didn't say anything about it. They didn't have the heart to care about such a thing right now. What they wanted to know was why Hua Biluo had sent this photographic Jade over. Long Chen pondered for a moment and said, Hua Biluo and Han Tianyu were fighting with at most 50% of their strength. They held back too much, but from this, it seems Han Tianyu is a level higher than Hua Biluo. 50%. Yes, 50%, but you don't need to be so shocked. They are both peerless geniuses, ones who stand at the peak of their realm. There's nothing curious about this. Hua Biluo did this to give me some extremely precious information. She's hoping I will back off slightly. She thinks that, with Han Tianyu present, I have absolutely zero chance of killing Yin Wuxuang, smiled Long Chen. Hua Biluo's not a bad person, said Meng Qi. Hua Biluo had repeatedly tried to persuade Long Chen to give up on killing Yin Wuxuang, all for his own good. In truth, considering her position, for Long Chen to kill Yin Wuxuang should make her clap her hands in delight. That was using Long Chen to help her remove an enemy. But she had abandoned that kind of selfish desire to persuade Long Chen from putting himself into an impossible situation. That made Meng Qi and the others look favorably upon her. Boss, I have something I want to ask you, said Xuanhuan carefully. All right, when did you get so courteous, laughed Long Chen. What I want to ask is how high are your chances of defeating Han Tianyu? After hesitating for a while, Xuanhuan finally asked this important question. Hearing him say that, everyone turned to look at Long Chen closely. This was also what they all wanted to know. Long Chen smiled slightly. You all don't trust me. Fine, I'll tell you my thoughts. Currently, Han Tianyu has yet to bring out his full power, and he is sure to have many other abilities. Furthermore, it is also rumored that he obtained some treasure that we didn't see him take out in this photographic Jade. However, that hasn't impacted my confidence. If I fight him, I have a 90% chance of not being defeated, a 50% chance of defeating him, but as for killing him, at most, I have only a 20% chance. All of them turned lifeless. If they didn't know Long Chen's character, they would think he was just boasting. But Long Chen never acted like that, especially not when it concerned everyone's safety. Then what he was saying was an absolute fact. To have a 50% chance of defeating the super monastery's top expert, just what kind of concept was that? That was too shocking. Did you think that since I spent all these time refining pills that I forgot how to fight? Laughed Long Chen. To tell the truth, after refining for so long, Long Chen really had an urge to puke. If it wasn't for everyone, he definitely wouldn't have been able to endure it. It really was true that it had been a long time since he had had a battle, but during this time, he had advanced to the 9th heaven stage of tendon transformation. Even Long Chen didn't know how strong he had become now. Boss, why don't you hurry and seclude yourself to cultivate? If you break through to bone forging, then wouldn't you be able to crush Han Tianyu with a fart? Xuanhuan, be more civilized. Meng Qi and the others blushed, and it was Tang Wan'er who angrily rebuked him. Xuanhuan really needed to pay attention to the situation when he spoke. How could it be that simple? Long Chen smiled bitterly. For others, advancing past the 9th heaven stage would bring them to the next realm, but he had to reach the 13th heaven stage before having to face the bottleneck. Furthermore, for the 10th heaven stage and up, each advancement was shockingly difficult. It required an ocean's worth of medicinal pills. He still didn't have that many pills. Right now, the only useful medicinal ingredients he had were the ones in his life ring, but those were seeds to be sold, and they were the wealth that would allow everyone a chance to soar in the future. He couldn't waste them. Right now, he couldn't increase his cultivation base quickly anymore. What he needed to do was make sure Xuanhuan forever stayed within the secret realm to comfort his brother's departed spirits. As for what would happen later, he could only take it step by step. The only thing that Chen regretted was that despite clearly being able to feel something in the secret realm calling to him, he was unable to find it. Now they were about to leave. Could it be he would have to wait another 100 years to once more enter the secret realm? But the spatial channel to enter only permitted those at the tendon transformation realm to enter. He couldn't possibly just not cultivate for a century, right? But panicking about this also wasn't a solution. Right now, he had everyone relax as much as they could. Every day, Chen accompanied all his brothers in drinking and accompanied Meng-Chi and the others in chatting and laughing. This brief moment was an incomparably happy time. During this time, there were a few more people who came to disturb them. They cursed Chen, saying he wouldn't have a good death, that he would be executed by Han Tianyu. But after they were killed by Gu Ran's arrows, it calmed back down again. Half a month passed by. Now Chen and the others packed up, preparing to go directly to the Two-World Mountain at the core of the secret realm. That was where the secret realm's exit would open. Chapter 430, Two-World Mountain. Two-World Mountain was located at the core of the GLI secret realm. Although there were many entrances, Two-World Mountain was the only exit. Due to how much time had passed, it was unknown how the initial explorers had managed to find it. But in order to leave the secret realm, you had to leave through here. Two-World Mountain was an extremely particular mountain. It was 1,000 miles wide and 10 miles high. It had 2 mountain peaks with an empty space between them. The ground there was a scarlet-red color. That was from being dyed with blood. Each time the exit opened, the righteous and corrupt paths would undergo an immense life and death battle here. This place was littered with broken weapons, as well as some eroded skeletons. A faint sobbing sound still seemed to linger in the air. After countless years, it was unknown just how many righteous and corrupt disciples had become pieces of dust here. Every inch of space here was filled with the aura of death. Currently, there were still 3 days until the exit opened. All the righteous and corrupt disciples had gathered here from all directions. Both sides were separated by a dozen miles, each minding their own business. Even the savage, corrupt disciples had grave expressions. Occasionally, they would glance over at the side of the righteous path. As for the righteous path, they were tightly clenching their weapons, keeping watch over the corrupt disciples uneasily. This was an unavoidable battle. When it was time for the exit to open, a spatial gate would open over the battlefield of Two-World Mountain. This spatial gate would only be open for a quarter hour. Considering how many disciples there were, that time was far from enough. So this was an extremely cruel trial. The defeated could only die. The 2 paths, disciples had begun gathering a week ago, but when everyone had gathered, they were all given a shock. There were actually no less than 10,000 righteous disciples present now. As for the corrupt disciples, they didn't number much less than the righteous disciples. The number of people present in the secret realm this time was somehow 10 times greater than any other time in history. No one knew just how that had happened. Although there are many entrances to the secret realm, each entrance could only accept a limited number of people. Once that number was reached, it was impossible for any more people to go through that entrance. However, some people's eyes were a bit sharper, and they sneered once they saw through the problem. They had realized that this time, a great deal of disciples had come from small, weaker sects. In other words, something had to have happened with the small entrances that were in the control of those weaker sects, allowing them to send in more people. These disciples all had weak foundations, and their combat strength was the lowest of everyone present. Once the battle started, they would just be cannon fodder. In the upcoming battle, it wasn't necessarily a straight-on battle. Instead, it was more accurately a massacre. The experts from the righteous path would charge amongst the corrupt disciples, while the experts from the corrupt path would also charge amongst the righteous disciples. They would wantonly slaughter the weak for their spatial rings. True battles between the top experts were rather rare. That was because they all were focused on killing more enemies to get more treasures. In this particular clash, the ones to die were mostly the weaker ones. Those who were stronger were like lions that stood at the peak of the food chain, and they were always the ones who benefited the most. The disciples that were staring at their enemies were all either thinking of how they would stay alive or how they would snatch more treasures. However, neither side was saying anything. Although there were almost 20,000 disciples present, the entire crowd was deathly silent. However, once a certain group of people slowly walked over, all their pupils shrunk. It's Long Chen. One person was at the front, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He appeared to be some celestial emperor looking down on mortals, filled with arrogance and disdain. Long Chen's aura had grown even stronger. Although his cultivation base was only at the tendon transformation realm, that aura was like a boulder crushing everyone's hearts. Seeing him, both the righteous and corrupt disciples' hearts involuntarily began to pound wildly. This was a legendary person. When he had first entered the secret realm, he had only been at blood condensation. But even though he had been chased down by Yin Luo, he had still survived. From then on, images of Long Chen's actions had never stopped coming. Many of those scenes were all incredibly shocking, almost unbelievable. There were countless photographic jades that had spread. Two scenes in particular were exceptionally shocking. One of those was from Compass Mountain when Long Chen had revealed an incredible power, defeating Yin Wuxuang and killing Han Tianfeng. As for the other scene, that was even more amazing. It was just that at the beginning, only a small portion of people had managed to see it. It only began to spread crazily later. That was the scene of Long Chen chasing after Yin Luo. When they had seen that, everyone had been stupefied. The corrupt path's #1 expert had lost an arm and was miserably fleeing. And the one chasing him was Long Chen. Their positions had been reversed from the beginning of the secret realm. Now Long Chen's name had truly created a controversy amongst the righteous and corrupt paths. Countless people felt reverence for his fierceness. Just how ruthless was this person? He could fight across realms against a peak expert and was even able to chase after him. That practically toppled all their understanding of the world. If Yin Luo was called a peak expert, then what should Long Chen be called? A peak monster. Long Chen was walking forward. Seeing both sides separated by a dozen miles, he decided not to go over to either side. Instead, he walked down the center between the two parties. He didn't want to be associated with either side. The corrupt disciples were his enemies, while the righteous disciples were not his friends. Behind Long Chen were 5 peerless beauties. Their dresses leisurely floated in the wind, looking like 5 fairies that had descended from the heavens. These 5 were Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Lu Feng'er, and Yi Zhikyu. Previously, they had been a bit nervous about coming here, as they knew an incredibly bloody battle would be fought here. But now that they had arrived, their nervousness instead became calm. The figure in front of them gave them a great deal of confidence. That tall and straight back was still unhurried even in the face of all these experts. This imposing atmosphere was not even able to make him flinch. It was as if even if the heavens collapsed, he would still be able to handle it. Behind the 5 women were Gu Ran, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, Li Qi, Luo Kang, and Yue Zaifeng. The 6 of them were proudly staying behind him. To be able to follow Long Chen was their lives' greatest pride. As for the person at the very back, he was a huge giant, his muscles bulging, his arms thicker than a person's legs. A shockingly huge spiked club rested on his shoulder. He looked like some kind of giant god, filled with a domineeringness. This was Wilda. After all his bitter cultivation, those 2 peak 5th rank magical beasts had both been thrown into his stomach. He felt as if his body might explode, and he longed for a battle. Wilda's gaze swept over the righteous and corrupt disciples. His gaze stopped temporarily on the larger fellows. Being stared at by him caused those people to feel a chill as if some beast had set its gaze on them. Long Chen, you heinous villain, you still dare come here. In a bit, we'll all see just how you'll die. A monastery disciple stood out from the crowd, his gaze seemingly delighting in Long Chen's anticipated demise. That was someone from the 7th monastery. Obviously, he was working hard to fawn over the 1st monastery. Seeing how awe-inspiring Long Chen appeared, he couldn't help being filled with envy. Long Chen was just an insignificant brat from the last-place monastery. When it came to status, he wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. But somehow, he had run into some heaven-defying dogshit luck in the secret realm, growing to this point. This fellow from the 7th monastery had long since gone crazy with jealousy. That was especially true with those 5 fairy-like beauties behind Long Chen. He was like the moon set off by sparkling stars, and this fellow directly cursed him in his fury. As soon as that fellow opened his mouth, quite a few people looked at Long Chen in anticipation. Everyone had heard of Long Chen's ruthlessness. They wanted to see what he would do. Long Chen didn't even glance over, nor did his footsteps pause. He raised his right hand slightly and pointed out a single finger. A violet bolt of lightning appeared on his finger and suddenly shot out in front of their horrified gazes. The person who had ridiculed Long Chen was instantly blown to pieces. The bloody stench of this place grew even stronger. There were quite a few people who had been standing by his side, also wearing ridiculing expressions. They all shrieked and fled for their lives. However, Long Chen and the others didn't even glance at them. They continued walking forward, acting as if nothing had happened. How vicious! People's hearts shook. Both the righteous and corrupt disciples were completely intimidated by Long Chen's methods. His attack had been far too quick, so fast that it was impossible to dodge or block. They hadn't even clearly seen his attack before that person had died. That had been a powerful favored, but he hadn't had the slightest ability to retaliate. The most horrifying thing was Long Chen's completely calm expression. There was not even the slightest ripple even after killing someone. Long Chen, you perverted traitor, you vicious slaughterer, are you trying to become enemies with the entire righteous path? Suddenly, a voice rang out from amongst the crowd. But that person was very crafty and hid himself within the crowd, and it was impossible to see him. That voice continued to curse. How could you be so vicious as to kill someone just because he said something you didn't like? Do you think you can kill all of us? You're the absolute scum of the righteous path and everyone wants you punished. Just wait, when Han Tianyu arrives, the first thing he'll do is make you into a corpse for That hidden person was cursing to his heart's content when he suddenly let out a mournful shriek. Then the voice disappeared. Everyone was startled, but then they saw one of the women behind Long Chen had formed an odd hand seal. Lu Fang'er sneered, "Contemptible and shameless fellow, did you think it would be impossible to find you just because you hid yourself?" Obviously, Lu Fang'er had used some unknown technique to lock onto that person's position, and then use a spiritual attack to kill him. Halasa. Now that 2 experts from the righteous path had been killed, a chosen from the corrupt path sneered, "Dogs killing dogs, truly not bad." But as soon as he said that, his expression changed completely, because a huge crossbow was now pointed at him. Chapter 432, Zhu Wuya. Boom! Before he could react, a black light instantly reached him. That was a huge black arrow that instantly pierced through his chest and exploded. Broken pieces of the arrow shot out in all directions. Dozens of corrupt disciples were hit by the aftermath, and only a few of them managed to survive through luck. Yu Ran was the same as Long Chen, and he didn't even glance over. Resting his crossbow on his shoulder, he continued walking behind Long Chen. "Long Chen, you go too far." One of the top experts of the corrupt path angrily roared. This person was over 6 feet tall, and his cultivation base had reached the mid-bone forging realm. The fluctuations from his body were extremely powerful. As soon as that person stood out, quite a few corrupt experts took out their weapons, ready to attack at any time. Obviously, this person's status in the corrupt path was extremely high. Long Chen paused for a moment to look at this person. He shook his head. "For you to put it like this, I really am hurt. Don't make me out to seem so vile. In truth, I really am a kind-hearted person." Kind-hearted? Everyone's faces twitched. He killed people like killing chickens. No, that wasn't right. When people killed chickens, they usually had to at least look. He killed people without batting an eye, as if crushing an ant. Did the word kind-hearted really have the slightest bit of relation to him? "Long Chen, you actually sneak-attacked members of my corrupt path. Do you think my corrupt path is easy to bully?" raged that person. "Have you taken me to be an outsider? The righteous and corrupt paths have fought for so many years. You've bullied us and we've bullied you. Everyone is already familiar with that. So do your words have any meaning?" said Long Chen. Do you believe me when I say with a single word, I can instantly wipe out all of you?" Long Chen's relationship with the righteous path was something everyone knew now. Currently, Long Chen was independent of either the righteous or corrupt path. He was also the smallest group present. No matter how powerful Long Chen was, he was just one person. However, they had over 10,000 corrupt disciples present, and they were sure that if they suppressed Long Chen, no one from the righteous path would come out to help. Instead, they would probably cheer. "Do you believe me when I say that if you continue talking, I will immediately cut off your head?" Long Chen indifferently looked at him, who didn't know how to brag. That person's aura immediately erupted furiously. At the same time, Hundreds of people by his side released their auras, ready to attack at any moment. As for the righteous disciples, they celebrated when they saw this. They really hadn't expected Long Chen to be so brazen as to directly kill so many corrupt disciples. That was a head-on provocation to them. There were also many who silently admired Long Chen inside. This was a true man. Normally, the countless righteous disciples were always terrified of the powerful corrupt disciples. But Long Chen's group only had 12 people, and in the face of over 10,000 corrupt disciples, he didn't seem the slightest bit concerned. What kind of boldness was that? Right now, Long Chen had shown up, becoming the third power outside the righteous and corrupt paths. This group of his had far too few people, and yet the imposingness he had displayed had shocked all of them. This was all done on purpose by Long Chen. He could already tell that there was no longer any retreat for him. The righteous path refused to tolerate him, and the corrupt path also refused to accept him. In that kind of situation, he needed to show his own power, making people too intimidated. Otherwise, if he revealed the slightest weakness or tolerance, all that would come for him was death. Long Chen had already told his people that there was no way they could smoothly leave this place. If they wanted to live, then they needed to climb out of an endless pile of corpses. Meng Qi and the others had long since prepared themselves now. Since this battle was inevitable, then what was the point of being so careful? Since they could die at any time, why not go out with a bang? Long Chen expressionlessly looked at that corrupt chosen. Even the ones behind him were just looking on indifferently. They hadn't even raised their weapons. They were completely ignoring them. That was a silent ridicule and insult to them. That corrupt chosen's face turned purple from rage. Right now, he was stuck in a hard position. He was a top expert and was on the same level as Han Tianfeng and Yin Wuxuan. Although the current him had tempered 4 bones, he had no assurance when it came to Long Chen. However, Long Chen's gaze was truly unendurable. If he retreated at this time, his reputation would plummet. That was practically worse to him than being killed. Clenching his teeth, he was just about to charge at Long Chen. "Brother Wu, wait a moment." Just as he was about to charge out, he was held back by another person who said, "Long Chen is already about to die to Han Tianyu. He only has a short time before his death. Why bother lowering yourself to his level? If you attack, wouldn't you just end up helping Han Tianyu?" The person who had been called Brother Wu sighed in relief. He didn't want to fight with Long Chen. He had just been putting on a bold face. Now he could borrow this person's words to withdraw. He gratefully said, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhao. Otherwise, I would have ended up helping those idiots from the righteous path." He turned and looked icily at Long Chen. "I'll allow you to live for a few more hours. I'll let you enjoy your time before your miserable death." Gutless, Xuanhuan sneered, his eyes containing a trace of disappointment. "Why aren't they coming over?" asked the confused Wilda. "Because they're afraid of death," Xuanhuan shrugged helplessly. "Oh, then are we fighting?" "We're definitely going to have to fight, but it will probably have to wait for a while." "All right, then I'm going to take a nap." After saying that, Wilda lay down just like that, falling asleep. Laying down his club, he ended up using it as a pillow. He would occasionally let out a loud snore. Long Chen and the others were already accustomed to seeing this. Wilda's body was different from others, and his body was unable to hold any spiritual qi. In other words, he would only have energy once he had eaten, but as soon as he became hungry, that energy would sharply fall. Sleeping was the best way for him to conserve his strength. They knew that, but the righteous and corrupt disciples didn't. They all looked on with bewilderment. At this kind of tense time, he was still able to sleep just like that. These people had already been waiting here for many days, and their nerves had been stretched taut the entire time. They didn't even dare blink their eyes, afraid they would never be able to open them again. Long Chen swept his gaze over the crowd, and his heart sank slightly. He had still underestimated the power of the 7 prefectures. There had to be at least thousands of chosen-level experts present amongst the crowd. As for experts on the same level as Han Tianfeng, there were over 100 of them. Of the remaining experts, over 80% were favored. Ordinary core disciples only took up a bit more than a tenth of the people present. But after thinking about it for a moment, he understood that this was due to the cruel natural selection of the Geolai secret realm. Most ordinary disciples had already fallen. As for a portion of them, they had killed favored and taken their Dao-marks, going from an ordinary core disciple to a favored. But for an ordinary disciple to kill a favored, just how difficult was that? So obviously, the majority of those ordinary disciples had already died within the secret realm. Long Chen completely ignored those ordinary disciples, and even those favored didn't need to be put in his calculations. Only chosen were able to pose some threat to them. Their numbers had far surpassed Long Chen's estimation. Furthermore, he noticed that the true top experts of the righteous and corrupt paths had yet to appear. It seemed he had arrived too early. Long Chen's group sat down to rest, closing their eyes and keeping themselves in peak condition. As for the other disciples, not one of them made a single sound. No one else dared further provoke him. Bit by bit, time passed. After 2 hours, a burst of dust blew into the air and the ground began to tremble. A huge figure was rushing over. It was a 6-horned silver-scale bull that was over 300 meters long, and its aura had reached the peak of the 4th realm. On its back was a black-haired man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were 2 stars, and his aura was like the sea. Some sort of formless energy roamed around him, causing space to quiver. It's Xuanhuan. The righteous disciples let out startled cries when they recognized this person. He was someone who stood at the peak of the corrupt path. Just his name was like a huge hammer that smashed people's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. To the righteous disciples, Xuanhuan was even more terrifying than Yin Luo, as Xuanhuan was truly a bloodthirsty fiend. None of the righteous disciples who encountered him lived to tell the tale. The most terrifying thing about him was his abnormal temperament. He delighted in slaughter, and his favorite thing to see was people's expressions right before they died. As for the 6-horned silver-scale bull, it was like a huge silver mountain as it rushed over in this direction. Behind it were thousands of disciples. Those were all Xuanhuan's followers, and they were all elites amongst elites. They only stopped when they were in front of the righteous disciples. Those righteous disciples were all terrified, involuntarily retreating. Although the 6-horned silver-scale bull was still a few miles away, their blood still turned cold. They weren't afraid of that magical beast, but the person on its back. That person was practically a fiend. Xuanhuan swept his gaze over those terrified expressions and smiled cruelly. He licked his lips, looking thirsty for blood. It was as if he could already taste it, and he was filled with anticipation. Those righteous disciples' expressions all changed. Xuanhuan's bloodthirsty eyes were exactly as described in the stories. However, he only icily looked over them without directly doing anything to them. Instead, he turned his 6-horned silver-scale bull to go towards Long Chen. Chapter 433, Displaying Strength. Seeing Xuanhuan leave, all those righteous disciples let out sighs of relief. Despite having known that he definitely wouldn't attack, they had still been incredibly nervous. None of the peak experts of the righteous path had arrived, as the decisive battle would only occur on the final day before the secret realm opened. No one wished to take the initiative to break that tradition. If Xuanhuan had charged in of his own accord, that would lead to dissatisfaction amongst the other experts of the corrupt path, as he would end up taking all the benefits for himself. In truth, the corrupt disciples cared more about rules than the righteous disciples. Now that Xuanhuan was charging at Long Chen, quite a few people were delighted. Was Long Chen acting like some badass just now? Then, let's see if he really had that ability. Xuanhuan slowed down once he was a mile away from Long Chen, arrogantly looking down on him. You are Long Chen. If you know but are still asking, then are you an idiot? It was Long Chen who replied, but Xuanhuan who lazily took his place. Ha 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 ha, good. It's been many years since someone dared talk to me this way. Xuanhuan actually laughed. He didn't grow angry, but that bloodthirsty light in his eyes grew denser. Don't bother with that. You think you can be arrogant. Is riding a stupid cow so amazing? No one dare say such things to you. You really are a horse that doesn't know his face is long. Do you know? No one here wants to even acknowledge you, as just that is embarrassing for us, but the pitiful you doesn't even know that. If you have words to say, spit them out. Stop wasting our time. If you want to die, then just kill yourself. My boss is too lazy to handle you. Speaking of which, before you kill yourself, dig yourself a grave. Then after you kill yourself, bury yourself. Everyone's too busy to bother with you, said Xuanhuan. Everyone jumped in fright. Just who was Xuanhuan? He was publicly known as a bloodthirsty fiend, vicious and cruel. Even the corrupt disciples would shiver when they saw him, but Xuanhuan now told him to kill himself, and to even dig a grave and bury himself. Had he gone mad? If you landed in Xuanhuan's hands, having a quick death was an extravagance. Furthermore, it was only Xuanhuan who didn't seem to possess any aura or powerful will. Everyone could clearly see that of Long Chen's group, he was the absolute weakest. Was he borrowing Long Chen's might to intimidate others? Have I had a water? Zhu Wuya laughed crazily. Ever since he had stepped onto his cultivation path, there hadn't been a single person who dared say such things to him. Good, very good. Little brat, I've decided to take your life. I really want to see whether you'll be able to say such things once you're in my hands. What no one had expected was that Zhu Wuya now charged at Xuanhuan. There hadn't been the slightest sign of him moving, and his speed was incredible, making him appear like a phantom. By the time others reacted, his hand was about to reach Xuanhuan's throat. Long Chen, whose eyes were still closed, raised his hand slightly but then decided to take it back. Just as Zhu Wuya's hand was about to reach Xuanhuan's throat, a golden spear thrust at his chest, the power behind it tearing apart the void. Eh? Zhu Wuya was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the large, bald man beside Xuanhuan would possess such great strength. Even he couldn't ignore this spear. Most shocking to him was that this spear contained an incredibly courageous will and an unwavering spirit. Before attacking, Zhu Wuya had seen that there were 5 women sitting behind Long Chen, while Xuanhuan and the others were sitting in front of him. Although he wanted to test Long Chen to see if he was as powerful as the story said, he didn't want to attack him at this exact moment. However, Xuanhuan's words had sparked his killing intent. He wanted to use his fastest speed to capture Xuanhuan and bring him back to the corrupt disciples. To sadistically kill Xuanhuan in front of everyone would be something exceptionally enjoyable for him. His goal had been to capture Xuanhuan in one move and then retreat. He trusted that even if Long Chen and the others reacted at that time, they would already be helpless to do anything. However, as soon as he took action, he realized something was wrong. From the start, Long Chen didn't appear to want to move at all. As for Xuanhuan, he didn't seem the slightest bit panicked despite Zhu Wuya's claw approaching his throat. Instead, his eyes contained a powerful ridicule. Zhu Wuya shifted his hand, and a blood-colored palm smashed onto Gu Yang's spear. Gu Yang immediately felt as if his arms were about to break and his blood surged within him. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was astonished. This attack had contained his full strength. However, it had been easily brushed aside by Zhu Wuya. Zhu Wuya really was just too powerful. While Gu Yang was shocked, Zhu Wuya was also astonished. His blow might have appeared simple, but in order to finish this attack quickly, he had used 80% of his power. If Gu Yang were an ordinary chosen, he would have been instantly crushed to death. But Gu Yang was only forced back a few steps. He clearly hadn't suffered any injury. Zhu Wuya had no time to bother about that at this time. After forcing away Gu Yang with a single palm, he was just about to turn back to capturing Xuanhuan when a chilling sword chi stabbed towards his head. Sword cultivator. Zhu Wuya was astonished. Sword cultivators were said to be cultivators with the highest destructive power. They focused their life on the sword, and each one of their sword blows contained their full heart and soul, as well as their life's will and determination. This sword chi's power immediately locked him down. That was the terror of sword cultivators. You had to block each of their attacks, as it was impossible to dodge them. If you dodged, you would immediately lose any initiative or imposingness. That would bring about a torrent of attacks that would lead directly to your death. Zhu Wuya's expression became a bit unsightly. He hadn't expected the unremarkable people that followed Long Chen to be so problematic. He finally realized that the reason Long Chen didn't attack him, and why the others were only indifferently looking on at him, was because they were not at all afraid of him. That caused his fury to soar. These people dared disregard him. With an icy snort, blood chi filled his hand, and his fist smashed at that sword chi. The sword chi shattered, but the berserk will contained within it caused his expression to change slightly, and he involuntarily took 3 steps back. That exchange caused everyone's expressions to change. They were all filled with shock, looking in disbelief at a man whose face was now slightly pale. Impossible, Zhu Wuya. He was capable of knocking him back 3 steps. Just who is that person? Just what kind of people are beside Long Chen? That bald man managed to block one of Zhu Wuya's attacks, and now this person is actually able to knock him back. Everyone became lifeless. Zhu Wuya was a peak expert amongst the corrupt disciples. He was on the same level as Yin Luo and the others. Someone who stood at the peak of his realm had still been forced back. If it had been Long Chen, then that would still be acceptable. After all, Long Chen had his impressive battle accomplishments. But the people who forced him back were two unknown people. That was an unacceptable fact to these people. After forcing back Zhu Wuya, Yue Zifeng also suffered a backlash. That sword contained his heart and soul. For his sword qi to be shattered caused some injury to his mind, and his expression paled slightly. However, although Yue Zifeng and Gu Yang had suffered a slight injury, their hearts were filled with pride. They had originally just been ordinary core disciples. In the face of these geniuses, they had always been looked down upon. But now, they could already exchange blows with peak experts. That kind of pride was something only they could understand. At the same time, they were filled with gratefulness towards Long Chen. This was only possible because Long Chen had dragged them up here step by step. Otherwise, they would have never been able to see the scenery from this height. Seeing that both his attacks had been blocked, Zhu Wuya's expression turned ugly. A perfect sneak attack had turned out like this. He really had been humiliated. Die! Zhu Wuya roared and a palm came crashing down on Gu Ran. This palm caused blood qi to soar into the sky, and a murderous aura locked onto Gu Ran. You should die instead, Gu Ran sneered, and his arm became a metal arm. Runes flashed and many little holes opened on the arm. When those holes appeared, Zhu Wuya's scalp turned numb, and a powerful sensation of danger filled his heart. Thousands of black lights shot out at him. They contained so much power that each of them made a space-staring whistling as they flew. They instantly arrived right in front of Zhu Wuya. Their sharpness made his hair stand on end. With no way to attack Gu Ran, Zhu Wuya's aura exploded out, and a bone-like armor appeared in front of him. Illusory bone armor. Others let out startled cries. That was an ability specific to bone-forging experts. Only once they had tempered their bones to a practically flawless state could they condense this kind of defense. Normally, to condense this armor required you to have tempered at least 4 bones, but not just anyone was truly capable of using it in battle. Only top experts were capable of it. Ordinary people were only able to condense an illusory bone robe. Although they looked similar, the defensive strength was incomparable. Whether it was the robe or the armor, they were both a kind of defense only usable when spiritual qi had been condensed to a pinnacle. This technique's defensive strength was extremely great. Those thousands of black lights smashed onto Zhu Wuya's body, causing loud booming sounds with each one of them. Zhu Wuya was directly blown back 300 meters, appearing extremely wretched. The entire crowd was silent. They all looked at Gu Ran's metallic arm like they were seeing a ghost. Chapter 434 Treacherous Hearts. Zhu Wuya was shocked and infuriated. Although his illusory bone armor had blocked Gu Ran's attack, he was still covered in cold sweat. Seeing those scattered needles on the ground, the runic light coming from them gave him chills. If he hadn't reacted at the first moment and summoned the illusory bone armor, he would have been turned into a sieve. No physical body could possibly block such sharp needles when they were shot out with this kind of force. Although it wouldn't have necessarily taken his life, it would be impossible to avoid being heavily injured. Before the righteous and corrupt battle had even started, he had already been forced into a miserable position. Suddenly, clapping sounds rang out. A group of people grandly walked over. The person at the front was wearing a white dress. She was tall and slender, her skin white as snow, and she gracefully walked over. "It's Hua Biluo," the righteous disciples let out exclamations. Hua Biluo was a peak expert in the righteous path. Zhu Wuya's arrival had been like a heavy stone oppressing the righteous disciples' hearts. Now that Hua Biluo had arrived, their morale immediately soared. There were thousands of disciples behind Hua Biluo. Almost half of them were monastery disciples. Hua Biluo truly had skillful methods to be able to gather so many disciples. Hua Biluo was clapping as she brought everyone to stand by Long Chen. Wonderful, really wonderful. Who would have expected that Brother Long's subordinates were all hidden dragons and crouching tigers? My eyes really have been opened. As soon as Hua Biluo arrived, she had just managed to see Zhu Wuya attacking. Her evaluation of Long Chen's power rose even further. Previously, she had only been interested in Long Chen's individual power. She hadn't really cared about the others. But just now, whether it was Gu Yang or Yue Zifeng, the power they had released was far greater than ordinary chosen. They wouldn't even be much weaker than people on the level of Yin Xuanhuan. That gave her a shock. Sister Biluo is too courteous. After not meeting for so long, you've become even more beautiful. Long Chen stood up and smiled. Since they were allied, he naturally didn't feel right sitting. The others also got up. Of course, Wilda was an exception. To overpraise me like this in front of such beautiful women, if I didn't know your character, I really would suspect you were intentionally mocking me. Hua Biluo couldn't help laughing when she saw Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the other beautiful women. Let me give you an introduction. This is Senior Apprentice Brother Chang from the 4th Monastery. This is Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao from the 6th Monastery. Hua Biluo introduced the leaders of her alliance, and Long Chen politely greeted them. But he could see the contempt in their eyes. Although they weren't looking down their noses at him, it was still obvious to him. However, Long Chen had to give Hua Biluo face. As for what those people thought of him, he didn't particularly care. Xuanhuan and the others could also tell that these people were too arrogant, causing them to feel a bit uncomfortable. Just who had the qualifications to be so arrogant in front of Long Chen? Hey, who do you think you are? Is your status so amazing? You dare look down on people, scolded Xuanhuan. Quite a few people's expressions sank, and even Hua Biluo was slightly angered inside. Although she also knew these people were too arrogant on the surface, they still hadn't done anything. Scolding them like this was a bit too much. Xuanhuan continued, and you in front of my boss, you are just a dreg. Just now my boss decided not to do anything to you, but if he had, you'd have long since died. If you aren't going to fuck off now, what are you waiting for? You actually don't know how to do this little, but you still think you can call yourself an expert. Following Xuanhuan's gaze, they saw the distant Zhu Wuya was just standing there, his expression extremely gloomy. He couldn't leave, but he also couldn't stay. Now he was in an awkward position. This still wasn't the time for the decisive battle. He couldn't rashly go all out, but if he just left like this, he really would have lost all his prestige. Now people realized Xuanhuan was cursing Zhu Wuya. However, quite a few people could tell that Xuanhuan was indirectly cursing others. These people actually dared look down on someone like Long Chen. Did they think a grand background was something so amazing? You're looking to die, Zhu Wuya raged. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. He was already on the verge of exploding. Zhu Wuya, you should return. You won't get anything from here, said Hua Biluo. Her words were entirely correct. He really wouldn't be able to obtain anything unless he decided to initiate the righteous and corrupt battle without care of others. However, he wouldn't do such a thing. When it came to the top experts of the corrupt path, he was not the only one. If he did that, he would offend all those other experts that had yet to arrive. HMPH, I'll allow you to live for a little while longer. Zhu Wuya took a deep breath, in the end deciding to return to the corrupt path side. He was not able to be as free and unrestrained as Long Chen, capable of taking action whenever he wanted. However, he was an extremely quick-witted person. No one would be able to run from this battle, so a few more hours didn't matter. Brother Long, don't stand here. Come with us. After all, you are a member of our righteous path, and we should be working together against our enemies, smiled Hua Biluo. Before Long Chen could reply, a man frowned and said, That's no good. By standing here, Long Chen has already expressed that he is no longer a member of our righteous path. Why do we have to care about him? This person was a monastery disciple and was also a chosen. His words immediately caused Hua Biluo's expression to change. She icily said, In the righteous and corrupt battles, we should all be working together against our common enemy, the corrupt path. What purpose do you have to say such a thing? She really hadn't expected someone to interfere like this. Although Long Chen had had problems with the first monastery, the righteous path's inner strife had to be ignored so they could unify against the corrupt path. Sister Biluo, Long Chen's reputation is something everyone knows. You want us to stand together with such a person. I, Li Changhao, am a true man and I cannot forgive such a person, he said righteously. Shut the fuck up, my boss was framed by others, raged Xuanhuan. Framed? HMPH, if he really was innocent, who would have wanted to frame him? Why didn't anyone come frame me? Do you think we're all idiots? He said disdainfully. Xuanhuan was completely furious. This bastard really was looking to die. If he didn't have misgivings about Hua Biluo, Xuanhuan would have already taken out his battle armor and killed this idiot. Only Long Chen's expression remained indifferent. He didn't say anything. Hua Biluo's expression was a bit unsightly as she icily said, Li Changhao, we no longer welcome you. You can leave. Li Changhao sneered, I don't need you to say that, I'm leaving. I really wouldn't have thought that the goddess of our hearts would end up liking a perverted traitor. It really makes a person's heart cold. Brothers, have you not seen this? Sister Biluo has already fallen for this Long Chen. Although he doesn't have any other skills, it seems his seducing skills are really unrivaled beneath the heavens. What are you all waiting for? Suddenly, a large hand slapped across Li Changhao's face. This slap had come completely silently, and he was struck so hard, his jaw shattered and his teeth flew out. The indifferent Long Chen had finally taken action. After that slap, he didn't wait for Li Changhao to react. His hand was already tightly clenched around his neck. Long Chen, what are you doing? Li Changhao had never imagined that Long Chen would attack him, and that his power would be even more terrifying than before. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. His eyes were filled with terror. Previously, he had heard that Long Chen was supposedly extremely powerful, but he had always assumed that Yin Wushwang had just been purposely raising his reputation. The more powerful Long Chen was said to be, the more glorious it would be for Han Tianyu when he killed him. Speak, who sent you here? Long Chen indifferently looked at him, his voice ice-cold without the slightest emotion. Hua Biluo had been trembling with rage, but now that Long Chen asked this, she immediately realized that something was wrong with this Li Changhao. You, what nonsense are you spouting? I just can't bear people like you. Could it be you want to kill me? Haha, if you have the guts, then go ahead and kill me. That'll just prove you are a bloodthirsty, homicidal devil. Kill me and ah. Li Changhao suddenly let out a mournful shriek. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his eyes almost popped out. Long Chen, Hua Biluo let out a startled cry. She could tell that Long Chen was using his powerful spiritual strength to crush Li Changhao's soul piece by piece, making him suffer incredible pain. The pain of the soul was the most painful pain. No one would be able to endure it. That was a kind of indescribable pain. Speak, who sent you here? Long Chen, you're contemptible and shameless. How can you use such cruel? A disciple had just stood out to try and fight for justice when he was killed with a single swat of Long Chen's hand. When I'm speaking, others shouldn't interrupt or my mood might drop. Long Chen swept his gaze over them. Those people all shivered in terror. I know that quite a few of you here are the same as him and were planted in your positions. It'd be best for you not to provoke me, or you'll immediately die. After saying that, Long Chen retracted his gaze. How could it be possible for those people's dirty tricks to be concealed from Long Chen? But this Li Changhao was really too much of an idiot. He wanted to stand out. Then it seemed Long Chen was forced to single him out. Li Changhao's soul had already been crushed by Long Chen. Right now, he was essentially a walking corpse, completely reliant on Long Chen's spiritual strength. Once he withdrew that spiritual strength, Li Changhao would immediately become an imbecile. Speak, who sent you here? Long Chen was still repeating the same question. At this time, Li Changhao's eyes had lost their focus. Under Long Chen's spiritual pressure, he was unable to refuse to answer. It was. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he hastily threw Li Changhao to the side. Chapter 435, A Saber That Thirsts for Blood. Li Changhao's body flew out a few dozen meters before his head suddenly exploded. Red liquid splashed. Long Chen, you contemptible traitor, how dare you use spiritual witchcraft to force someone to lie and set up people? You really are inferior even to beasts. A voice filled with disdain suddenly rang out. People hastily looked in that direction, seeing a man standing atop a huge black leopard. Feng Zaiozai. Long Chen's pupils shrunk slightly. While he had been forcing Li Changhao to tell the truth with his spiritual strength, he had suddenly sensed that Li Changhao's soul had been ignited and he had hastily thrown him out. Perhaps the only person who would have been able to do that was a skillful soul cultivator like Feng Zaiozai. Behind Feng Zaiozai were dozens of people, each of them riding a huge magical beast and looking icily at Long Chen and the others. Senior Apprentice Brother Feng, what are you doing? Meng Qi walked over to Long Chen's side and furiously said, Long Chen was forcing that person to tell the truth. Why would you try and frame a good man? Frame a good man? What kind of good man does Long Chen count as? Furthermore, I hereby use my status as Junior Pavilion Master to order you and Lu Fanger to return to us and cut off ties with this traitor, ordered Feng Zaiozai. Senior Apprentice Sister Meng Qi, just come back. We're a family, a young lady behind Feng Zaiozai implored. Meng Qi sighed, Junior Apprentice Sister, there are many things you don't understand. I have my own troubles. She then turned to Feng Zaiozai. I won't return. I will be fighting shoulder to shoulder with Long Chen, and once the secret realm closes, I will be leaving the Wind Spirit Pavilion. How audacious! To dare take advantage of your master and sect, you really are disgraceful. Our Wind Spirit Pavilion raised you and now you dare betray us, roared Feng Zaiozai. Raised me? Didn't you have your own goals? For that goal, didn't you use the lives of my fiancé and my entire family to threaten me? This is your favor. At this moment, tears involuntarily poured from Meng Qi's eyes. Feng Zaiozai saw that those Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples behind him had confused expressions, and he angrily shouted, "What absolute nonsense! You traitor, you're trying to smear your sect's name." Feng Zaiozai, from now on I am no longer a member of the Wind Spirit Pavilion. The debt between myself and the Wind Spirit Pavilion is now settled. Neither of us owes the other anything. Then turning to those other Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples, Meng Qi said, "Everyone, we've known each other for many years. I trust that you all know what kind of person I am. I hope you can empathize with me. After all, we still have our emotions from being members of the same sect, and I don't want to face you on the battlefield." Tears poured down Meng Qi's face. After all, these friends she had been with for so many years had now all of a sudden become strangers. That kind of feeling was something outsiders were unable to comprehend. "Sister Meng Qi, don't feel bad. You still have Long Chen and you still have us." Lu Feng'er held Meng Qi's hand. "Good, then let me just see what kind of ending a traitor like you will have," sneered Feng Zaiozai. "Stop calling her a traitor. Neither you nor your father is a good person. He only accepted Meng Qi to be used as a daughter-in-law for breeding. For that goal, just how many despicable things have you done? Just the fact that you have the face to call yourselves the Pavilion Master and Junior Pavilion Master is already enough to make me sick." Lu Feng finally couldn't hold back and began to curse wildly while pointing at Feng Zaiozai's nose. No one understood Meng Qi's suffering and helplessness better than Lu Feng'er. Now she was completely infuriated with Feng Zaiozai. "Shut up, slut," roared Feng Zaiozai. Suddenly, a blood-colored saber image cut across the air, bringing with it endless killing intent, looking like some heavenly blade, one that could cut apart the river of stars. This saber's power shook all of heaven and earth. All the murderous aura within the world had been sucked into the saber, and it was filled with an annihilative power. No one had expected that the always calm Long Chen would now attack, and as soon as he attacked, he launched such a killing blow. All of heaven and earth changed color from this saber. The person closest to Long Chen, Hua Biluo, felt as if she had fallen into an ice house. As for Feng Zaiozai, he was filled with horror. He realized he couldn't even move as he had been locked down by some power. The saber image slashed down. Blood flew. Feng Zaiozai's black leopard had been cut in two, and its blood dyed the ground red. That was a peak fourth-rank magical beast, but it hadn't even had a chance to cry out before it had been killed by Long Chen's saber. This saber could rend the heavens, and it shocked everyone. Even Zhu Wuya's pupils shrunk. That attack had just been too terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Feng Zaiozai was a soul cultivator, and in terms of combat ability, he was on the same level as peak experts. "Where's Feng Zaiozai? I don't see his corpse." It seems he used a teleportation talisman at the last moment, but it happened too fast, and I didn't see clearly. Those people with lower cultivation bases weren't even able to tell what had happened. All of them looked at Long Chen with amazement and reverence. As a soul cultivator, Feng Zaiozai possessed profound spiritual attacks that were almost unblockable. He was someone who could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with people like Zhu Wuya, but in front of Long Chen's attack, the only thing he could do was activate a teleportation talisman to flee for his life. If it hadn't been for that teleportation talisman, perhaps he would have already become a corpse. Thinking of that result, people felt numb. Long Chen really was a monster. "How regretful. That idiot is always so displeasing, but he actually managed to run," said Xuanhuan. As for those people by Hua Biluo's side, their foreheads became covered with sweat. Those people who had faced Long Chen arrogantly were filled with regret. Now that Feng Zaiozai had fled, the remaining Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples were all dumbfounded, not knowing what they should do. "You should go to the side of the righteous path and prepare yourselves for the upcoming battle," said Meng Qi, when she saw that none of them decided to stand out. "Yes, Senior Apprentice Sister Meng Qi." All those Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples bowed to her. Meng Qi bitterly smiled. "From today onwards, I am no longer a disciple from the Wind Spirit Pavilion. I am not your Senior Apprentice Sister. Senior Apprentice Sister Meng Qi, no matter where you go in the future, you will always be our respected Senior Apprentice Sister Meng Qi." That young lady who had begged Meng Qi before now spoke resolutely. Meng Qi's heart was moved, but unfortunately, the Wind Spirit Pavilion was no longer her home. In the future, they might never see each other again. The Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples went to the Righteous Path's side. They needed to wait for Feng Xiaozai to return, but they had no idea just where he had been teleported to. If he didn't return in time for the exit, then he really would be doomed. Once the Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples were settled, Hua Biluo looked over her people. We are now friends with Long Chen. I've decided to work my way through trials and tribulations with him, but I won't force all of you. You can choose for yourselves to stay or leave. All of them were now given a hard decision. They hadn't expected to have to make this kind of decision. If they left, they could give up on getting any favors from Hua Biluo, but if they stayed, that was equivalent to becoming enemies with the first monastery and the Yin family. If this was merely a struggle between the first monastery and the second monastery, they wouldn't feel any fear. After all, if it was just two monasteries, then when they fought, they would always leave some leeway. But if they joined Long Chen, then that would change. Long Chen had killed Han Tianyu's brother and also severed Yin Wuxuang's arm. They all knew that he would definitely try and kill Yin Wuxuang. Then this matter would become much more complicated. Previously, Hua Biluo hadn't told them of her decision to join Long Chen. They had to make their own decision at this time. This would only benefit her. Those who dared to stay at this time were definitely comparatively more devoted, so this was a kind of trial for them. Previously, Long Chen had told her that her group would definitely have some undercover agents. Although Long Chen had been interrupted by Feng Xiaozai when he had been about to get the truth, anyone smart would know that the only ones who would send people to infiltrate her group had to be a top expert of the Righteous Path, and they had to be opponents with Hua Biluo and Long Chen. So the two names didn't need to be said. Long Chen had only done it to give Hua Biluo some proof, and to make her careful not to be stabbed in the back by someone. Although Hua Biluo was very intelligent, when it came to being contemptible and shameless, when it came to using any means necessary, she was far too lacking compared to Yin Wuxuang. Now that Hua Biluo asked them for their decision, over half of her people immediately left. As for those that were hesitating, many of them also chose to leave in the end. People all cared about profit. When the profit outweighed the danger, people would all like to join you, even if you didn't need them. But when the danger outweighed the profit, no one would choose to help you when you were down. Hua Biluo wasn't surprised by these many people leaving. Her expression was calm. At this time, less than 1,000 people remained. But a large portion of those people was still in the midst of deciding. In just a moment, less than 500 people remained. At this time, Hua Biluo was no longer able to control her expression. She really hadn't expected for these many people to leave. Not even the rewards she had promised them had managed to move them. This kind of situation is very normal. When waves wash sand, they'll bring away the sand, leaving behind only the gold. Long Chen comforted her when he saw her disappointment. But the gold remaining really is too weak. Hua Biluo bitterly smiled. She realized that of the people remaining, the majority were just favored. Most of the chosen had left. Whether gold can shine depends on where you place it. Most importantly, it will always be yours and won't betray you. That's the most important part, said Long Chen. In the end, there were only just over 400 people remaining by Hua Biluo's side. Long Chen said, the first people who left were all infiltrators, and they took the lead to leave to bring others away as well. As for the last people to leave, they were also infiltrators, and they left because they realized there was no longer any value to being a spy here. So right now you should be happy, as these are your most faithful allies. You're right, at the very least I don't need to doubt them. Although they aren't strong enough, that's fine. As long as they can survive, I will give them a future. Hua Biluo smiled. When disciples from noble families like her went out for tempering experiences, they would always bring around a group of followers. Otherwise, there would be no way to fight against other disciples from powerful families for resources. Hua Biluo had realized many things she had never thought of before from Long Chen. She saw that the people beside Long Chen were now completely transformed from when they had first entered the secret realm. That made her think of what he had just said. Whether gold can shine depends on where you place it. Seeing what levels they had reached told her that talented people were all nurtured to that point. Long Chen, come with me. I have a few things I have to say to you alone, said Hua Biluo. Chapter 436 Mind Reading Skill Fake. Long Chen, you've seen the photographic Jade I sent you, right? Hua Biluo pulled Long Chen a certain distance away from the others. It wasn't that she didn't trust the people by his side, but that she was worried about her own people. Yes, I saw it. I want to hear your thoughts. Long Chen pondered for a moment before saying, from the current power the two of you have displayed, Han Tianyu is a slight level higher than you. However, if I haven't misjudged, you're someone who focuses on defense and should be suited to battles of attrition. Attacking isn't your strength, so no one would be able to predict the exact odds of who would win if the two of you fought. In their last fight, Hua Biluo had intentionally just been trying to probe Han Tianyu's abilities, while Han Tianyu had also seen through her thoughts, and so neither of them had used their true skills. However, Long Chen had still managed to see that she specialized in defense, causing her to feel some amazement. Long Chen's sudden rise was not the slightest bit coincidental. Just this sharp vision was admirable. Brother Long is correct. My Hua family's core technique relies on defense and to gain victory through a drawn-out battle. However, Han Tianyu is also crafty and managed to see through my intentions. He only let out random blows, not revealing the slightest bit of his true abilities, sighed Hua Biluo. If Guo ran and the others were to hear this, they would definitely be scared to death. That kind of terrifying fight had just been probing blows. What are your thoughts on Han Tianyu? Asked Hua Biluo. Profound and unfathomable. Long Chen's expression became slightly grave. He attacks without any sign so you can't predict his actions. And did you notice? Each time you exchanged blows, he was only looking into your eyes. He was able to easily predict every single one of your moves. Hua Biluo nodded. That's right. Each time I tried to attack, he seemed to know exactly what kind of move I was making and was long since waiting for me. That was extremely discouraging. Could it be he really knows a mind-reading skill? Thinking of that, Hua Biluo's expression became a bit unnatural. In their previous fight, her confidence had been shaken, as Han Tianyu was just too strong. The most terrifying thing about him was his accurate predictions. It was as if he could see through all her abilities. Mind-reading skill. Long Chen smiled. He thought of a certain beautiful face with its soul-stealing eyes that could bring about the fall of a nation. At that time, he had also said such words. Mind reading was a kind of legendary divine art. To be able to read your opponent's every thought while fighting, it was unstoppable and was one of the most terrifying kinds of abilities. It was precisely because it was terrifying that there was no one who would want to be enemies with such a person. If whatever they wanted to do was known by their enemy, would they even have a chance at surviving? First, let's not discuss whether there really are people in this world who have mind-reading skills. I can guarantee that Han Tianyu does not have that ability, smiled Long Chen. What? That's impossible. Through some secret channels, I heard that Han Tianyu truly did spend a great deal of time on mind-reading skills. It seems he obtained some armor and managed to comprehend something from it. Furthermore, those who fight with him always have the feeling that all their thoughts are seen through, the exact same feeling as mine, said Hua Biluo. For now, I won't doubt your source, but I am sure that he definitely doesn't know how to read minds. Did you notice something? Hua Biluo was taken back by how sure Long Chen seemed. It's just my guess. My guess is based on two things. First, when Mo Nian fought against him, he didn't have that kind of feeling. Mo Nian is my good brother, and when he told me about his fight against Han Tianyu, he didn't feel anything strange like that. Oh, Mo Nian was also a peak expert, and so she naturally knew who he was. Furthermore, it was no secret that Mo Nian had exchanged blows with Han Tianyu. However, she was surprised that Mo Nian hadn't sensed anything strange. Could it be that Han Tianyu was intentionally not displaying that skill? Questioned Hua Biluo. If he dared do something like that, I guarantee Mo Nian would have shot him through. You should know that Mo Nian's archery skills are unrivaled, and no one would dare hold back like that against him, said Long Chen confidently. Although he hadn't interacted with Mo Nian for long, Mo Nian's archery skills were practically supernatural. Even Long Chen felt admiration for them. That was my first clue. The second one is that when he fought with you, he was constantly looking into your eyes. At first I found that a bit odd, but then I realized, this idiot is starry-eyed for you, laughed Long Chen. Hua Biluo blushed and rebuked, don't make jokes. Long Chen put away his smile and returned to the topic. In truth, at our level, we don't fight with our eyes. Our eyes are just supplementary tools that we can't trust too easily, as eyes are too easily deceived. When experts fight, we always trust our spiritual perception and reactions more. Since sight is not so important, why would Han Tianyu look at you like that? It's because as long as he does that, many people, including you, end up being deceived by him. Deceived? Yes, those so-called mind-reading skills are just little tricks. When people blindly bet, there will always be winners and losers. But once someone bets right, their opponent becomes afraid, said Long Chen. But that's not right. I've already investigated, and everyone who ends up fighting with him has this feeling of having all their moves predicted. That's not just a one-time gamble. Good point. Then let me ask you a question. Why is that those people you investigated had that feeling but Mo Nian did not? That is what made me doubt it. Why was that Han Tianyu's mind-reading skill failed when facing Mo Nian? Let me make a brazen guess. Han Tianyu is simply proficient in almost every kind of martial weapon, and based on the faintest of clues, such as the eyes, shoulders, waist, elbows, and other things, he is able to guess what an opponent will do. However, Mo Nian is not a close-range fighter. He has all kinds of ways to use his bow and arrow. He can use the bow itself as a weapon at close range and can shoot out arrows at long range. Due to that, others cannot predict what he is going to do, said Long Chen. Then you mean, Huabilio came to a sudden comprehension. There is a 90% chance that Han Tianyu is simply a master at using the various martial weapons. The only thing he is unfamiliar with is the bow and arrow. As amongst cultivators, there are exceptionally few who use the bow, said Long Chen. Huabilio was silent for a long time. Although she found this hard to believe, Long Chen's analysis was completely accurate. If what you're saying is true, then Han Tianyu really is frightening. Just how much fighting experience does he have to be able to do that? Exclaimed Huabilio. The reason experts are able to become experts is because they have the determination to get stronger. If you have that kind of determination, then you can come up with all kinds of moves. There was one thing that you said that is extremely accurate. Han Tianyu really is frightening. He purposely made up this secret of him knowing how to read minds, when in truth, that was just used to conceal his ultimate killing blows, said Long Chen. His ultimate killing blows, what are those? Long Chen shook his head. How could I know that? It's not like I know how to read minds. However, just think about it. He used this kind of trick, managing to deceive even you. There must be many people who have been deceived like this. Why would Han Tianyu waste so much time to set up the illusion of him knowing how to read minds? Isn't the only possibility that he doesn't want to reveal his true strength? Just this one fake mind-reading skill is able to cause countless people to retreat from him. He can subdue all those people without even fighting them. That's the most superior battle tactic. As for his strongest techniques, other than himself, there is only one kind of people who know that. What kind of people? Dead people. Although it was just 2 words, they caused a chill in Huabilio's heart. Those 2 words contain many things. If Long Chen's guess really was correct, then Han Tianyu's thinking was terrifying. He was actually able to use such a trick to deceive so many people. Even she had believed that Han Tianyu possessed something along the lines of a mind-reading skill. That itself had been a blow to her. If you fought with that kind of mentality, then your combat strength would drop by at least 30%. What chance would you have of defeating a monster like Han Tianyu? This also meant that at this point, there was no one who knew Han Tianyu's trump cards. The only ones who did were the ones Long Chen had just pointed out, dead people. Thinking of that, Huabilio's scalp turned numb at the thought of Han Tianyu's profound scheming. At the same time, she practically prostrated herself in admiration towards Long Chen for his ability to see through it. Han Tianyu had hidden his scheming so profoundly, but from just a single photographic Jade, Long Chen was able to see through Han Tianyu's intentions. When compared to Han Tianyu and Long Chen, her and Yin Wuxuang's petty little tricks were truly just laughably childlike. Let's go back. It seems experts have appeared on both sides. Long Chen and Huabilio returned to their camps. Quite a few faces had appeared amongst the righteous and corrupt paths. On the side of the corrupt path, there were 4 new people standing beside Zhu Wuya. That made Long Chen feel a chill. Obviously, they should be people on the same level as Zhu Wuya. Even if they were a bit weaker, it wouldn't be by that much. As for the righteous side, quite a few experts had also appeared. Their auras surged, causing space to uneasily twist around them. In particular, there was a certain mustached man that drew Long Chen's attention. This person was over 6 feet tall and had a tough and stocky build. On his back was a broadsword just as tall as he was. When he walked, the ground would tremble with each step. That broadsword on his back had to be shockingly heavy. But the thing that surprised Long Chen the most was that he sensed a familiar aura from this large man. However, he was sure he had never seen him before. This person walked alone, not interacting with anyone else. Furthermore, a baleful aura came from his body that made it seem like he was a murderous god from hell, making it so others wouldn't dare approach him. This person is very terrifying. How is it that no one has heard of him before? It's a good thing he's a righteous disciple. Hua Biluo was also filled with shock when she looked at him. Long Chen was just about to reply when suddenly, cheers erupted amongst the corrupt side. Long Chen quickly turned over to look, a strange expression appearing on his face. He's finally come. Chapter 430, Seven-Hand Tianyu arrives. The corrupt path let out a burst of cheers as a lanky man appeared in Long Chen's eyes. This man was wearing violet gold robes with a jade belt around his waist. His face looked as if it had been carved with a knife, and his eyes emitted a cold light that would make people tremble. He looked as if he was a devil god who had descended to the earth, looking disdainfully down on all. Yin Luo. The righteous disciples' hearts quivered, as Yin Luo's reputation was known to all. Even amongst the geniuses of 7 prefectures, Yin Luo still stood at the peak. Without releasing any aura, he still made it hard for them to breathe. Beside him were 2 other corrupt experts, their auras so powerful that they didn't even lose out to Zhu Wuya. That made the righteous disciples' morale plummet. At this point, the righteous disciples had an absolute advantage in numbers compared to the corrupt disciples. But in terms of peak combat strength, the 2 were separated by a great deal. The righteous side clearly had fewer top experts. That made them feel a chill. If they fought like this, the majority of them would just be pigs for the slaughter. That wouldn't be a battle but a one-sided massacre. The top experts stood at the peak of the food chain. They would always be the ones to benefit, while the ones to suffer calamity were the ones on the bottom of the food chain. This battle would quickly wash out all the weaklings. The corrupt side clearly had more top experts, and so the ordinary core disciples and even the favored were filled with despair. Long Chen was clearly not standing with the righteous disciples. When the battle started, no one was sure whether Long Chen would be fighting with them against the corrupt disciples. Yin Luo's long hair blew in the breeze, his face icy and grave. As soon as he arrived, countless corrupt disciples greeted him. He merely nodded slightly towards them, but suddenly his eyes narrowed and his powerful aura exploded out. Terrifying, killing intent soared towards the sky, all because he saw a certain person. Long Chen. Yin Luo, long time no see. Seeing you safe and sound really is gratifying, smiled Long Chen. However, inside, his heart thudded. He could feel an immense sense of danger from Yin Luo. Considering how powerful he was, there were few who could threaten him now. But that sensation of danger was extremely intense from Yin Luo. It seemed that it wasn't just him who had been lucky. Yin Luo had definitely obtained some kind of opportunity in the secret realm that had made him much stronger. Die! Yin Luo suddenly shot forward, the ground trembling beneath him. He had already appeared in front of Long Chen like some phantom. A 300-meter illusion appeared behind him, looking like a projection of a devil god. That projection immediately caused the heavens to shake. Heavens, Yin Luo's gone out of control. He wants to instantly kill Long Chen. No one had expected that Yin Luo would directly attack Long Chen without saying a word. Would this be the opening curtains of the righteous and corrupt battle? But then thinking about it, Long Chen was already standing alone, and there was a clear distinction between him and the other righteous disciples, so this wouldn't necessarily spark the fight. Gu Ran and the others all stood up, all of them ready to fight. Even Wilda was woken. Looking at Yin Luo, Long Chen didn't seem to be doing anything. However, his Feng Fu star and Alyath star were already beginning to circulate, ready to explode with power at any moment. But suddenly, a bright ray of light shot through the air at Yin Luo. With a snort, an ancient bronze-colored spear appeared in Yin Luo's hands. This spear was already corroded, and yet the pressure it released made it seem as terrifying as a bloodthirsty monster. Boom! Yin Luo's spear smashed into that ray of light. The ground shook as Yin Luo was knocked back by that light, his expression changing slightly. 10 years I wandered with my bow, my arrows causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, and all the universe will revolve around me. Only I, Mo Nian, will rise to glory. Following a grand chant that rang out in everyone's ears, a figure appeared from the distance. An ancient, multicolored bow was held in his hand, and he wore a cloak that made it so others weren't able to see his face. Mo Nian. Everyone could guess who he was. That ray of light had been an arrow, however, it wasn't a true arrow but one condensed from spiritual qi. In this world, Perhaps only the experts from Mogate were able to condense spiritual qi into arrows like this. Furthermore, to use a single arrow to stop Yin Luo was only possible for Mogate's #1 disciple, Mo Nian. Long Chen smiled. This fellow always liked this flashy entrance style. It really made a person speechless. Boss, you have to learn from Mo Nian. This is how an expert should show off. Gu Ran's eyes were shining as he watched Mo Nian walk over. Behind Mo Nian were over 300 bow-carrying experts. They were all wearing the same clothes as Mo Nian. They were ink black, with only 2 crossing golden arrows on the front. That was the symbol of Mogate. Although Mo Nian seemed to just be slowly walking, his speed was extremely fast. Each step he took allowed him to traverse a mile. He appeared in front of Long Chen in just a moment. Hee, how is it? I arrived on time, right? Mo Nian laughed, throwing off his cloak and revealing his still slightly immature face. Mo Nian, you've also come. Then we can finally settle our grudges. Last time you joined hands with Long Chen to defeat me once. Today I'll let the two of you die together beneath my spear. Killing intent surged out of Yin Luo's eyes. Hearing that, many people suddenly realized that the rumors of Long Chen chasing after a fleeing Yin Luo must have been because he had worked together with Mo Nian. Stop being so shameless. The first time we fought together, we worked together to cut off one of your legs, but what about the second time? Wasn't your arm still cut off by just Long Chen? Said Mo Nian. Now everyone was confused, just which one of them was telling the truth. HMPH, you'll only be alive to say that for a little while longer. Long Chen, today you'll definitely die. Yin Luo's words suddenly changed and he surprisingly returned to his side. Mo Nian and Long Chen were both startled. To just brag without doing anything was Yin Luo's style. They had been entirely ready to begin a fight with him. Oh, I understand. At the same time, Long Chen, Mo Nian and Hua Biluo realized what was going on. The crucial point was Han Tianyu. Yin Luo wasn't an idiot. He knew that Long Chen had killed Han Tianyu's brother, and Han Tianyu would definitely not let him off. Now he was just going to watch while the two of them fought. The only reason he had charged forward just now was because his anger had overwhelmed his head. Long Chen had caused him far too great of an injury. In truth, when he had been advancing to bone forging this time, it had been incredibly dangerous. He had almost died because of a heart devil. So if he wanted to continue cultivating, he absolutely could not allow Long Chen to continue living in this world. As soon as he had seen him, his killing intent had erupted. Another reason he had attacked was to test out Long Chen's strength. Although he had advanced to bone forging, he had suffered far too much because of Long Chen, and he didn't dare be careless. If Long Chen's strength was still around the same as before, then he could kill him on his own without waiting for Han Tianyu. After all, personally killing Long Chen would immediately erase his heart devil. But if Long Chen died to someone else, then this heart devil could only be slowly dissipated. Unfortunately, Mo Nian had stopped him before he could determine Long Chen's strength. Now that he had Mo Nian and Hua Biluo by his side, they were 3 peak experts, and he wasn't so overconfident as to believe he could kill Long Chen 1 against 3. Since he couldn't kill him, he naturally wouldn't bother wasting his energy. It was better to leave this trouble to Han Tianyu while he played the fisherman. After realizing that, Long Chen just smiled and introduced Mo Nian and Hua Biluo. Although Mogate was not an ancient family, it was extremely powerful, and even the ancient families were intimidated by them. Their statuses were basically the same. Furthermore, those 300 Mogate disciples he had brought were all experts amongst experts. Hua Biluo couldn't help sighing. The 400 people by her side couldn't even compare to the 300 people by Mo Nian's side. Other than a few dozen trusted aides she had brought out from her family, when it came to power, not even 10 of her regular members would be able to defeat one of Mo Nian's. Originally, she had thought that standing by Long Chen's side would be helping him out greatly. She really hadn't expected that once Mo Nian had appeared, her group had become minor extras. Glancing at Hua Biluo, Long Chen seemed to see through what she was thinking and smiled. No matter how you put it, I, Long Chen, will still owe Sister Biluo a favor. Long Chen truly was grateful to her, as she was the first to stand by his side. As for Mo Nian, they were brothers, and so there were no favors to speak of between them. Hearing that, Hua Biluo couldn't help being embarrassed. When comparing to Long Chen's candid openness, she felt she really was petty and narrow-minded. At the same time, she sighed. It was no wonder Long Chen had so many beautiful women by his side. Just how many women could resist the charm of a heroic figure like Long Chen who cared so deeply about emotional ties? Cultivators all respected the strong, and which expert wasn't arrogant about their power. But Long Chen had never put on such airs. He was like a deep well that appeared ordinary on the surface. Only once you got closer to him would you realize he was incredibly profound. He was a kind of mysterious man, and that kind of mysteriousness possessed a fatal charm to women. He could also be compared to a mountain. He might seem like nothing special normally, but once he erupted, he could destroy the heavens and tear apart the earth. For example, Long Chen's attack on Feng Xiaozai just now had truly just been like a volcano erupting. She still hadn't recovered from her shock from that attack. In order to protect the women by his side, Long Chen might become a furious lion at any moment, or perhaps a raging volcano. In fact, perhaps he would not hesitate to destroy this entire world. Even Hua Biluo couldn't help being emotionally affected. No matter how powerful a woman was, who wouldn't want a shoulder to lean on, one that would never betray them? Unfortunately, such shoulders were pitifully few. At this time, Long Chen and Mo Nian were chatting. She didn't know what exactly the two of them were saying, but the two of them seemed to be in high spirits. They were smiling mischievously, and she managed to hear that they were talking about Yin Luo. Rumble! The ground began to shake intensely, and people hastily looked into the distance. The righteous disciples let out a burst of cheers. Han Tianyu has arrived. Chapter 438, Zheng Wenlong. Han Tianyu has arrived. The righteous disciples let out an incredibly loud cheer. There was a multicolored tiger in the distance that was rapidly approaching. It was unknown what kind of tiger this was. It was around 100 meters long, and the end of its tail had a hook on it, similar to a scorpion's tail. That hook shined sinisterly, making people feel an icy chill in their bones. Han Tianyu was standing on the tiger's head. Two shining eyes lit up his handsome face. His embroidered robes fluttered in the wind, and with the way his long hair blew back in the breeze, he was indescribably handsome. The pretty boy has come, Mo Nian spat on the ground. When it came to looks, Han Tianyu definitely stood at the peak. As soon as he appeared, it was unknown just how many maidens from the righteous path began to scream fanatically. Han Tianyu had immediately suppressed Mo Nian's flashy entrance. Mo Nian did not have Han Tianyu's influence, and especially toward women, his still slightly immature face truly brought him down. Once Han Tianyu almost reached everyone, the tiger suddenly paused, and Han Tianyu was immediately thrown off, causing quite a few people to cry out. But then they realized that Han Tianyu was calmly floating through the air, like a divine immortal descending upon the world. This action immediately caused countless cheers. The women were already starry-eyed. Boss, do you see? This is what it means to be a poser, to show off. I've long since been telling you that you can't look down on the effect of posturing. Look, those women have practically gone insane. When it comes to looks, you wouldn't be that much inferior to Han Tianyu. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee you'll be able to make an entrance 10 times flashier than this one. Xuanhuan patted himself on the chest confidently. Long Chen was speechless, too lazy to respond. However, Mo Nian's eyes began to shine. This brother, you should be called Xuanhuan, right? Brother Xuanhuan, as soon as I saw you, I knew you were an erudite and talented man. In the future, we two brothers should talk more. Mo Nian wrapped his arm around Xuanhuan's shoulders. This intimate action made Xuanhuan feel as if he were floating through the clouds. Mo Nian was the junior pavilion master of Mo Gate, a peak expert. What kind of glory was this? Big brother Mo, you're too courteous to think you would think so highly of me. No matter what you tell me to do, even if you want me to tread through fire and water, I definitely won't even frown, said Xuanhuan. Brother Gu really is a loyal man, a true hero. Mo Nian gave him a thumbs up. I hear that Brother Gu has great skill when it comes to showing off. In fact, just from your words I can tell you are a great master. I wonder if you have some time to teach your brother. Long Chen finally couldn't endure it and quietly roared, Can you two shut up? Now isn't the time for nonsense. Xuanhuan and Mo Nian immediately stopped speaking, but their eyes still seemed to be communicating, and it was obvious they felt great sorrow that they hadn't met each other earlier. Other than that large, mustached man, everyone else had gotten up for Han Tianyu's arrival. Han Tianyu's prestige, amongst the righteous disciples, had reached a level that no one else could reach. Seeing those people's passion, sadness flitted within Hua Biluo's eyes. It seemed she really was too lacking when compared to Han Tianyu. When she thought of how she had been planning on struggling with him, she realized how laughable she was. Of her thousands of original followers, only 400 remained. As for Han Tianyu, as soon as he arrived, he caused such a huge flare of passion. When comparing the two, she almost had an urge to find a hole and bury herself. Quite a few of the other top experts went to go greet Han Tianyu, and Han Tianyu courteously greeted them back, making him seem very amiable. Only now did those people behind Han Tianyu approach. The person at the front was a certain woman that made Long Chen's killing intent ignite. At this time, Yin Wuxiang looked the same as ever. Her severed arm had already been regrown, but it seemed her psychological state wasn't very good, as her eyes were very red as if she hadn't closed them in a long time. There were 4 people behind Yin Wuxiang whose auras were not the slightest bit weaker than hers. They were all experts amongst experts. The first person Yin Wuxiang noticed was the distant Long Chen. The instant she saw him, she shivered, terror filling her. However, she suppressed it. While sneering, she reached out a hand and made a throat-cutting gesture at Long Chen, one filled with provocation. She really must want to die. Yue Zifeng, who rarely ever spoke, was now tightly clenching his sword, his fury soaring. He had a powerful urge to immediately charge over and cut off her head. When he saw Yin Wuxiang, the first thing he thought of was Xuanhuan, who had died so miserably. As one of the 4 core disciples who had awakened their ancestral marks upon joining, he had once shown quite a bit of care for Yue Zifeng. Now when Yue Zifeng looked at Yin Wuxiang's provocation, he almost lost control. "Don't be impatient. She will definitely die," said Long Chen lightly. "In truth, she is only provoking you to hide her heart's terror," said Hua Biluo. She was extremely familiar with Yin Wuxiang. Previously she had felt completely defeated by Han Tianyu, but now she found some comfort from Yin Wuxiang. Her true opponent was only Yin Wuxiang. Han Tianyu was just secondary. In fact, if she wanted to sacrifice herself, she could pull Han Tianyu into her Hua family at any time, and Yin Wuxiang would have nothing. No matter how big of a schemer Hua Biluo was, she still had her own bottom line. She didn't want to sacrifice the rest of her life to pull over Han Tianyu. Nowadays, Yin Wuxiang had Han Tianyu, but she didn't feel lacking at all. At least Long Chen had become her reliable ally. After greeting those people, Han Tianyu waved his hand, and those righteous disciples immediately shut their mouths. The entire crowd became silent. Han Tianyu smiled with satisfaction at that. He frowned slightly when he saw that man who was still sitting there with his eyes closed, but he didn't say anything. He turned towards the corrupt side and loudly said, "Yin Luo, can our righteous and corrupt battle wait for a moment so I can handle a selfish matter?" With Han Tianyu's prestige, he could represent all the experts of the righteous path. Yin Luo's position was the same as his, and he could also represent his corrupt path. The two of them were both very regretful that despite representing the peak combatants of their sides, they hadn't had a chance to truly fight. "That's fine. We aren't lacking that bit of time," Yin Luo replied icily. Although Han Tianyu had arrived, his expression was still completely calm. He had his own trump cards and he was confident he could defeat him. "Then thank you." Han Tianyu smiled and turned to Long Chen. However, just as he was about to speak, a group of people suddenly appeared, interrupting him. This group of people had over 500 members. They were rushing right over to Long Chen's side, ignoring the righteous and corrupt sides. These people all had powerful auras. Each of them was a favored, and their white robes had a red cloud stitched into them. "Yuan sect," Han Tianyu frowned slightly. Long Chen was also startled. He didn't recognize these people, but then seeing their robes, he thought of a certain person. "Long Chen, it's been a while." A lively Bai Ling appeared in front of him, smiling. So it was Sister Bai Ling. It really had been a long time. This is. Long Chen didn't understand what was going on. "Let me introduce you. This is senior apprentice brother Zhang Wenlong." Bai Ling pulled over a tall man. This man had a square face and looked like the disciple of a rich family. Long Chen could sense quite a bit of pressure from him. Surprisingly, this person was also a peak expert. "I've long since wanted us to meet. Your grand reputation precedes you." Zhang Wenlong extended a hand to Long Chen. "Brother Zhang is too courteous." Long Chen shook hands with him. "Perhaps Brother Long is curious about our intentions. We Huyan disciples all believe in the wealth god, and we all consider ourselves as business people. And when discussing business, it is better to be direct. For saving junior apprentice Sister Bai Ling back then, I will represent all the Huyan sect's disciples to express thanks towards Brother Long." Zheng Wenlong bowed deeply to Long Chen. Long Chen hastily reciprocated the courtesy and said, "Brother Zheng really is too courteous. I'm old friends with Bai Ling, and I naturally had to lend a hand." But at this time, Long Chen could see through some clues. Bai Ling was still standing by Zheng Wenlong's side. From their eyes, it seemed the two of them did not have an ordinary relationship. "Since Brother Long is a straightforward person, I will tell you the truth. If it was just for saving Bai Ling, then I, Zheng Wenlong, would owe you a favor. This favor might be large, but it wouldn't have been enough to bring all the Huyan disciples to risk the danger of standing by your side," said Zheng Wenlong. That was also what Long Chen was curious about. As a peak expert and someone who came from the Huyan sect, he should naturally be an intellect. Why would he do something so dangerous? Zheng Wenlong continued, "Let me say it again. I am a businessman, and business is about how to make the greatest profit, so I want to make a business transaction with Brother Long." Business transaction? Yes, precisely, a business transaction. Today, I brought all my brothers to stand by your side as your allies. When Brother Long leaves afterward, I hope you will first think of my Huyan sect when you have any profitable business to discuss," said Zheng Wenlong. Long Chen was dumbfounded. "Anything else?" "No. It seems this business transaction would make you lose out a great deal, right? Actually, it seems incredibly likely that you'll take a loss," laughed Long Chen. "When conducting business, how can you make a profit without risk? High risk means high reward. This is my bet. I bet that Brother Long is a dragon amongst men, one who will bring my Huyan sect a large return in the future." Businessmen must trust their vision above all else. If you couldn't even trust yourself and must hesitate over any matter, terrified of every possible outcome, how would you ever accomplish anything big? Zheng Wenlong straightforwardly laughed. "But it seems this business of yours will make all your brothers take the risk with you. That's not good," said Long Chen. "Haha, Brother Long is looking down on us businessmen. We're all life and death brothers, and if I benefit, then they will naturally get a portion in the future as well. Our profits are forever tied together." Getting back to the main point, many people don't understand our Huyan sect and don't understand the ties between us disciples. We also can't be bothered to explain it to them. To sum up, to complete this business between me, Zheng Wenlong, and you, Long Chen, only requires your agreement. What do you think? For even a businessman to be so grand, Long Chen laughed and extended a hand. Zheng Wenlong also extended a hand, and was just about to pat Long Chen's when a disdainful shout rang out. "To ally with a group of peddlers, Long Chen, you really must be at the end of your rope." Chapter 439, Taking Revenge for Brothers. That disdainful shout immediately drew everyone's attention. A man in a fiery red robe with an exquisite tower symbol on its sleeve appeared in front of everyone, looking contemptuously at Long Chen and the others. "Hua Wufeng." Both the righteous and corrupt disciples let out startled cries. Even the mustached man opened his eyes to glance at him before once more closing them. Hua Wufeng came from the pill tower, and no one dared offend them. That was because everyone's medicinal pills were bought from the pill tower. The pill tower was a neutral power, but even the corrupt experts, ones who would slaughter countless innocents, would stay far, far away from alchemists' guilds. It could be said that Hua Wufeng was the one who possessed the strongest background of anyone present. "If my Huyan sect is a peddler, then your pill tower is nothing more than a group of sanctimonious swindlers. Neither of us is any better than the other, and neither should be insulting the other." Zheng Wenlong smiled coldly. When it came to the Huyan sect, many people didn't know of its existence, but practically everyone knew of the Huyan pavilions. The Huyan auction houses were spread throughout the world. It could be said that wherever there was business to do, there was a Huyan pavilion around. That was enough to prove just how powerful the Huyan sect was. The pill tower had almost monopolized the medicinal pill market. However, it was only almost, in other words, not completely. A tenth of medicinal pills on the market came from the Huyan pavilions. This action of theirs was clearly getting in the way of the pill tower's profits, but in all these years, the Huyan sect had not fallen. That was thought-provoking. "What did you say? Who is the swindler?" raged Hua Wufeng. "Ah, forget about it. Some things don't have any meaning once they're said. Could it be you really want me to expose your true face?" Zheng Wenlong continued. "As a person, don't have such a malicious mouth unless you have never done anything immoral." Hua Wufeng's expression sunk. Zheng Wenlong could not be bothered to deal with Hua Wufeng any further. Others might fear his pill tower, but the Huyan Pavilion was not afraid. Long Chen, what do you say? My hand's getting tired of being raised like this, laughed Zheng Wenlong. Long Chen immediately clapped his hand, completing that oath. He laughed. With Brother Zheng's heroism, I'm sure that as long as I don't die, you'll definitely make a huge profit in the future. Long Chen was starting to like the Huyan sect more and more. Although they always called themselves businessmen who only cared about profit, he could sense their heroism. They were true men. That was especially true of those experts following Zheng Wenlong. Even though he had made such a huge decision to join hands with Long Chen, they hadn't even batted an eye. That was truly worthy of praise. Ha ha ha, then Brother Long, you had better live for a few extra years so your brother can profit more, laughed Zheng Wenlong. Sorry, but he won't be living for that long. Your business transaction is doomed to suffer a loss. Han Tianyu, who had been given the cold shoulder for all this time, finally had a chance to interject. At this time, his expression was slightly icy, as he was unable to accept being ignored like this. Oh, I don't think so. From when I was 7, I joined the Huyan sect and I didn't have anyone to rely on. I walked to my current point relying on just my 2 eyes. I don't believe my eyesight will fail me this time. Zheng Wenlong smiled slightly, revealing his powerful confidence and pride. That was the point the Huyan disciples were most proud of. They didn't need anyone else. They had relied entirely on themselves for their current accomplishments. Compared to those who had relied entirely on their powerful families to grow, they were even stronger and more self-confident. And so they were filled with gratefulness and worship toward the Huyan sect. Just now, Hua Wufeng had only insulted them as being peddlers, which they didn't care about. But if he had insulted the Huyan sect, they would have immediately attacked him. Even if they weren't a match for him, even if they had to die, they would not permit anyone to blaspheme their sect. When it came to the disciples' feelings for their sect, there were few sects that could compare to the Huyan sect. Although they were often called peddlers, no one dared doubt their power. Otherwise, how could they have managed to go head-on against the Pill Tower? The Pill Tower's strength was obvious, while the Huyan sect's power was hidden. The Huyan sect was always low-key, rarely fighting with others. They followed the maxim that being amiable would make you rich. However, once someone attempted to cut off their profits, they would reveal their fangs. Cutting off their livelihood was equivalent to killing their parents to them, and that was a blood debt that had to be repaid. The Huyan sect's history stretched so far back that people had already forgotten what had happened with them. In any case, these disciples only knew that the Huyan Pavilion's foundation was extremely profound. Furthermore, it was impossible to calculate how many disciples they had, because they were just too enormous. Today, Zheng Wenlong's disregard of Hua Wufeng was enough to prove how powerful they were. They didn't even care about the Pill Tower, let alone Han Tianyu. Although Han Tianyu was powerful, Zheng Wenlong wasn't afraid of him. Now Long Chen sided Hua Biluo, Mo Nian and Zheng Wenlong. Their power was rapidly rising, and now they were truly a third party here. As for the corrupt disciples, their expressions changed slightly. If this continued, then it seemed the corrupt side would end up losing out greatly against the righteous side. As for the righteous disciples, their expressions also weren't very good. They hadn't expected Long Chen to have such influence and be able to draw in so many people. Many people felt hatred for him. If he hadn't appeared, how could so many matters have occurred? At this time, they would have been able to completely overpower the corrupt disciples. A person's eyesight will always fail him sometimes. After all, people are only humans, not gods. Mistakes are unavoidable. Han Tianyu shook his head. I admit that there have been times I have been wrong, but that depends on who can make me wrong. You, sir, do not have that ability, said Zheng Wenlong with a smile on his face. Zheng Wenlong's words were not at all polite, causing Han Tianyu's expression to become icy. In truth, he didn't want to fight with him, but Zheng Wenlong was forcing him. It's Han Tianyu, right? I will represent the Pill Tower to support you. Hua Wufeng quickly arrived beside Han Tianyu. Many thanks, Brother Hua. Han Tianyu is extremely grateful. Han Tianyu smiled. Not only did Hua Wufeng represent the Pill Tower, but he also had the support of the Pill Valley behind him. The Pill Valley was a supreme existence. Previously, Han Tianyu had also wanted to greet Hua Wufeng, but he had never had a chance. Now that Hua Wufeng took the initiative to support him, his mood raised a great deal. HMPH, a contemptible little man draws in a pack of rogues and thinks that is enough to lord over others. How laughable. Although my Pill Tower doesn't participate in the struggles between the righteous and corrupt paths, As a person, I really can't bear to see a person like you strutting around, sneered Hua Wufeng. Long Chen looked back at him. He knew this fellow was still hung up on losing the violet phoenix sparrow's Needon. However, Long Chen didn't feel the slightest bit bad about that. Back then, he had already taken a step back, offering to split half the Needon's energy with him. Then they both would have been able to obtain its beast flame. But this idiot repeatedly refused, insisting on keeping it all to himself. His attitude was that if he didn't hand over the Needon, he would kill him. For such a person, the best thing was a vicious slap in the face. You couldn't give such a person a single inch, or he would immediately take advantage of you. Han Tianyu cupped his fists to Hua Wufeng and then walked over to Long Chen. When he was 300 meters away, the entire crowd held its breath. As an expert of the righteous path, it's unfortunate that your character is so terrible, allowing you to do so many outrageous atrocities. With your cultivation base, I would have only captured you and sent you to the super monastery. Unfortunately, you refused to change and even killed my brother. Today, I will get revenge for my brother. I will get justice for him as well as all those innocents who died under your hand, to get justice for the very heavens. Han Tianyu's words were filled with righteous injustice. Each of his words was louder than the next, and by the end, his voice shook the very sky. Kill Long Chen as justice for the righteous path. Kill Long Chen as justice for the righteous path. Following Han Tianyu's words, quite a few righteous disciples began to shout. Following those leaders, the other righteous disciples also raised their weapons and shouted along. These idiots, just how stupid are they? Looking at those impassioned righteous disciples, Xuanhuan couldn't help but grind his teeth and curse. What dogshit justice! Innocent! Yin Wushwang enticed that many experts to besiege the disciples of the 108th monastery. Then were the dead disciples of the 108th monasteries not innocent? Han Tianfeng and Yin Wushwang had worked together to fight Tang Wan'er. If Long Chen hadn't come, Tang Wan'er would have already died. Was Tang Wan'er not innocent? When the 108th disciples attempted to gather with Long Chen on Compass Mountain, but ended up being mercilessly attacked from all directions, were they not innocent? Seeing how much they wanted to punish Long Chen, Xuanhuan wished to tear them to pieces. These idiots were really too hateful, deciding to just blindly believe Han Tianyu. Do you see? Your conduct has already infuriated everyone. If you don't die today, then not even the heavens will tolerate it. Your sins are unforgivable, said Han Tianyu icily. Han Tianyu, don't bother being so pretentious. In truth, all you are is a giant hypocrite, sneered Hua Biluo. She was about to continue when Long Chen stopped her. Sister Biluo, I've suddenly decided to change plans. You don't need to testify for me. Today I will kill him. According to the original plan, Hua Biluo was supposed to testify for Long Chen and prove that all this was caused by Yin Wushwang, proving Long Chen was the victim. As for Long Chen, his goal was to first kill Yin Wushwang. If Han Tianyu wanted to stop him, then he would fight with him. However, now, Han Tianyu had immediately pointed his spear at him. That proved that the person targeting him had not just been Yin Wushwang, but also Han Tianyu. Then those fallen brothers of his had also died because of Han Tianyu. Then the enmity between the two was now one that would not stop until death. Proving his innocence was now meaningless to him. There's no need for any more superfluous words. You want to get revenge for your brother. It just so happens that I also want to get revenge for my brothers. Long Chen's killing intent rose, his eyes turning icy cold. Chapter 440, Divine Skill once more appears. Remembering how his brothers had fought side by side with him in the righteous and corrupt battle, Long Chen's fury was constantly soaring. At the same time, he was also filled with guilt. If it hadn't been for him, none of that would have happened. He really had never imagined that this bastard Han Tianyu would be so despicable as to take his anger out on just his friends. No matter what you say, no matter how you quibble, you can't conceal your crimes. If you were smart, you'd kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Han Tianyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking like an emperor looking down on one of his subjects. You perverted traitor Long Chen, senior apprentice brother Han is doing you a favor by giving you a chance to keep your corpse intact. What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and just kill yourself. Senior apprentice brother Han, just kill him. Such a vile traitor should be tortured and cut to pieces before being killed. Dying like this is already letting him off too easy. The righteous disciples took this chance to shout. With this many people, their voices billowed over like powerful waves.
As for Hua Wufeng and Yin Wushuang, they were exceptionally pleased by this. Now Long Chen had been forced to the end of the line. The righteous path would no longer allow him to live. Alongside them, the corrupt disciples were also excitedly watching. They had all heard of the righteous path's laughable inner fighting. Now seeing it in action, they were all sneering inside. An immense righteous and corrupt battle was about to begin, but they were still fighting amongst themselves here. That made them wonder, could it be that the righteous disciples were idiots raised especially for them to slaughter? "Shut up!" An angry roar rang out, one that sounded like it came from a heavenly divinity, one that caused heaven and earth to change all color. Everyone's ears shook from it. A group of idiots who don't know anything, a group of simpletons who only know how to curry favor, a group of cowards who only know how to bully the weak but are terrified of the strong. There are many of you who know what is going on, but you still have the conscience to act like you don't. Even people like you can be called cultivators. In order to suck up to others, you are willing to sell your very soul. You're all a disgrace upon the cultivation world. I can't be bothered to quibble with you about it, but let me just give you one word of advice. It would be best for you not to become enemies with me or try to vainly infuriate me. When I get angry, even I don't know what I will do. Long Chen's shout seemed to come from above the 9 heavens. Each of his words struck them to their very core, and quite a few people were shaken so deeply by them that they almost fainted. That was because Long Chen's voice had contained his spiritual strength as well as his powerful will. Those people who were just lying through their teeth turned pale from that power, their hearts quivering. And Yuhan Tianyu, don't try to be some dog-like hero, acting like some savior of the world. You're just a hypocrite. Today, I will expose your true face. After finishing speaking, he charged up to Han Tianyu. The two of them had only been separated by 300 meters. With a single step, Long Chen appeared in front of him, smashing a fist. Han Tianyu sneered, "I've already seen through all your abilities. None of your attacks are of any use to me." Just as Long Chen's fist was about to reach him, Han Tianyu raised a hand, his palm firmly blocking Long Chen's attack. Boom! People were surprised by Long Chen's power. He had yet to release any of his aura. Just this random blow of his had so much power that the ground beneath the two of them split open. Furthermore, this ordinary blow caused the ground within a mile of them to shake intensely. Long Chen repeatedly struck out 3 times. Shockingly, Han Tianyu seemed to be able to predict each one of Long Chen's punches, and he would always place his palm precisely where Long Chen's fist was about to be. Everyone could clearly see that each time Long Chen moved, Han Tianyu would always already be waiting for him. The stories that Han Tianyu has a mind-reading skill and that any attack is useless in front of him really are true, exclaimed a chosen. Han Tianyu rarely fought with others, so now that people were all shocked. Did he really have a mind-reading skill? That mustached man also opened his eyes, looking unblinkingly at their fight. A contemplating expression appeared on his face. This was everyone's first time witnessing such a fighting style, and they were all dumbstruck. Just how could they possibly defeat such an enemy? This Han Tianyu really is powerful. Does he really know how to read minds? Even Zheng Wenlong was shocked. Long Chen said his mind-reading skill is fake. Hua Biluo shook her head, but inside she was still nervous. Even if they were fake, that still didn't change the fact that all of Long Chen's attacks were being seen through. In front of me, all your attacks are useless. If this is all the ability you have, then you can just die. After blocking these 3 consecutive punches, Han Tianyu sneered. Oh, is that so? When you brag that much, how do you not blush? Long Chen sneered back and once more sent a fist smashing forward. Bragging, then I'll show you. Pow! Before Han Tianyu could finish speaking, a palm came from his dead angle, viciously slapping across his face. That resounding and crisp sound rang out for everyone to hear. Han Tianyu was blown back by Long Chen's slap. What? Impossible! Everyone gasped. Han Tianyu had always been confident and calm, blocking each of Long Chen's attacks with a single palm, but now he was suddenly sent flying by a slap in the face. All of them were dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. Han Tianyu only managed to stabilize himself several dozen meters away. A burning pain came from his face. Long Chen's slap had been too vicious. If it had been a bone-forging expert other than him, that slap could have directly caused their head to explode. Ah, no wonder you can brag so much without blushing. Your skin is so thick that even my hand hurts. Long Chen swung his hand back and forth. Only once Long Chen spoke did people awaken from their stupor. realizing this wasn't a hallucination, but reality. Even Hua Biluo and the others were shocked. They still didn't understand what was going on. Han Tianyu had clearly been seeing through each and every one of Long Chen's moves. It was only this ordinary slap in the face that he was unable to avoid. What they didn't know was that Long Chen's face-slapping ability had already reached the level of a divine technique. There was no sign before he used it, and since it wasn't a killing blow, it was almost impossible to sense it. The only reason it was so effective was because, when Long Chen used it, the only effect he was looking for was to humiliate his opponent. He never used it to kill people, so this attack naturally didn't contain any killing intent, making it that much harder for people to sense. Long Xiaqian. Han Tianyu roared, his aura completely erupting out without reserve. A powerful pressure descended upon everyone. What a terrifying aura. This should be the pressure of at least the 8 temper level. Han Tianyu is finally getting serious. Han Tianyu's face still stung from Long Chen's slap, and more importantly, he had never suffered such humiliation in all his years. His killing intent immediately erupted. Die, Han Tianyu roared, smashing his fist at Long Chen. Heaven and earth rumbled, and even those 10 miles away could feel that terrifying power. Long Chen sneered. Han Tianyu really was lacking. After being exposed, his humiliation became rage. Long Chen's Feng Fu star and Alyath star circulated, and his spiritual qi almost seemed to boil, surging out. In the face of Han Tianyu's fist, Long Chen also punched out. Boom! The two fists were like two huge mountains, fiercely crashing into each other. Pow! A figure flew back in front of everyone's flabbergasted eyes. They had all clearly seen that, after their two fists had collided, Long Chen's left hand had given Han Tianyu another vicious slap in the face. Previously, he had slapped him on the left side of his face with his right hand. Now he slapped the other side with his left hand. Both were perfectly aimed and powered. Now both sides of his face were equally red. I understand, Hua Biluo cried out suddenly. What? Asked Zheng Wenlong. Long Chen previously told me that Han Tianyu's mind-reading skill was fake. He said Han Tianyu must have immense combat experience and have trained to the master level in almost all martial weapons. He's able to guess what a person's move will be based on their eyes and the smallest of movements. At the beginning, I still doubted it, but now I understand. Long Chen's previous attacks, no matter what he tried, were all easily blocked by Han Tianyu. But Long Chen's face slaps are not within the scope of his abilities. Adding on the fact that Long Chen's face slap doesn't have any warning before he uses it, Han Tianyu cannot predict it. He used these two slaps to prove that to everyone, exclaimed Hua Biluo. She finally understood why Long Chen had repeatedly used different punches at the beginning. It was all to prove his own guess. Once he was sure enough, he directly gave him a slap in the face. Now Han Tianyu's mind-reading skill was revealed to everyone as complete nonsense. To many people, a mind-reading skill was too shocking and frightening, and they would be defeated before they even fought. By doing this, Long Chen had given Hua Biluo a great deal of confidence. As long as Han Tianyu didn't know a mind-reading skill, then he wasn't that terrifying. Fakes are just fakes, and just like lies, they will always be exposed one day. Did you think a little trick would work forever? Sneered Long Chen. Although he had been confident in his guess, a guess was still just a guess. Only with proof was he at ease. Long Chen, Han Tianyu held his face, still feeling that burning pain. He had now suffered twice from the same move. Although he wasn't injured, this kind of humiliation made him feel worse than being killed. You're going to get mad just because of this. Ha 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 ha, when you were scheming against me, did you not realize it would make me angry? When you used others to entrap me, constantly smearing my name, spreading photographic Jades as fast as possible, did you not realize it would make me angry? When you were unable to find me, and so decided to shamelessly target the people by my side, getting them killed one by one, did you ever once think that that would infuriate me? Long Chen's words rang out louder with each one. By the end, it had already become a heaven-shaking roar, a scream from a divine devil containing endless killing intent. If you're angry about a face slap, then that just means you're still a child. A fist came smashing towards Han Tianyu. Chapter 441, Combination Technique. With a final roar, Long Chen's Feng Fu star and Alyath star quickly circulated, and a fist came smashing at Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu felt a terrifying aura lock him down, and he was filled with horror. Long Chen was only a tendon transformation, and yet he was able to lock him down. Boom! People were horrified to see that Han Tianyu was once more blown back. The arm he had used to block had its sleeve completely blown apart, and his fist was now a bit deformed. Clearly, he had underestimated Long Chen's power, and thus he had suffered. He flew back hundreds of meters before stabilizing. Ha 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 ha! Han Tianyu suddenly raised his head and laughed. Not bad. It's no wonder you could kill my brother. You truly have that bit of ability. But this is also best, as only like this will it be a bit interesting. He shook out his arm, and it was unknown what technique he was using, but his deformed hand instantly recovered. Clenching it, it let out light crackling sounds. The current you does have the qualifications to make me a bit more serious. Take out your weapon. This battle will end quickly. Han Tianyu took out a sword, and suddenly a terrifying sword Qi soared into the sky. Han Tianyu, he's a sword cultivator. Everyone was shocked, especially Yue Zaifeng. He was already tightly staring at Han Tianyu. The current Han Tianyu had completely transformed from his usual self. He was like an awakened blade whose sharpness shook the world. Everyone present was within the range of that sword Qi, and their hair stood on end. They felt as if the edge of a cold blade was pressed against their throats. Sword cultivators were always praised as the cultivators with the strongest attack power. Now that Han Tianyu had released his aura, it caused everyone to tremble. Even Hua Biluo and the others jumped in shock. Han Tianyu had truly hidden himself deeply. Who would have thought that this refined and cultured person was actually a sword cultivator? Normally, sword cultivators were especially prideful. Thus, this contrast of temperaments was truly too much. So his mind-reading skill was just to conceal the fact he was a sword cultivator, exclaimed Hua Biluo. She saw that even the first monastery's disciples, including Yin Wuxuang, were now astonished. Obviously, even they also hadn't known Han Tianyu's true abilities. Does your face not hurt? Long Chen snorted, a blood-colored saber appearing in his hand. A wild will surged out of him. Die, Han Tianyu's expression sank. With a cold shout, his sword quivered, and the void seemed to have been split apart. A ray of sword Qi mercilessly slashed down on Long Chen. Long Chen's blood-colored saber let out a loud cry, seeming to come to life. A saber image clashed with Han Tianyu's sword Qi. When the sword Qi and saber image collided, there wasn't any explosion. Instead, the two tightly locked against each other. They constantly trembled as the two of them went all out to suppress the other. In their very first collision, the two of them wanted to use their imposingness to suppress the other. This was one of the most critical steps to victory. Once a person retreated, it was extremely easy for the opponent to launch consecutive blows that might lead all the way to a perfect victory. Both of their spiritual Qi was pouring into their weapons. Those 300-meter saber images and sword Qi blossomed with light, radiating immense power. The ground beneath their feet crumbled, and a wave of Qi surged out. A huge crater formed in the ground. That crater only grew as the two of them increased their power. In an instant, it surged out, encompassing everyone present. Fuck! Quite a few people were unable to endure that terrifying pressure and spat out blood. They hastily retreated. There were only a few experts who were able to stay in their original locations in the face of that pressure. Boom! Suddenly, their saber image and sword Qi exploded. They had been unable to endure that level of spiritual Qi. Die! The two of them roared at the same time and charged at the other. Long Chen's saber slashed towards Han Tianyu's neck. Han Tianyu blocked with his sword, and he was about to return blows when he suddenly felt a burst of pain on his abdomen. At some unknown time, Long Chen's foot had kicked him there. Although 99% of his power was focused on the saber, this one kick was still extremely powerful. Han Tianyu was sent flying. No one would expect Long Chen to use such an odd move when all their power was focused on their weapons. His inner organs were displaced by the power, and he almost spat blood. Despicable! Han Tianyu roared and sword Qi shot out, filling the sky. Dozens of sword images slashed down on Long Chen. Long Chen was startled, as Han Tianyu's sword Qi was no illusion, but solid. With dozens of rays of sword Qi slashing down on him, their power could easily superimpose. Parting wind slash. His blood-colored saber swept out, and a huge ray of saber Qi cut apart the void, smashing into the sword Qi. Boom! Long Chen's arm trembled, and he involuntarily flew back 100 meters. Clear wind sword dance. Han Tianyu continued pressing forward, his sword suddenly becoming like the cool breeze blowing through willow trees, continuously stabbing at Long Chen.
His sword tip was like the tongue of a viper, coming from every angle, making it so no one was able to predict where his next attack would land. "What terrifying sword arts!" exclaimed Yue Zifeng. This was his first time seeing such sword arts. They were so exquisite they were unblockable. They caused a person to feel such a despair that they would have an urge to just close their eyes and wait for death. Long Chen snorted. Ignoring Han Tianyu's sword, his saber slashed towards his throat. His saber was over 3 meters long, while Han Tianyu's sword was only 4 feet. Even though Long Chen was attacking after him, his saber would still pierce through his throat before his sword pierced his body. What surprised everyone was that Han Tianyu actually sneered with ridicule, and his sword didn't stop. He allowed Long Chen's saber to continue approaching his neck. But with a muffled bang, sparks flew. What? The thing blocking Long Chen's saber was surprisingly Han Tianyu's sheath. Long Chen was startled. At this time, his sword tip was just about to reach him. Furthermore, there was a powerful spiritual qi condensed on top of it. If it pierced through his body, his insides would instantly explode. But Han Tianyu was extremely crafty, and there was a bizarre absorptive strength on his sheath. It pulled Long Chen's saber to it, making it so he couldn't immediately retreat. HMPH. Violet lightning suddenly appeared on Long Chen's saber. Han Tianyu felt his whole body turn numb, and before he could react, Long Chen's saber had already escaped from his absorption. At the same time, a powerful force pushed him away and allowed Long Chen to retreat. Although Long Chen managed to react in time, Han Tianyu's sword still pierced through his clothes, almost reaching his skin. The spectators were unable to sense the profundities behind this exchange. They could only tell that Long Chen had just been a hair away from being killed by Han Tianyu. That caused Hua Biluo and the others to sweat nervously. Sometimes on the battlefield, it wasn't the one whose strength was greater that would be the victor. Sometimes the slightest bit of negligence might lead to great regret. How does it feel to walk along the path of death?" sneered Han Tianyu. "Have you exhausted your limited abilities?" retorted Long Chen. "HMPH, then let me see just how long you can keep up such a distasteful mouth." Han Tianyu's sword fluttered through the air, while the sheath in his left hand was like a hidden viper, ready to attack at any time, something impossible to defend against. Long Chen repeatedly brandished his saber, releasing a sky full of saber images to block Han Tianyu's attacks. He sneered. "It seems you've scammed others so much that you ended up scamming even yourself. Your bogus mind-reading skill might have managed to trick countless people, giving you the sweet taste of success, but it also made you walk down the wrong path." Boom! Forcing back Han Tianyu's sword, Long Chen continued. "Genuine products are unable to be faked, and faked products are always never able to become genuine. You wasted all that effort to make up your fake mind-reading skill, all to conceal the fact that you were a sword cultivator. By doing this, you had great success. However, you were also affected. Thinking yourself clever, you used your sword as a weapon while using the sheath as a shield. Did you think doing this would allow you to possess both offense and defense? Absolutely laughable. What nonsense! This is my self-created combination technique. Sword arts focus on offense, not defense, but by using my sheath as well, I can make up for the weakness of sword arts. HMPH, such a profound thing is something you couldn't even comprehend." Han Tianyu's voice was full of disdain. His words moved everyone. The majority of the people present used swords. His words had pointed out the weakness of the sword Dao, causing countless people's eyes to light up. It was as if they now saw a new path open before them. The sword sheath truly could make up for the weakness of the sword Dao. They felt as if they had been awakened to a new world. "Idiot, do you even understand why sword cultivators are claimed as the cultivators with the strongest attack power? It's because they only care about offense. If you use offense to make up for your defense, using offense to break through all barriers, to advance without ever looking back, if you had such a powerful offense, what would you need defense for? Your technique is an absolute joke," sneered Long Chen. Now Long Chen's words caused those people who had just seen a new pathway for themselves to once more become lost. It was precisely because sword cultivators were known as the strongest attackers that most people chose to use the sword as their weapon. But although there were countless people who used the sword, only those who could comprehend the sword Dao and then condense their own sword intent were able to be called sword cultivators. There were very few such people. So Long Chen and Han Tianyu's words caused people to be bewildered. It seemed as if both of them were correct. "You're not a sword cultivator, so you don't have the qualifications to spout rubbish here," raged Han Tianyu. For an amateur to criticize his sword arts was unacceptable. All the heavenly Taos return to the same point. All laws are from the same source. At the peak of all Taos, everything is connected. Since you don't believe it, then I'll show you just what it means to use offense as defense. Long Chen switched to holding his saber with both hands, and with a sudden, thunderous shout, his saber became a blood-colored ray that slashed at Han Tianyu. Chapter 442, Temper. The instant Long Chen began to wield his saber with both hands, his aura completely changed. He was now like some fearless killing god, filled with a valiant air, someone who would charge forward despite any obstructions. A saber came slashing down. There was no technique, there was no fanciness. It was just a simple hack, but it had locked Han Tianyu down completely, making it so he could only take it head-on with his sword. Boom! Han Tianyu was sent flying. It wasn't that he wasn't as strong, but that Long Chen's saber had contained his full power, while he kept a portion of his power for his sheath. Again! Long Chen's saber came slashing out again. What shocked people was that somehow this second slash seemed to contain some of the power of the first. Now this slash made space tremble intensely, as if it were unable to endure that terrifying power. Han Tianyu was completely shocked. He had never seen such a move. It was clearly just a simple slash, but there was no way to easily block it. The only thing he could do was take it head-on. Perhaps against an ordinary opponent, he could strike at their vitals, causing them to switch to defense. Such a method was practical but useless against Long Chen. All of Long Chen's attacks were full-strength attacks. He wouldn't be able to switch to defense with this kind of attack even if he wanted to. So if Han Tianyu did attack his vitals, all that would mean was that he would die with Long Chen. That was naturally not the result he wanted. Han Tianyu took a deep breath. Crossing his sword and sheath in front of him, his power completely erupted to block Long Chen's attack. The instant Long Chen's saber arrived, Han Tianyu almost coughed up blood, and he was knocked back again. The entire crowd was silent. Long Chen's two attacks had been the same. It was the exact same posture, the exact same angle, the exact same arc. It was incredibly simple, something even a child could clearly see. But it was this kind of simple attack that Han Tianyu was unable to receive. He was blown back twice, dumbfounding everyone. Just who was Han Tianyu? He was claimed as the Super Monastery's #1 expert. Even in this place where the heroes of 7 prefectures had gathered, he stood at the pinnacle. The third attack. In front of everyone's appalled gazes, Long Chen's third slash came down, the exact same as the last two. However, the only difference was this attack contained the power of the previous two, and the saber seemed to contain a volcanic power. The space around it was completely twisted. Boom! Han Tianyu only managed to barely block it, and he shot out like a cannonball, plowing a mile-long ditch in the ground. For a moment, it was absolutely silent. Everyone was looking at Long Chen with shock, then looking at Han Tianyu in the distance who was leaning on his sword. None of them were able to say anything. Long Chen rested his saber on his shoulder while looking at Han Tianyu with a gaze full of disdain, and icily looked at Han Tianyu, disdainfully saying, "You don't need to pretend like that. Are you putting on a play? Or should I say, are you an actor? You've yet to use even half of your power. Who are you putting on that act for?" What? Yu ran and the others were shocked. Han Tianyu was already so terrifying, but he had yet to use even half of his power. Huabiluo was also completely shocked. If Han Tianyu had yet to use even half his power now, then when he had fought with her, didn't that mean he hadn't even used a third of his power? You really are an idiot through and through. First acting weak to give me some hope, then displaying your great power to make me feel despair. Han Tianyu, you really are too hypocritical, sneered Long Chen. Ha 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 ha, Han Tianyu suddenly laughed, shaking his head. I really wouldn't have thought you'd see that far. I underestimated you. There are many things you haven't thought of. Did you ever think that you would die to my hands today? Never. That's because a person that can kill me, Han Tianyu, has not yet been born. Han Tianyu brushed off some dust indifferently. It isn't that they haven't been born, but that you hadn't encountered them yet. Now that you've run into me, you're destined to die. That's because you caused the death of my brothers, and I want your head as a sacrifice to their souls. Does slandering others like this have any meaning? How many people here will believe you? Han Tianyu shook his head disdainfully. That's why I said you're a hypocrite, the same as your sword arts. Although you managed to comprehend a bit of sword intent, you focused completely on your sword techniques, treating that sword in your hand as a tool and not a belief, not as a companion. You are at best a dabbler sword cultivator. Long Chen's words didn't cause much of a reaction in other people, but Yue Zifeng's body shook. Long Chen was telling him Han Tianyu's greatest weak point. As a sword cultivator, the sword was their life. As for Han Tianyu, his sword techniques might be exquisite, but his sword intent wasn't strong enough and did not possess the cold killing will that it should. No matter how profound his sword techniques were, they were lacking any substance. No matter what Dao it was, you had to focus on it single-mindedly. Han Tianyu had created his sword and sheath combination technique, using strengths to make up for weak points, possessing both offense and defense. On the surface, it looked extremely creative and effective, but in the end, it wasn't the correct path. He had already deviated from the cultivation path he should have taken. At this time, even the other sword cultivators were gradually understanding what Long Chen was saying, and they practically prostrated themselves in admiration for his sharp vision. HMPH, did you think just a few of your words could rattle my Dao heart? You're too childish, sneered Han Tianyu. You're the childish one. Didn't you want me to die in my despair? Then I will let you die with an endless remorse. Aren't you very confident in your self-made sword arts? Then good. I will defeat you where you are most confident and let you know that the thing you are most prideful of is incredibly stupid and laughable. After this final retort, Long Chen no longer wasted words. His saber once more slashed at Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu had a ridiculing expression on. Closing his eyes when he once more opened them, an explosive sound came from his body, and it was as if a dam had been broken, releasing a surging flood. A terrifying aura caused everyone's expressions to change. Ten Temper Realm. Boom! Han Tianyu's sword slashed upon Long Chen's saber, and being caught off guard, Long Chen was blown back. Heavens, Han Tianyu has already tempered 10 bones. 10 temper. Most of the favored had only tempered 2 bones, and that was already extremely luxurious. There were some favored and core disciples who had only managed to temper 1 bone. Some didn't even have the resources to temper a single bone. Tempering 10 bones not only required a huge amount of medicinal pills, but it also exhausted a great deal of cultivation time. Just how had Han Tianyu done this? This bastard has actually tempered 10 bones. Even I only managed to temper 8 bones. Mo Nian was a bit indignant. He had already cultivated with his full might. However, he had still been thrown off by his opponent. However, thinking of the several treasures that now lay in his spatial ring, he didn't feel that disappointed. As for the corrupt path, Yin Luo, Zhu Wuya, and the others were also shocked. They had also only had time to temper 8 bones. Han Tianyu truly was terrifying. He had to have used some secret technique, or this was absolutely impossible. Even Hua Wufeng was startled. Han Tianyu was stronger than he had imagined, but the stronger he was, the happier he became. He was already impatient to see the scene of Long Chen dying in complete despair. He had always been brooding about the phoenix sparrow violet flame that Long Chen had stolen from him. He was still unable to accept it. Although his harvests were also not bad, and he had obtained the beast flame ranked 4th on the beast flame rankings, he had never let this matter go. His hatred of Long Chen ran extremely deep now. Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu, kill this fiend. Take vengeance for those dead innocents. Senior Apprentice Brother Han, what are you waiting for? You are the emissary of justice. Hurry up and kill this traitor of the righteous path, returning the righteous path to its clear and bright state. Seeing that Han Tianyu had released a 10-temper aura and definitely had the power to suppress Long Chen, his followers all began to cheer loudly. Many others also followed them. However, there were clearly fewer people than before. Not everyone was so stupid. Although many fiendish images of Long Chen's actions had spread with the first monastery's help, people trusted their eyes more. The domineering pride Long Chen had revealed was clearly different from the scenes in those images. Furthermore, Long Chen's discussion on the essence of the sword Dao had benefited many of them. Such an unfathomable person wouldn't do something like that. Although they didn't know whether or not he was innocent, at the very least, there was a seed of doubt in their hearts, and they no longer all just went with the flow. Long Chen, I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. I didn't want to have to kill you. If you hadn't committed such sins, I'm sure we would have been friends, sighed Han Tianyu. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Now I really am starting to admire you. Your skin really is amazing. Even at this time, you can still continue with this little play of yours. What perseverance. I pity you since you are a generation's genius, and I wanted to leave you with an intact corpse. But you refused to appreciate my kindness, instead trying to humiliate me. You really can't be saved.
Han Tianyu looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression, one that seemed to feel sorrow about the will of the heavens and pity for the fate of man. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu, you don't need to feel grief over a fiend like him. If you're kind-hearted to him, you'll only end up being hurt. Hurry and end this fiend's life. The person speaking at this time was Yin Wuxuang. Her voice was sharp and contained a great deal of urgency. The thing she longed to see the most was Long Chen's head falling to the ground. I really want to tear this woman apart. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth as he looked at the shouting Yin Wuxuang. The others were the same. This woman was the one who had caused all of this. She and Han Tianyu really were unforgivable. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Did you think that just this was enough to defeat me? You even want me to kill myself? Could it be that your memory is this lacking? I've already said that I will defeat you in the area you are most proud of, letting you know what remorse is. If you're prepared, then I'm about to begin. Boom! An explosive sound rang out from within Long Chen's body, and a berserk aura surged out that caused all of heaven and earth to tremble, causing everyone's expressions to change. Chapter 443, Battling Fiercely. Boom! A powerful aura surged out of Long Chen's body, and terrifying chi waves were constantly soaring up into the sky. It was as if a peerless monster had finally opened its eyes. After condensing the Alioth star, I never had a true chance to test my strength. Well, now I'll let all of you see just how powerful I am. Long Chen snorted inside. The Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot circulated at its full speed, while the Alioth star in his right hand circulated in the opposite direction. With one circulating clockwise and one counterclockwise, two different energies poured into his body, converging together explosively. This was a way to use the two stars that he had only figured out recently. When these two energies met, they seemed to form a maelstrom like a volcano about to erupt. A destructive power surged. This kind of power, how terrifying. No one had imagined that Long Chen would be this powerful. Even Favored had to quickly retreat from his aura. They weren't even fighting, but they could sense that in front of Long Chen's power, they were like ants. The slightest carelessness and they would be torn apart just from some random aftershocks. Even Yin Luo's pupils shrunk. Although Long Chen hadn't reached bone forging, his current power made it so even he found it hard to breathe. Long Chen was truly a freak. Each of his actions toppled people's understandings. He was constantly breaking the rules of this world. Boom! With a final explosion, the dust around Long Chen scattered, and that berserk aura instantly faded. But that just made others feel even more terrified. That was because Long Chen had already concentrated all that berserk energy inside him. None of it leaked out anymore. When did Boss become so strong? Xuanhuan and the others were all amazed. In the past few months, they had constantly been with Long Chen. The majority of his time was spent refining pills for everyone. He had rarely spent any time cultivating himself. They had also never seen him attack in all that time. Long Chen truly was enigmatic. Even those who stood by his side every day didn't know his limits. Seeing this battle-godlike figure, Meng Qi and the others were filled with pride. In this era, strength was the most respected, and strength was also the greatest attraction. No one could resist such attraction. The strong were always the idols to be worshipped. Your aura is powerful, but it's just an outer appearance. Your true abilities are still too lacking. That's very disappointing. Han Tianyu was also shocked at first. To be able to release such power at tendon transformation was inconceivable. However, he had absolute confidence in himself, and so his words were still light. Don't worry, Long Chen never let anyone go disappointed. Long Chen merely smiled. Feeling the energy of his two stars making his body brim with energy, he felt incredibly excited. Looks like you're prepared now. Since you want to continue acting so noble, I'll come reveal the truth. Long Chen's foot suddenly stamped on the ground. The ground split apart and he appeared in front of Han Tianyu in an instant. A saber slashed through the void. How fast? People were shocked, even the other top experts. They hadn't even seen Long Chen move. If they were to fight, they wouldn't even have a chance to react before being cut apart. As for Han Tianyu, he put away his disdainful expression. His sword shook, releasing a rumbling as light began to shine. His sword seemed to come to life as he slashed it at Long Chen. The instant their weapons collided, everyone's expressions changed. The weaker disciples had their eardrums shatter, blood flowing out of their ears. Not good. Suddenly, someone let out a startled cry. A terrifying pressure rippled out in all directions. When that ripple touched the ground, boulders were instantly crushed to broken pieces. Those broken pieces shot out at everyone. People hastily fled, but those who were slower let out cries of pain. There were several who were devoured by the ripple and turned to paste. Even Yin Luo and Zhu Wuya were not able to endure that level of pressure and had no choice but to block that shockwave as they retreated. They only stopped once they were over a mile away. While everyone retreated to a safe distance, Long Chen and Han Tianyu had already exchanged 100 blows. Saber images came in waves and sword chi pierced the sky. The two of them fought so intensely that others were unable to even see their figures. They could only see the sky full of saber images and sword chi. Too terrifying, this is the power of peak experts. Even those self-important chosen were completely taken aback. Although Han Tianyu was called a chosen just like them, in such a fast-paced battle, even if they used their full strength, they might not even be able to receive a single blow. Why is there such a huge power difference? We're also bone-forging experts. Those favored felt even more dejected than the chosen. They didn't even have the ability to approach such a fight, let alone participate. They would be directly blown to pieces if they tried approaching. As for those ordinary core disciples, they were the only ones who didn't sigh with sorrow. For them, this level of battle was something they could only possibly watch. Furthermore, just watching was something they had to do while hiding far away. Every time I see boss fight, I feel my blood boiling. Xuanhuan tightly clenched his fists excitedly, having an urge to also charge forward. Gu Yang and the others also agreed completely. Each time Long Chen fought, it was always so wild, so hot-blooded. It truly did raise people's passions. Each one of Long Chen's attacks was filled with his courageous spirit. When a person had transcended the restrictions of life and death, that was the peak of a kind of Tao, and it could let other people feel a resonance in their hearts. Furthermore, his eyes were always calm, unafraid of anything, even death. Each of his attacks was ruthless, aiming to kill his opponent. Mo Nian, Hua Biluo, and Zheng Wenlong were peak experts, and yet they had no choice but to admit that Long Chen's fighting style truly was formidable. The most terrifying aspect about him was his powerful will and his fearless determination. The three of them could all sense that his will was incredibly powerful. No one could use their will to suppress him in the slightest. "Looks like I really will profit from this transaction," smiled Zheng Wenlong. "But of course, brother Zheng really is astute. To invest in my boss is definitely the best way to profit. Speaking of which, is your Huiyun sect accepting new members? Could this little brother go and try it?" said Xuanhuan. "Xuanhuan, you traitor, you want to leave the monastery," Tang Wan'er said disdainfully. "Cough, of course not. Sister-in-law, I couldn't possibly do that." Xuanhuan awkwardly coughed. Zheng Wenlong laughed. "To work together with my Huiyun sect doesn't require you to become a member of the Huiyun sect. We're all businessmen, and the point is for it to be mutually beneficial." Xuanhuan became excited now that Zheng Wenlong had helped him out, and he immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Zheng really is amazing, truly admirable. But here's one thing this little brother does not understand. Are you really so bold as to bet your everything on my boss?" It wasn't just Xuanhuan who didn't understand. Even Mo Nian and Hua Biluo were doubtful. In fact, while they were standing together, they kept a certain distance from him. However, Long Chen had agreed to their cooperation, and so they couldn't say anything. But now their ears all perked up in anticipation. Zheng Wenlong smiled slightly. Looking at them, he said, "It's the same as I said before. Many people don't understand my Huiyun sect's disciples, especially how we conduct ourselves. We're businessmen, and business opportunities decide whether we succeed or fail. If you can't even find a business opportunity, then you aren't even a businessman. When it comes to business opportunities, the main point is investment, and risk comes with any investment. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. As a businessman, the thing you must trust the most is your eyesight. Just like with other cultivators, if you have a strong belief, you can advance courageously despite any obstacles. As for us, our belief is in the wealth god, and what we cultivate is the business Tao. Long Chen has also said it. All the heavenly Taos return to the same point, all laws are from the same source, and at the peak of all Taos, everything is connected. This is my first time hearing it being put in such a perfect manner. That is even further evidence my investment wasn't wrong. I digress. Our Huiyun disciples, Tao hearts, are our belief, and our belief is that wealth is capable of allowing us to walk to the peak of the martial path. Xuanhuan was deeply affected and said, "Boss has also told me that as long as I firmly believe in my forging Tao, making it into my belief, then as long as I keep a stable Tao heart, I can also reach the pinnacle. So in reality,
It was the same principle as yours. Zheng Wenlong nodded. Long Chen is correct. The most difficult part of cultivation is maintaining a stable Dao heart. On the cultivation path, we will all be given blows, we will all get confused, we will all become lost, and we will all suffer from negative emotions from time to time. That will all affect our Dao hearts, and once your Dao heart crumbles, then you will be like a carriage without a road, a boat without any water. You will lose all orientation, and it will be impossible for you to advance. The business Dao is our belief, and our eyesight is the weapon we trust in the most. We will never doubt our eyesight, because if we doubt it, then that means our Dao heart is already broken, and our martial path will also be blocked. Since I trust my vision, and since I can see immense profits coming from this, why would I give up on this opportunity? Mo Nian and Hua Biluo now understood the Huyun disciples' conviction a bit more. Although they still didn't understand it completely, it still made them admire them. There were countless Daos in the world, and they were all different paths to the same destination. The Huyun sect had relied on its business Dao to thrive for countless years, so it definitely had its own powerful foundation. There were many people who didn't understand them, feeling like they were nothing more than profit-seeking merchants. However, those people were completely mistaken. Your life is your greatest investment. If you invest it in some object, your profit will always be limited. But if you invest it in a person, then what they might bring you in the end is unimaginable. Zheng Wenlong laughed pointedly. Hua Biluo shook, as she realized Zheng Wenlong was talking about her. Wasn't her cooperation with Long Chen also a business transaction? Then it was also a part of the business Dao. Boom! After they finished speaking, Long Chen and Han Tianyu collided with an unprecedented power, drawing everyone's gaze. Chapter 444 9-Line Qi Explosion Art. Long Chen and Han Tianyu collided with unprecedented power and then both withdrew 100 meters, looking at each other. Long Chen rested his blood-colored saber on his shoulder, icily saying, "I've already said your improved sword Dao is just trash. Your offense can no longer reach its peak, while your defense is just half-assed. The sword Dao is something that has existed for millions of years, and sword cultivators always stood at the peak of cultivators. Did you think using your little smarts to change it would create a new Dao? It's not that I want to look down on you, but I really look down on you. Someone who merely likes to play schemes behind people's backs cannot have any accomplishments." All the experts watching were shocked. Although their fight had been very chaotic, the stronger ones had seen it all very clearly. Long Chen had repeatedly used the same few attacks over and over, but just those moves caused Han Tianyu to be flustered. No matter what technique he tried, he was never able to reverse his disadvantage. They had no choice but to doubt his self-created sword Dao. Sword cultivators were claimed as the strongest attackers, but defense was their fatal weak point. Countless sword cultivators had hoped to make up for that deficiency, but none had succeeded. Of course, there were many people who had thought of using the sheath as a shield before. However, its effect had always been lacking. As for Han Tianyu, he really was a genius. He had spent endless effort and time on comprehending things others would never have imagined, giving his sheath an absorptive effect and other intricacies that raised its defensive power to the limit. That had shocked everyone and toppled their understanding. But although Han Tianyu had reached that point, Long Chen was still able to point out that his innovative technique was just trash, and their battle just now proved that he was right. Long Chen's tempest of attacks had just been repeats of a few attacks without any technique to speak of. It was simply that each of his attacks did not leave any leeway. Although each of his attacks was clearly full of openings, he had forced Han Tianyu to miserably retreat over and over. Han Tianyu could easily see those openings. With a random blow, he could kill Long Chen. But the instant he killed Long Chen, he would definitely die to Long Chen as well. Furthermore, each of Long Chen's attacks contained his full power, and there was no way he could switch to defense, so it was not a bait. This was basically a scoundrel move, forcing Han Tianyu to die with him. But how could Han Tianyu agree to die with Long Chen? Shameless technique. Han Tianyu was trembling with rage. Long Chen was just a scoundrel, making it so his exquisite techniques were unable to release their full power. With his cultivation base, it was rare for things to rattle his Dao heart. And yet, now Long Chen had truly given an impact to him. Previously, Long Chen had used a single move to force him to retreat 3 times. At that time, he had already lost that exchange. Then after erupting with his 10 temper power, Long Chen was still able to completely suppress him based on just the same moves. That was another loss. That was something he was unable to accept.
The reason Han Tianyu dared to ignore the corrupt experts and still first focus on Long Chen before the righteous and corrupt battle was because he had absolute confidence in himself, and absolute confidence he would suppress Yin Luo. Han Tianyu treated this immense righteous and corrupt battle as a stage for him to release his glory and brilliance. As for Long Chen, he was just the opening show before that glorious battle. But Long Chen obstinately said his sword arts were garbage, and after their 2 exchanges, Han Tianyu saw that quite a few people's expressions had changed. That filled him with fury. However, he couldn't show that anger. If he expressed his anger, that was accepting that his self-created sword Dao was flawed. HMPH, all you have is a strong tongue. A despicable traitor that slaughters members of the same path wants to discuss the sword Dao. What a joke, sneered Han Tianyu. Ha, I was already looking down on you, but now I look down on you even more. When your own self-created garbage is exposed by others, you have to go attack that person. You, Han Tianyu, really only have this kind of morality. Sometimes I truly pity you. Doesn't wearing a hypocritical mask all day get tiring? Laughed Long Chen. When would Han Tianyu have ever been humiliated like this? He was high and above all others. Furthermore, this was done in front of all the righteous and corrupt experts. His killing intent soared furiously. He snorted, even if you have a glib tongue, you can't change the fact that you are a fiend and you can't wash away your sins. This is just your deathbed struggle to conceal your fear. Now I will use the righteous path's name to end your traitor life. Han Tianyu raised his sword, slashing it at Long Chen. Long Chen sneered. What? You don't dare let me respond. Are you afraid if I talk, I'll continue slowly exposing how much of a hypocrite you are? Now I really am looking down on you even more. Go to hell, Han Tianyu roared. His body suddenly became covered in a white mist, and a terrifying pressure shot out. Everyone's hearts shook, feeling as if a mountain had fallen on their hearts. They were unable to even breathe. Boom! Long Chen was caught off guard by Han Tianyu's explosive power, and he was blown back. His stomach jolted, and his organs felt like they were moving inside him. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. What? Guo ran and the others were startled. This reversal was too sudden. Previously they had been evenly matched, but now Long Chen was sent flying with a single blow, even suffering an injury. People looked at Han Tianyu. When they saw his face, they all jumped in shock. Han Tianyu's originally handsome face now had 9 lines across it, appearing extremely bizarre. Now, his face was no longer handsome, but twisted like a sinister ghoul. At this time, Han Tianyu's aura was soaring into the sky, and the space around him was constantly twisting, making him seem almost illusory. Yin Luo, Zhu Wuya, and the others all had shocked expressions. This was a battle skill they had never heard of. It had allowed Han Tianyu's power to explode by several times. This should be the 9-line Qi explosion art. I really wouldn't have expected Han Tianyu to have learned it. Zheng Wenlong was also shocked. What is it? Is it powerful? Asked Yu Ran. The 9-line Qi explosion art is a heaven-class battle skill. When using this Qi explosion art, your body's spiritual Qi will be compressed to the pinnacle, allowing you to release up to 5 times the power. 5 times? Han Tianyu's original combat ability was already incredible. Now that he had 5 times the power, who could possibly subdue him? Perhaps we should consider going to help. Otherwise, if Long Chen ends up injured, our strength will sharply fall, said Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong was considering things from a comprehensive point. Long Chen had already displayed his shocking combat ability. As long as he, Mo Nian, and Hua Biluo took action, he trusted there would be no one who would make things hard on them. After all, the corrupt experts were like tigers watching their prey, and the righteous disciples wouldn't go all out at this time. In the end, this matter would be left unresolved, and they could settle their debts outside the secret realm. So in truth, by coming to stand here, he was just intimidating others. But just by showing some imposingness, he would be able to get an enormous favor. That was definitely a huge return. Mo Nian also nodded and was about to move when Guo Ran stopped him. You're all looking down on my boss too much. You should just patiently watch this show. What? Zheng Wenlong was startled. Who do you think my boss is? He has many more trump cards. The reason he hasn't shown them yet is because he wants to expose Han Tianyu's true face bit by bit. This bastard caused so many of our brothers to die. How could my boss let him die so easily? Said Guo Ran hatefully. Brother Guo, are you sure? This is too serious to make a careless mistake, said Zheng Wenlong. I am 100% sure. Boss will definitely be fine.
If he was in danger, I would have been the first to rush out. Xuanhuan patted himself on the chest confidently. Long Chen had already said he had a 50% chance of defeating Han Tianyu. The fight had not reached anywhere close to its climax yet. Mo Nian suddenly thought of something and smiled. I remember now. Long Chen really hasn't used his full strength. Let's just watch. Zheng Wenlong and Hua Biluo exchanged a glance, each seeing the other person's shock. Just how strong was Long Chen? He was only at tendon transformation. The fact he wasn't defeated by a peak genius like Han Tianyu, who was in the Ten-Temper Bone Forging realm, was already the limit of their expectations. Zheng Wenlong had taken the risk to stand by Long Chen because he looked favorably upon his talent. As long as Long Chen didn't die, he would definitely rise like a comet, his light shaking the world. What he had been hoping for was to send Long Chen help when he needed it, and when he soared, he would definitely get a huge return. Zheng Wenlong's projection was that after a fierce fight between Long Chen and Han Tianyu, when Long Chen showed signs of being defeated, he and the others would intervene, and this matter would end here. Everyone would say a few vicious words, something along the lines of "just wait for me to get revenge," blah blah. However, from the expressions of the 108th Monastery's disciples, he felt this matter was going in a direction he had not expected, causing him some unease. But then he suddenly smiled, mocking himself. It was no wonder it was said that the older you got, the smaller your guts would become. What was the point of thinking about all that? Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu, kill him. Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu, kill him. Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu, kill him. Cheering came in waves. However, the cheering was now essentially only from monastery disciples. Furthermore, it was only from a portion of them. A large majority of the righteous disciples were now just watching. In front of absolute power, all your quibbling is useless. Do you still have any final words? Sneered Han Tianyu. Long Chen shook his head, patting off some dust. He lightly said, "You've stolen my phrase. I often say in front of absolute strength all schemes are useless. That's also why when you schemed against me I couldn't be bothered to take note of it. Instead, I raised my strength as much as possible. However, there was one thing I never thought. I underestimated your shamelessness. I never thought you would implicate innocent people. So today, you and Yin Wuxuang must die." In the distance, Yin Wuxuang's expression completely changed. Long Chen's words sounded like a demonic curse to her, and she suddenly roared. "Brother Tianyu, quickly kill him. The sect leader has already said that he must die, so hurry up." For a moment, everything was deathly silent. Everyone was looking strangely at Yin Wuxuang and Han Tianyu. Chapter 445, The Dragon Wars, The Tiger Battles. "Brother Tianyu, quickly kill him. The sect leader has already said that he must die, so hurry up." For a moment, everything was deathly silent. Everyone was looking strangely at Yin Wuxuang and Han Tianyu. Only then did Yin Wuxuang recover from her terror. But when she looked at those people's gazes, she had no idea what to say. She was truly just too terrified of Long Chen. His words just now had touched upon her sensitive nerves, and by the time she recovered, it was too late. This idiot woman. Han Tianyu's expression darkened, and he had an urge to slap her. Now that she had said this, everything had been exposed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" he roared. Seeing that many gazes full of contempt directed at her, Yin Wuxuang was panicked. Now that Han Tianyu roared at her, she immediately became crazy. "It's already like this, so what's the point of concealing it? Why do you have to bother acting like some good person? You don't want to join my Yin family. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking with that Hua slut. Don't look down on me because I'm not so easy to bully. You've already obtained so many benefits from my Yin family, but you want to walk away just like that. A grand but unrealistic dream. Although I created the plan to kill Long Chen, didn't you want him dead too? Weren't you the one who put your sights on his women? But you still act like some noble lord. Don't think I don't know about your little plots. Let me tell you today, you must kill Long Chen, or don't even think about entering my Yin family. In fact, I will report it to my family and have your entire Han family exterminated." At this time, Yin Wuxuang truly appeared like a shrew, pointing and cursing at Han Tianyu, her voice ringing out for all to hear. Looking at the crazed Yin Wuxuang and then to the dark-faced Han Tianyu, no one said anything. Even Long Chen was stunned. His original plan was to slowly expose Han Tianyu's true face for everyone to see. That was also to help Hua Biluo, as she hoped to make Han Tianyu fall from grace. But this plan of his had now been completed by Yin Wuxuang. At this moment, Yin Wuxuang had already thrown caution to the wind. In her panic and terror, she could not rest until Long Chen died. No person could possibly understand her terror. Han Tianyu had always refused to go all out to kill Long Chen in order to maintain his image, and now her fury with him had erupted. Furthermore, her patience towards Han Tianyu's unfaithfulness had also reached its limit. With the addition of what she was seeing today, she directly threw away all her face, no longer having any misgivings. The reason Han Tianyu was so strong was definitely related to how much the Yin family had secretly groomed him over the past few years. Han Tianyu was like a seed they were grooming, and when this seed was fully matured, they would draw it back into the Yin family. This was a political move, something involving the inner competition in the ancient families. Currently, Han Tianyu had already begun to reveal his brilliance, but the appearance of Hua Biluo had caused this seed to waver, infuriating Yin Wuxuang. Now this rage of hers exploded. Zhang Yang Li Chang, are you too stupid? Junior apprentice sister Wuxuang has started babbling nonsense from her terror. You two should go and protect her. Han Tianyu roared at two experts from the first monastery. Those two hastily ran over and caught Yin Wuxuang. By now, she had already vented most of her emotions, and so she had recovered her composure. She didn't resist and let herself be pulled to the side. Long Chen, you bastard, you can die now. Han Tianyu was filled with fury, and with nowhere else to release it, he looked at Long Chen like Long Chen was the killer of his father. With a furious roar, he charged at him. His sword pointed up to the sky, and an enormous sword-image sword, causing heaven and earth to rock. Sword light seemed to devour the sky before it slashed down at Long Chen. This attack's power caused everyone's hearts to rise into their throats. Its power had been condensed to the pinnacle, and it was as if the sky was being cut apart. This was Han Tianyu's first full-strength attack. He now wanted to kill Long Chen without giving him the slightest chance. Boom! The ground split apart and a chi wave surged out like a furious tsunami. Even other peak experts had their expressions changed and retreated. This terrifying aftershock sent a huge wave rippling across the earth for 100 miles. Countless people were buried within the ground. What? When people popped out of the ground, the first thing they did was look towards the battlefield. At that place, there was a man carrying a blood-colored saber, a 300-meter divine ring behind his back. A terrifying energy was surging out of him, causing space to constantly twist. Looking from a distance, it almost seemed like he was enveloped in a water curtain. Everyone's hearts shook. With the assistance of his divine ring, Long Chen seemed so powerful that it was as if the world could not bear it. Do you see? This is my boss's peak state. Previously, it was all just a warm-up, praised Xuanhuan proudly. However, he was a bit irritated as well as he spat out mud. At this time, Zheng Wenlong and Hua Biluo were not even listening to Xuanhuan. They were looking at that figure with his divine ring, their faces dull and lifeless. Other than a selected few people, most of those present had never seen Long Chen using his divine ring. They were all incomparably shocked. The current Long Chen truly looked like a devil god carrying a bloodthirsty saber, one that would cause the 9 heavens to tremble. This image of Long Chen was carved deeply into everyone's minds, something they would never be able to forget in their lifetimes. Since things have reached this stage, there's no need for little tricks anymore. Surprisingly, your hypocritical mask was exposed by someone else. Well, that means I don't need to waste any more effort. Now that we've reached this point, Han my brothers lives back. Long Chen furiously roared, and his blood-colored saber came slashing at Han Tianyu. Now his saber released a brilliant scarlet light, as if it was a bloodthirsty monster that had finally woken up. Xiantian weapon. Sensing the pressure from Long Chen's saber, Han Tianyu's expression changed. The sword he was using right now was a treasure the Yin family had sent him, and its material was extremely precious. However, it still hadn't reached the level of a Xiantian weapon. Xiantian weapons were just too precious, and even the Yin family was not willing to randomly send one to him. Who cares if you have a good weapon? You still won't be able to escape your death. Han Tianyu was filled with envy, and his sword ruthlessly slashed towards Long Chen. Boom! There was another explosion, but this time, it was Long Chen who had initiated it. Han Tianyu was blown back. He felt as if his sword had been smashed by a mountain, and the webbing between his finger and thumb split open. Impossible, how can you be so strong? Han Tianyu couldn't help roaring. As a peak expert who had tempered 10 bones, his power was enough to dominate anyone in the same realm. Furthermore, he was a full realm above Long Chen.
With his power, he didn't even place Yin Luo and the others in his eyes. Even though there was a huge battle about to commence, he had still been confident enough to attack Long Chen. But now it seemed Long Chen was an absolute monster. Each time he increased his own strength, Long Chen would follow suit, suppressing him each time. He was practically going crazy. At the same time, he also began to feel uneasy for the first time. This uneasiness also contained a kind of fear. This was the first time he began to feel afraid, and it was to someone who was a whole realm beneath him. Die! Han Tianyu roared again. He actually followed Long Chen's style, grasping his sword with both hands and using his sword like a saber, hacking down with his full power. Ah, he's exhausted his limited abilities. Yu Ran sneered, and everyone else was also stunned. Han Tianyu's sword was not a broadsword, and using it like this didn't increase his power by much. In fact, using it like this caused him to lose out on a sword's agility. Long Chen snorted, and his saber art suddenly changed styles. Instead of a fierce head-on attack, it became nimble and precise. He stabbed it towards Han Tianyu's ribs from an odd angle, alarming everyone. Han Tianyu hadn't expected Long Chen to suddenly change styles, and unable to dodge in time, he was almost pierced straight through. However, although his mind-reading skill was bogus, his combat experience was truly vast, and he immediately shifted his body. His robes were cut open, and a light cut opened between two of his ribs. Blood slowly flowed out. Looking at that injury, Han Tianyu's fury gradually faded. He had almost lost his life just now. Long Chen's saber contained a berserk energy, and if he was pierced, then that energy would immediately blow up his body. This pain had awakened him. Now his body suddenly blossomed with light, and his body became brighter than the sun. Tempered bone armor. How did he get enough energy to activate the tempered bone armor? This so-called tempered bone armor was something only those who had tempered 4 bones or more could use. When they cultivated, they could store their spiritual qi in their tempered bones, using them as another storage place other than the Danshan. Furthermore, the spiritual qi contained in the tempered bones was at least 10 times more condensed than the spiritual qi of the Danshan. That energy was a bone-forging expert's final trump card. But in order to store spiritual qi within the tempered bones, every bone-forging expert had to exhaust a great deal of time. Mo Nian and the others had done their best, but they had only had time to temper 8 bones. They hadn't had the time to store spiritual qi. Han Tianyu had to have used some unknown secret technique, or there was no way he could have tempered such a shocking amount of bones, as well as had time to store spiritual qi. It's definitely because of the Yin family. It seems they have some kind of secret technique to increase the speed of bone tempering, said Hua Biluo. She thought of that suddenly because she had glanced at Yin Wuxuan. Although Yin Wuxuan was still only at the same 2-temper realm as before, that was only because of her heart devil. Han Tianyu didn't have that restriction. Long Chen, don't be so arrogant. The one to die in the end will still be you. Han Tianyu slowly raised his sword, and the sky was suddenly filled with flying snow. Chapter 446, Heaven-Class Battle Skill. Flying snow filled the sky. However, it wasn't truly snow, but snowflakes condensed from spiritual qi. At the same time, space was constantly trembling as if it might collapse at any moment, horrifying everyone. Heaven-Class Battle Skill. Aren't Heaven-Class battle skills only usable by meridian-opening experts? People were bewildered. However, only a Heaven-Class battle skill could possibly cause such a huge spatial reaction. Long Chen felt an enormous aura lock him down. That aura caused his scalp to turn numb, and he felt an immense sense of danger. You know, Long Chen, this move of mine was originally supposed to be left for Yin Luo. I always wanted to test just how powerful his natural energy attacks were. You should be honored to die beneath this attack. Han Tianyu was filled with hate. Long Chen had ruined his brilliant reputation, causing his prestige to hit rock bottom. Do you feel despair, regret? It's too late. Following his words, the snowflakes around him began to converge onto his sword. A rumbling sword cry rang out as those snowflakes merged into his sword. Terrifying sword, intense sword, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Mo Nian's expression changed, and he drew his multicolored bow. He was ready to take action at any time, as he sensed just how terrifying this attack was. No matter how strong Long Chen was, his realm was still too low. Even Hua Biluo had taken out her sword, and Zheng Wenlong took out a spear. They were all ready to assist at the first moment. Don't be anxious, boss should be able to handle it. Yu Ran stopped them. No one understood Long Chen better than he did. As expected, even as he said that, Long Chen also slowly raised his saber. He wasn't looking at Han Tianyu but at the saber in his hand. He muttered, "This is our first time fighting shoulder to shoulder. Your name is Blooddrinker. Today, I will let your name reappear within the world." Buzz. The blood-colored saber seemed to hear Long Chen's words and emitted an explosive energy. It was constantly quivering in Long Chen's hands, and a soaring battle intent erupted from it. At this moment, Long Chen felt a new mental connection to it. His Feng Fu star and Alyath star circulated, and an enormous energy flowed through 9 acupuncture points before pouring into Blooddrinker. But this time, Long Chen noticed a difference from before as his unprecedentedly vast spiritual qi poured through those acupuncture points. Those acupuncture points had previously always been like starving magical beasts. Long Chen's energy had never been enough to satisfy them, but now, those starving acupuncture points were finally full. Furthermore, once the spiritual qi poured through the 9 acupuncture points and into his saber, the first acupuncture point trembled intensely, and all its energy was sent to the second acupuncture point. When the first acupuncture point's energy entered the second acupuncture point, that energy suddenly doubled. This was something Long Chen had not encountered before. When he had used Split the Heavens before, his spiritual qi was like waves of a river that superimposed before entering his weapon. But now, this was his first time using it to its full power. Not only did the energy superimpose with each acupuncture point, the spiritual qi's power would double with each point. This both shocked and delighted Long Chen. Blooddrinker shivered, and then the entire world became calm without the slightest bit of sound. Other people were unable to sense this change in Long Chen. In fact, to others, it seemed Long Chen hadn't done anything at all this entire time. Only the mustached man who had been watching from the distance was filled with shock. How does he know this move? At this time, all the snowflakes had converged into Han Tianyu's sword. A long sword tip grew out, cutting apart the world as it slashed at Long Chen. Flying snowfrost slash. Long Chen's saber trembled, and a saber image suddenly shot out of it. That scarlet light looked like the blood of a devil king, mournful and terrifying. It collided head-on with Han Tianyu's sword. But what astounded everyone was that when those two collided, there was no sound. They could only see white and blood light merging. Run! Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted. It was as if all of heaven and earth was being destroyed, and a powerful ripple was spreading rapidly. Those disciples who were closer didn't have any opportunity to run. They were directly blown to pieces by that ripple. Even chosen were unable to take it. Seeing this wave of power coming for them, Mo Nian, Hua Biluo, and Zheng Wenlong were all startled. This ripple was something they could resist, but the people by their side would all be blown to bits. Heaven-Earth Cage. Just as the 3 of them were about to go all out to resist, trying to stall it for as long as possible, a cry rang out. Layers of wooden stakes appeared in front of them, protecting everyone. Wooden bits shot everywhere. Chu Yao's wooden shield crumbled as soon as it met that ripple. Due to how widely she had spread it, her shield's sturdiness was impacted. She had already expected that, and so she had summoned 3 shields at once. Although the terrifying ripple destroyed the first 2, the third one managed to hold despite being on the verge of collapse. Once the wave passed, Chu Yao scattered her wooden stakes, looking towards the epicenter. The battlefield had completely transformed. 2 World Mountain had already collapsed, and everything was a mess. Furthermore, the righteous and corrupt disciples had suffered hideous casualties. The range of that shockwave had been too large, and they had been too close. Even chosen would have died from being struck. The number of people who had met tragedy just now numbered no less than 10,000. Just watching the excitement could be dangerous. That truly was a wise saying. So many experts had now lost their lives just from watching. Boom! At the center of the huge crater, the ground exploded, and 2 figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes, filling them with shock. Are they still human? Those 2 were naturally Long Chen and Han Tianyu. They were both gasping for breath. Han Tianyu was covered with blood spots, his face pale. He had taken a heavy injury from that previous exchange. Furthermore, everyone saw that his sword had now shattered. The only thing remaining in his hand was a hilt. As for Long Chen, other than his hair being a bit messy and his body being covered in dust, he clearly wasn't injured. Everyone's hearts shook. That previous exchange had been so powerful that just its aftershocks had killed countless experts. However, the two of them had managed to survive at the heart of that explosion, while Long Chen was even able to come out of it completely fine. That was practically unnatural. Han Tianyu really is worthy of being a peak expert, but Long Chen, he's practically a monster. This time I really did profit, sighed Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong was also a peak expert, and although he was a businessman also naturally required his own powerful strength to protect his merchandise. Otherwise, all businessmen would already have been slaughtered. He was a few years older than the others, and he was much steadier as a person. However, the arrogance in his bones had yet to fade. Originally, he had been preparing to struggle for supremacy in this righteous and corrupt battle, hoping to bring some glory to his Huyan sect. He had actually been thinking of having a fight with Han Tianyu, but after seeing that Han Tianyu had reached the Ten-Temper realm, he had given up on that plan. He knew his own limits. But this battle was truly too shocking. His Ten-Temper realm had just been the beginning. Han Tianyu had possessed so many trump cards, but he had still been suppressed by Long Chen. Even when he used a shocking heaven-class battle skill, he was still unable to defeat Long Chen. Instead, he was the one to suffer injury. It had to be known that no one else present would have the confidence to be able to control a heaven-class battle skill. Han Tianyu had already said that he had been planning on leaving that move for Yin Luo. It was something that he had thought would be at least on the same level as Yin Luo's natural energy attack. It was unexpected that it would be defeated by Long Chen. Let's end this. I dislike this kind of fighting style. Han Tianyu suddenly sighed. A white bone appeared in his hand. This bone wasn't large, looking similar to a mouse's skull. It was glossy like jade, emitting a faint light. However, there were some lines on that skull that caused quite a few experts to cry out in shock. A Xiantian magical beast's crystal bone. When a magical beast reached the Xiantian realm, it was possible for their crystal core to disappear and merge with a bone. That bone would grow those lines that contained their life's energy and their strongest technique. By the time a magical beast reached the Xiantian realm, their bones were harder than steel. Without an outer force, they would never erode. Only the top experts present knew what a crystal bone was and could recognize what Han Tianyu was holding. At the same time, they realized that the stories of Han Tianyu obtaining an amazing treasure and being busy refining it had to refer to this crystal bone. A crystal bone was on the same level as a Xiantian weapon, and they were even more valuable because their power could be activated before reaching the Xiantian realm. However, the amount of power you could activate corresponded to your own power. If it was a Xiantian expert who activated it, then the power it would release could one-shot another Xiantian expert. Endless killing intent surged out of Han Tianyu. The crystal bone flew out of his hand and floated in front of him. The skull began to grow, becoming 300 meters large and emitting a terrifying pressure. Its two empty eyes stared at Long Chen, looking like the gaze of a death god. Even the distant spectators felt their scalps tingling. Go to hell. The space between Han Tianyu's eyebrows split open, and a drop of blood slowly flew out, landing on the crystal bone. The bone's lines immediately lit up. The entire crystal bone seemed to come to life, and a powerful aura once more locked onto Long Chen. A red ray of light shot through the void like lightning.